Evening all. Welcome back to the channel. How's everybody doing tonight? I know everybody's watching the World Cup final. It's about to go into extra time. Argentina down to 10 men. So yeah, we're going to be following this game. It wasn't the plan, but you know, we've got to keep you guys up to date with the match. I'm sure you're all watching it as well. Big up to everyone for joining us. And yeah, if you could smash the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, much appreciated. And yeah, well, the plan tonight was to talk about England and specifically Tuchel and Spurs that as well. And yeah, I'm going to put the link in the chat soon. Anybody can join us. I probably may join us after the game, after the extra time, and get involved in the conversation. Anybody watching this on playback, please smash the like as well and leave any comments with anything we've discussed. Thank you very much. Cookie, mate, how you been? How's your holiday? Back in the thick of it?
Yeah, man, it's been interesting. I was sort of looking forward to this game and sort of not. We was just saying that before it was either like going to be one of them action-packed things or it was just going to be a bore fest. And it seems like from comments in the Two Marks WhatsApp group that people are not too impressed with what they're seeing, let's say, Dan. So I don't know. It looks like Spain have had a lot of the game, had the shots, and Argentina are just, I don't know, just waiting for that break, that bit of luck, that I don't know what you want to call it. But Spain again, beginning of the extra time, they've got the ball and they're keeping it. So there you go. I'm sure people will fill me in, as if to say.
Yeah. Look, I've watched it tonight. It's been all Spain. They've had the chances. They should have won this game in normal time. Argentina down to 10 men. I don't think Argentina have had a shot on target or even a shot at all in the match. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. Let me just refresh my stats a second and have a look. Yeah, no shots at all. No shots at all. Mental, right? Their keepers made 10 saves. I mean, it's so frustrating, isn't it? And let's go and say hello to the chat. Big up to people who are here. Big up to Jimmy. Big up Dan in the chat. Good evening. How you doing, Jimmy? I hope you're good, man. Big up to Liam as well. He's fed up with the World Cup. Get it on. He's encouraged me to come on a bit earlier. Big up, Liam. Hope you're good, man. And this is it, Jimmy, isn't it? How do we lose to this Argentina team? Now, one man down and horrendous to what I mean. It just makes me furious, honestly. That game, and we're going to get into it. What happened the other night, that disgraceful England performance, and after we scored the goal, specifically the last half odd hour, absolutely disgraceful. That's kind of what we're going to be starting off with tonight, and also obviously following this World Cup final. Big up to Danny, mate. How you doing? How you getting on with watching the game? Worst World Cup final ever, mate. It's dreadful, absolutely dreadful. So boring. And I mean, Spain had some chances, but they're finishing headers straight at the goalie, weak shots.
Oh, save.
What's that? Free kick.
Martinez with a save again.
I mean, it's just disgraceful. It's just a boring game, isn't it, really, to be honest? It's a boring game. Here they go again, Spain on the attack. Here we go. It's all over the place. Yeah, this. Oh, look, Argentina are going to just force this to penalties, isn't it? And just get lucky. If they
Looks
win
like
this World Cup, man.
Doesn't it, to be fair.
That's all they can do with 10 men now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Another save. Bloody hell. Chance after chance. RG Red, Liam says, and we got Ghosted in the chat as well. Big up, gents. How you doing? Ghost. Sorry, I'm so used to calling you Ghosted. But you're Ghost now. Ghost. What's that? What you call him, Cookie? Ghost.
Yeah, I'm just used to calling him Ghosted, to be honest with you.
We're so used to it.
You know what it's like when you say a name for so long, it's he just rolls off the tongue when you see it, doesn't it? So sorry, Ghost. Yeah, you know how it is.
Big up. And yeah, Romero is injured. Oh well, we won't be able to sell him now, will we? If he's got a serious injury.
What a surprise! I'm not shocked, Dan. I put earlier on in the WhatsApp group. I don't know what Roberto De Zerbi thinks of Romero, if he's one of them that he wants out. I know we all, or the majority of Spurs fans, are not happy with Romero and they want him gone, but does the manager want him gone? Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking like, you know, I know it's a bit of a conspiracy theory. I think I just got to the point where I do that a lot now regarding Spurs. But it's just like, I think injured, can't sell him, but miraculously will be available for selection maybe at the beginning of the season. And it just puts another problem for De Zerbi to solve, as Romero is the current club captain. So what do you do?
Mate, I don't know. He went off on 70 minutes. I don't know how serious the injury is, man. Yeah, mad one. Yeah, I hope it's not serious, because I think I don't know what's going on, Cookie. We don't really know, do we? Obviously, them signing Van Heck, right? Them signing Van Heck really has just pushed Romero to the side, isn't it? Because Van Heck's was going to be signing to start, right? I would have thought.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably been guaranteed you're going to start, but you know, you got Romero there. I mean, it looks like we're going to sell him, but you just never know, do you? You just never know.
It's all quiet on the Western, mate, isn't it, at the minute? So I think, like Danny says, you know, if they don't want certain players here no more, they're going to have to bite the bullet on it eventually. And if it gets to the point that towards the end of the window that certain players are not out, they're going to have to bite the bullet and take what people offer, take the best offer. And it might not necessarily be what Tottenham want. We've got plenty of time yet. Don't get me wrong. But I don't want him here no more, Dan. I don't know what you think. I just think that type of mentality, the silly things that have happened, you know, without trying to be a defensive midfielder at times, kicking people up in the air. But I just think he's run his time at Tottenham. We're moving into a new era, if you like, if you want to call it that, or we hope that it's going to be a new era. And I think one of the things that has to be focused on within the club, and that's from top to bottom, is the mentality of the club, a clear vision of where the club wants to go, and that the players that are in the squad and the people upstairs share that vision and stick to that vision, even through the tough times. Stick to it, and let's see where we go with it, man. I don't know what else to say about it.
No, mate, you're right. You're right. You're spot on, mate. We'll have to wait and see. And I've got some Spurs. We're going to talk about Spurs in the second part of the show.
Yeah.
Because, I've got some interesting stats to bring up about a certain thing, which, will lead to some interesting discussion. But I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that to a little bit later. We've got to get England over first, because I've got to get some things off my chest about England and that other night. And yeah, it's going to be done. Big up to Brian in the chat. How you doing, Brian? Romero is too much of a hothead. Yeah, I do like Romero. When he's on his game, he's fantastic, but he's just too inconsistent for me. He's too inconsistent. He's a bit of a liability, isn't he? And I mean, it hasn't helped that Spurs have been all over the shop, haven't they, the last few seasons? And, you know, it's frustrating, I know, and he lost his shit and he had to go at the club and, you know... He got sent off twice last season. And then there was all that malarkey at the end of the season when we thought he'd already gone to Argentina, weren't there for our last home game. And then he came back, and then we don't know what's true. If he went at all, it was all paper talk. I don't know, man. But yeah, Romero, I think if we can get a good fee for him, take it. But we'll see what happens, mate, honestly. See what happens. Jimmy says the one thing Big Arteta did was get rid of the troublemakers. Yeah, good point. He did. He got rid of the players. Yeah, he did.
Got to get a clear identity going, Jimmy, at the end of the day. But like I say, it's got to be throughout the club. Everyone's got to have the same goal at the end of the day, whether that be, I don't know, it could be anything. He could have said to him, right, just finish top half, first season. I'm just playing devil's advocate, right? And then they could have said, for argument's sake, right, this is what we're doing. We're showing you we're being serious. Yeah, we spent a lot of dough. We've got rid of a few of the players that you say that you don't want or are not ready for this squad yet. You've made money so far on players like Vuskovic, that's never played for the club officially in the Premier League. Yeah, bought him in for whatever it was, 10, 12, 15, whatever it was. Yeah, and sold him for, 46 million, whatever it was, plus add-ons. So Van Heck's virtually come for free, if you like. It's almost like they've done a swap. right? There's that little in it difference between. So, do you want the Vuskovic that, don't get me wrong, has shone in Germany? Yeah, could come to the Premier League, could be anything. Or do you want that defender in where we talk about Romero when he's standing on the ball, you know, just inside his own half, looking for people to move, to make the decisive pass? If you want that player in your team, Van Heck is the man to do it, because his stats for forward passing are unbelievable. They're on a different level. And I think that's why Roberto De Zerbi wanted him so badly.
Yeah, he's one of the best, isn't he, in the league last season, stat-wise, him and Senesi. Yeah, totally understand it, why they've signed those two players, you know, ball-playing centre-backs. Senesi's an interesting one. Where is he going to play? Or Van der Ven, you know, would have thought would be first choice. But, it's great cover to have. Senesi, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Competition, Dan. We talk about competition for places. Those 4 there now, they're all vying for competition, seeing what the best partnership may work and what doesn't work. It's all got to be found out. Yes, they're all professionals. They should all be able to do what they need to do. But you know as well as I do, certain partnerships work, Dan, certain partnerships don't, you know? And it's up to them to work out in the pre-season what's going to work for De Zerbi. You know, and I'd love it once we get to that point in our Spurs lifetime, if we do, that you can confidently say, like we have at the back now with those 4, right? If we had that all over the pitch, 2 here, 2 there, 2 there, and then you're not fearing that drop off is huge, and it's might be 2%, 3%, 5%, but it's not 50% like it has been for the last few years. We've got players coming back as well, and hopefully everything will be all right with them. I know we'll get into it, Dan, at some stage tonight.
Yeah, mate. So anything goes, mate. We're multitasking at the moment.
Yeah, I want to see some more coming before the end of the window. I'm not going to sit here and say I think we're done. What we've done so far is okay, right? We've also spent some big money on some new midfielders. We've gained money back through transfers, and there could be more coming in with the likes of Bergvall going out. And if they're holding on for this 50, 60 million and they get it, and they sold Vuskovic for 46, 50 million, whatever it is, and you're getting the best part of 110 million for 2 kids, basically, that cost you less than 20 million quid, right? Then I don't think that's bad business, personally, especially if the manager doesn't want them. You know, get them out, like we said. If he doesn't want them, and he is the man apparently that's saying, look, I don't want, right? Especially on the don't wants, get them out, get what money you can, like Dan says. I totally agree with him. Get the dough that you can get. If you can hang on for a bit to get that extra 5-10 mil, fair play. Because City are doing it with us, with Savinho. We're the only one in for him, and they're tugging our boat, making us wait, hoping we're going up a couple of million. Oh, we'll add this as well. We'll do that as well. There's no other fucker bidding for him. You know? Mate. So, mate, I'd love Savinho at Spurs, personally. Yeah? Again, we can talk about output. We can talk about this, that, the other. Is he better than what we've got? Fucking absolutely he is. Come on, people. Absolutely he is. Right? Listen, the output might not be there at the moment, right? But if they get the right striker or strikers in, who knows? Who knows?
Cookie's hoping it. Big up, Dan, mate. How you doing, man?
There you
go. You're all right, fella. I said I'd jump on if I got back in time. Got back from the in-laws and everything, watching that game. I wanted to go home early. What a crock of shit that is. I just can't. Mate, I think it was the half-time thing that killed me. Like, no, I've lost the interest in that.
It's
mate.
too much.
I've never seen such woke bullshit in my entire life. That was absolutely shocking. Oh, cringe.
Mate, I don't.
But that's America for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it weren't half hour, was it, in the end? It was like 17 minutes, weren't it?
Whatever it was, that was awful.
Did you hear what Rooney said at half time? He slated it, didn't he?
Yeah, he
a bit of
blatantly
shit.
turned around and said that was crap. that was shockingly bad, like really bad. I think I could have organised better than that. That was bad.
Oh dear. Big up to Dingo in the chat. He said there was a goal, but it was disallowed, weren't it? And Spain should have had an amazing chance for the header.
Shouldn't have been disallowed.
No?
No. Not from what I saw.
Why they disallowed it?
It wasn't the foul on the keeper. It was saying there was a foul before, and for me, there was no foul. But I just had to get off of that. I can't watch that crap anymore.
Just to let everyone know, 3 minutes of added time in the first half of extra time, and then we will be at half time in extra time. You lot may be ahead of me. I don't know, but just to let people know, who might be listening in the old lug holes and not watching it.
I just want it over with because it's really distracting. Do you know what I mean? I just want Spain to score, get it over with, and just get the win, man. This is painful stuff. Painful stuff.
They need to score because when it comes to penalties and that, Argentina are significantly better than them. They got more goal scorers on their team.
Yeah, for penalties.
I mean, think who they can still bring on at the moment. Martinez and a couple of others who can take penalties as well. They've got better penalty takers than Spain, I'd say. And I'd say the goalkeeper has proved he can do his job as well. I can't really vouch for their keeper or not, but if Spain don't sort it, if it goes penalties, I think Argentina get that.
I think they'll score. But it's tough. It's tight. Isn't it? Tight. It could be one of those games, isn't it? Argentina ain't had a shot down, have they?
No,
had a chance, have they?
No, not from what I've seen. Barely. I don't even think they've had a shot on goal.
No, it's terrible, man. This is just frustrates the hell out of me. You know how they done that to England the other night. I mean,
it's not even how they done it to England. It's England let them do it to them. That's what it was. We caused that. We let that happen.
100%, man.
Simple as that. We let that happen. We made that happen. By the way the players went back after as soon as we scored, to the way that so-called elite manager made us play after that, is we let them win, basically.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Yeah, we're going to get into it in a minute. We're going to get into it. We'll get it done, and then we can move on to Spurs. Let's have a look here. Just the link. I'll put the link. It's Cookie's channel. People, if you're not subbed to him, give him a sub. I'll put Danny's channel up soon as well. Evening Nitar. Romero out. Lost respect for him as our captain, the choir baby. Romero. Dan, Romero, mate. Are you fussed he goes or not? Or where do you stand with Romero?
Sooner he goes, the better. And I've wanted that for 2 years now. On his day, excellent player, as good as any defender out there. And it's just repeating it, but lack of days, basically. I think he is the most overrated player we have ever had at this club.
Yeah.
No consistency on him. He's totally so far stuck up his own arse he can smell yesterday's dinner. He thinks the world owes him a favour. He thinks Spurs owe him something for being there. He only plays when he actually wants to play football. He's just overrated, and the sooner he goes, the better. And if they go and win the World Cup, and that puts another 10 mil on his price. But then if he was that good, why didn't no one buy him last year when he was up for sale?
Because he's not consistent enough.
Exactly that. Who's going to take that risk?
Now straight on the head, isn't it?
Who's going to take the risk with 50, 60 million for someone who turns up once in a blue moon?
Fair play,
Do you know what? Argentina, they've lost both centre backs, right? Injured, and then Senesi ain't come on.
Don't know. I don't know. What was Romero's injury? Does anyone know? In the chat or you lads?
Don't know.
No,
don't know yet.
Don't know. Like I said, wouldn't surprise me if anything with Spurs with Romero. And Dan, do you know if Roberto De Zerbi would like to keep Romero at Spurs, or is he of the opinion, look, he's got to move on, mentality change? I don't know. I haven't heard anything either.
The only way I can see Romero staying is if we've got a solid idea of playing free at the back, basically. because otherwise, what's the point on keeping him? Because he ain't going to want to lose his captain. He ain't going to want to lose his captaincy, and he ain't going to want to play as the second man. So why would we go and get a 50 million defender, Van Hecke, to play as a sub, basically, when we've already got players there? It just don't make no sense if he doesn't go anywhere unless we're going to play with 3 at the back. Then it would make sense that we keep him, even though I'd rather we didn't keep him and just go and get another bloody defender. But yeah, unless we're going to play something like a 3-4-3 or 3-4-1-2 or 3-4-2-1, play with 3 straight at the back, it makes no sense to keep him, in my opinion.
He's going in. I heard into Milan are in for him, right? Is that right, Dan? Cookie?
In at Milan are interested, and they're interested in Spence as well, but they got to sell a player or 2 as well.
Okay. It might be a late one in the window.
So could that sort of involve, maybe, just being hypothetical here, could that sort of deal involve maybe player swaps?
Yeah, who do you want from Inter Milan, guys?
Give me Martinez, give me Thuram, give me Bastoni, give me Basta. There's a couple of them I quite have from there.
Could Thuram be nickable from there, with Romero going the other way and a few quid exchange, whichever way you want to exchange it?
I think put the right money down, anybody is nickable, and I think that's proved its point this season. It's more the question of would he want to come to us? That's more the question on that one, because I know Marcus Thuram does. He does love. He seems to love it off at Inter. So I honestly don't know there. But again, if you don't try, you don't get, do you? And it has been proven now that if you put the money on the table and you don't piss ball about with the club, you get first shout. And then you can take it from there. Then you've got a chance. If you don't put the effort in, or you fuck about too much with the transfer itself with the club, then it's not going to happen, is it? I mean, look what Chelsea just done to Arsenal.
What was that, Dan? What they done to Arsenal?
Well, Arsenal wanted Rodgers, didn't they? And was messing about a bit or so. Chelsea just come in and went, there you go. There's 117 million. We'll have him. Bang, job done.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my word! I don't know if anyone's seen it, but Spain have scored. Spain have scored. It's 1-0 to Spain. Let me just see if there's any dodgy checks going on.
Thank fuck for that.
It don't look like it at the moment. It looks like Spain have took the lead. And let's see if Argentina come out now, giving it the beans with about 14, 15 minutes left to go.
Porro cross, deep cross, header. Keeper saved it or hit the post. I can't quite see it. And then someone followed it up. I'm trying to work out who it is. But yeah,
that's what happens. That's what happens with Porro when you let him play as a wing back that presses forward up the other end of the pitch. Spain have proved it. Everything I've been preaching for the past 2 years, along with Ellie. He is a crap right back. He cannot defend. But go and play him as a wing back. Let him press up the field, cover his arse at the back like Spain have been doing. That's what he can do. That's how we should play him.
Yep. Box office has joined us. How you doing, man?
You're right, Alex.
That was that's the most boring final I've ever seen in my whole life, honestly.
It's not over yet, Alex.
Bloody hell.
Over yet.
It sums it up that you just got Madonna and you got the two Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Bloody hell, what the hell is that all about?
Is that who it was? Is that who it was?
Ronaldinho and Ronaldo.
I thought one of them was a son and another crackhead or something.
I can't say that. I just can't believe what I was watching. I just thought, you having a laugh? I just thought, what is this? What is this?
What are we doing?
So
that was Ronaldo. I thought that was a boy.
Ronaldo.
Didn't you see who it was driving that car? Did you notice? It was Ronaldo and Ronaldinho.
Oh, this Ronaldinho. I could see straight away.
I thought that was her son.
No, it wasn't. I could recognise it straight away. It was Ronaldo. And Ronaldinho was just like thinking, what's this?
That's it. That's the highlight of the game, right? that bloody half
I,
time.
I really do think we missed out on this one. To be honest with you, I'm not really that passionate about England, but and international football in general. But I think England missed out big time, massively. I think we should have really gave it a go against Argentina. Honestly, it was.
Yeah.
I think you got to take your opportunities.
Let's get into it. Let's get into it, guys, because now they scored that goal. I mean, Argentina, they're going to do what they did to England now. Cross into the box after cross into the box. I doubt it. They've got 10 men.
I've got my eye on it, Dan. I've got my eye on it.
You've got an eye on it, have you, mate?
Don't you worry.
Yeah,
I'll tell
keep
you
an
if
eye on it.
Argentina cross the halfway line or not.
Yeah, we'll crack on with this England malarkey, honestly. Yeah, it's what a horrible half hour. I think that was the worst half hour I've seen England playing a competitive match. That what happened after we scored that goal. It was horrible. Everyone watching that knew what was going to come. Everybody knew what was going to come, man. It was just absolutely mental. So look, I just think just such a huge missed opportunity there for England to get into this final. I really do. And I think England were okay up until that, we scored that goal. I thought we were okay. The game was a bit scrappy, wasn't it? A lot of fouls. No team was playing amazing. There weren't really many chances. But look, after you watched that game last night against France, right? And I know it was an exhibition match and a friendly game, but England do have some talent. They do. They can create stuff. They can score goals, and it just makes me even furious after that performance against France yesterday. I know France are well off it first half. I know that, but just what was Tuchel doing, guys? Anybody, just tell me what was it? What was his thought process there? I don't know.
He bottled it. Simple as that. He bottled it. You do not go and do with 25 minutes left to play, go all out attack against all out defense against a team like Argentina or Spain. France. Argentina or France. You don't do it with them two. Probably the two best finishers in the game they've got there. They've got the two best attacks, I'd say, altogether. As soon as we sat back against Argentina, look what happened. Second half, we come on 4-0 against France. We sit back a little bit. Next thing you know, they totally destroy us. We was lucky we even got that bloody game yesterday. They nearly had us on the momentum there. And the manager bottled it, simple as that. The way he took the players off, and so we had 8 defensive-minded players on that pitch from about 20 minutes. You are not going to win against Argentina or France like that. Now, if you're playing someone like Spain, do you know what? You could probably half get away with that. Possibly. Why? Because Spain ain't the best finishers. They ain't got the best attack, apart from your mouth. They really haven't. That's why they haven't already. Well, they've scored now, but that's why they already ain't been 2-3-0 up. And they've had the bloody chances clean on goal. It's just they kicked it straight at the keeper. Certain teams, you could get away with that. But the two best finishers in the game, you can't go and do that. And that's what we did. The manager totally bottled it. And then when it comes to kicking the ball up the other end of the pitch to try and get something, you've only got Harry Kane now. And what use is Harry Kane when it comes to he has to run onto a ball? He's useless. That is where Harry Kane is not good. And the last thing I say of it, what, as most people said, England's poorest part of this team has been this World Cup? The defence. So we go and rely on the defence to give Argentina their strongest part of the game, which is attack. Make that make sense to me. That just Tuchel bottled that well and truly.
Look, yeah, it was criminal, wasn't it? How we lost that game. It was absolutely criminal. I think that's a sackable offence. I do. The whole point of bringing in Tuchel was to be different to Southgate, right? To be able to manage games, when it gets in difficult moments. And I was just, he should have put something in the midfield, strengthen the midfield up a bit. They needed to push up 10 yards, need to put some pace on the wings. I don't know, put another centre forward on, run the channels. Gordon, they took Gordon off, who scored the goal.
Do you know what we could have done, Dan?
Mental.
We could have brought Bellingham back into the middle, bring Harry Kane back as a 10. I don't know, go stick Rashford in the middle. At least you can get the ball over there, or Bellingham can get the ball and pass it, and that, or you go the long ball over. We all know Kane can do a 10 job easy, and then at least you've got someone who can run onto the ball, basically, i.e. Rashford, Watkins, whatever, with a bit of pace. He didn't just cut our bollocks off; he cut our teeth off as well, basically, with what he did with the subs he made.
Yeah, 100%, man. And box office. We'll go to you here. Do you put all the blame on? Is this another goal? Yeah, it's another goal. 2-0. Oh, it's disallowed. Yeah, box office. Do you put all the blame on Tuchel on this one?
Maybe. Yeah, he's at fault for the game anyway against Argentina. He should have been more attacking, I think. I think really as well. I think you could see the writings on the wall when we just kept on letting them have the ball, and then you can't get away with it when you score it. When you're hitting the post, they're hitting the post about a couple of times. Pickford makes a few good saves as well. I went one with the corner, I think it was. I can't remember. But yeah, we just got lucky, and I could see the writing was on the wall. So I was like, you're going to have to get out a little bit. And I thought we could manage the game better than what we were doing. I thought the goal, when we got the goal, I thought that was the best thing to do, the best thing for us to get the first goal. But yeah, like I said, I think it's a missed opportunity. I did feel like it's a missed opportunity to get to a final.
The players were
why I wasn't really so fussed about the game yesterday, to be honest with you. But yeah, I do feel that yesterday, that semi-final, I think we Argentina were definitely for the taking. Because I think when you watch it from the beginning, Argentina were fouling. They were fouling us a lot of the time. So it did become apparent that they were more worried about us than we were worried about them, to be honest. So
that's just how they play, Alex. They've always done it. Never any difference. That is exactly how they've always played. Always.
I didn't realise that, but yeah, I just
always, mate.
Look at this, guys. Look at this, guys. 122 passes in between 66 minutes and 84. England had 3 passes. What is this? What this is like? Come on, like what happened there? There's a complete collapse. Look at that.
It's nonsense. The map tells you it's nonsense from the manager. What's going on there? What the hell is going on? You telling me that England haven't got the quality to retain a ball for at least a little bit and knock it about? What the geezer's doing, I've got no idea. That's all I can say on it. I've just got no idea. He's trying to see the game out. He was wrong, badly wrong.
He's missed out an opportunity, though. He's missed out an opportunity because Harry Kane's not going to be playing. Because Harry Kane's going to be retired soon from international football. I think he'll be retired. I don't see him playing in Euros. You got Bellingham. Okay, Bellingham will be fine, I think, but then you don't know how that's going to play out in a couple of years or 4 years. You don't know where he's going to be at. So I am a bit looking at those strikers at the moment. I don't think you've got anybody that's going to score goals and hold the ball up like Harry Kane. So I don't know. This is where I'm a bit like, yeah, really big missed opportunity, I think, when you've got those 2 players on your team. I don't see any top strikers stepping up to be that main striker right now. So, just repeating myself. I just think it's a missed opportunity, really, to be honest with you.
Look at
especially that second half. That second half was just like we didn't use Kane at all. That was the thing.
And people said he didn't do anything, but if you're going to play Kane deep and expect him to do running, then you're going to get nothing out of him. He doesn't play that way. I mean, the bit I'll blame the players for is the 5 corners where it just kept getting knocked out, and then Messi comes running back in a bit closer so he can do a better swing ball in there instead of doing the corner. 4 or 5 times we just let them do that. Didn't even mark them up on the bloody corner to do it. That one goes down to the players.
Yeah.
Especially seeing as the amount of defensive-minded players we had on there. Now, wouldn't have this been the prime opportunity where you kept Spence on the left to have Trent Alexander-Arnold on there?
Yeah.
Just in your subs bench. To bring him on, because at least you've got a chance with a man there who can pass the ball forward. But then he'd have had no one to pass it on to anyway. So really, this one is down to Tuchel. 95% down to Tuchel.
Yeah, like that goal we conceded, Martinez, and we had all that. Look at them defenders at the back there. What's that? 6 at the back?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it missed all 4 centre backs there. Burn, Stones, Gay, Konza, and he got. I know he's a good striker, Martinez. Yeah, he is a top striker, but how did he pick that one out? I don't know. Can't explain it.
Look at it this way, yeah. You can be the bigger fella all day long, but if you're going to stand there and say for the next 3 rounds, you can punch me in the face as many times as you want. You can be the bigger, harder, better boxer in every which way. I punch you in the face for the next fight, for the next 3 rounds. Sooner or later, I'll knock you out. Sooner or later, I will get that punch that knocks you out. And that's exactly what we did. We just sat back and said, throw it at us. And when they can bring on subs like Martinez, and they've also got Fernandes on there who can have a strike like we saw. They've got Messi. That is the last man you want to dictate a game, even though he's 39. And they've still got other players on there that can score as well, like Alves and whatever else. It's going to happen, especially when it's over 25 minutes. Now, 5 minutes or 8 minutes left to play, I could have understood that. But with the time we gave them, it was in the making. It was going to happen. I think everybody saw that.
And what about the hydration break as well, guys? That was still 1-0 at that point, right? Am I right there? It was, because the goal was quite late, wasn't it? I think it was on about 84 minutes. So you had the hydration break to really sort this shit out. Change formation, change subs, do something. He just threw more defenders. It's just...
You're going to catch up in a minute. Senesi's just nearly scored for Argentina.
They're putting a bit of pressure on, innit, right at the end.
Oh... Corner to Argentina, just going into extra time. Messi's got the corner.
Oh, they nearly scored, you know.
Pushing and shoving going on. Ref's not having it. He's telling them. Messi with a corner. Straight under the bar. It's bouncing all over the gaff and it's out again for another corner.
Well, why did Argentina not play like this when they were bloody 0-0?
There you go.
This is it, isn't it?
Here's Messi again. Goes short this time, edge of the box. No, ref stopped the game. Too much pushing and shoving going on in the area.
Argentina play their way. They play dirty football. And then didn't you notice, as soon as we got the goal against them, that dropped. And it just went into fluent football.
Well, no. I think they gave it to Messi. They
over the bar.
They gave it to Messi, and then Messi started playing, and that was our stupid thing anyway. Didn't do anything. But,
did you see the foul on Spence though? Messi stepped on his foot, didn't he? Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, and then he
but they did foul us a lot. They did foul a lot in the game. To be fair,
but Argentina always do it. As soon as we scored the goal, though, all of a sudden, all the little piss ball fouls stopped, and they started playing fluent football. And then we just stepped back and just let them throw it at us, the whole book and the whole case. And here we are. It's England all the way. I mean, England are basically the international version of Spurs. And what I mean by this is, in that aspect, that is exactly what they are. England don't know how they want to play football. What is the English way of playing football? It's like when people give me the bullshit of like, this isn't the Spurs way of playing. I just feel like, shut up. Have you actually watched Spurs for the past 70 years? Give me time over the past 70 years where there's been a consistent rate of time where Spurs have played the Tottenham way of playing. They haven't. There hasn't been for 70 years, 60 years, 70 years. We might have had patches where we've played this attacking football that people want Spurs to play, but where has there been a consistent style of Spurs play for the past 60 years? There hasn't. Where has there been a consistent style of play for England to play over the past 60 years? There hasn't. We keep getting managers, one that plays this way, one that plays that way, one that plays this way, one that plays that way, another way, this way. England are exactly the same as Spurs. And this is why when people say to me, yeah, but that's not the Spurs way, I'm like, bollocks, that's not the Spurs way. There is no Spurs way. The only Spurs way I can give, same as England, over the past 60, 70 years, that has been consistent, is Spursy. Or we'd call it Englandy.
It's true. It's true. Like I don't think England played well in this tournament at all. I really do.
No.
One half against Croatia, I thought we were all right. Other than that,
And Mexico,
mate,
we
it was,
muscled it. Mexico, we muscled that well.
yeah, it was resilience, weren't it? It was fight, it was heart, passion, and all of that. But the quality of football England actually played was moments we went through in that tournament. Bellingham, Kane. I said this the whole way through the tournament. England are not playing well, but they're just getting through. They're doing what they need to do. They should beat teams like Norway, Congo, who else? Mexico. We should be beating these teams. And then as soon as we face a team with something about them, just that happens. It was just but the way it was the manner for me. I can accept losing the game, right? If you get outplayed or the other team has chances, we have chances. It just doesn't go our way. But that last half hour was unacceptable, man. And Tuchel, man, he had so many opportunities to put it right, put pace on. I don't understand it today. I'll never understand it. If Rashford there, Saka could have done something, right? Could have put him on for a bit. Watkins was there, Tony. Both Argentina's centre-backs were on yellow cards. You just pump it up there, run the channels, try and get right at them. But, we talk about England, and there's a lot of talk on across social media that England lack the technical ability. What's your thoughts on that, guys?
Oh, yeah, Harry Kane.
I'm just watching the end of the game.
What, England and technical ability?
Well, yeah, Harry Kane and Burnham.
Yeah, they reckon that we
good.
have the technical ability.
Oh,
That we
Burnham
do or
was
don't?
good. Oh, no, I think Burnham
really,
was good.
Look at the
Burnham was
players
good.
that he took as well. Look at the players he took. How many players on that team were actually technically gifted? Bellingham.
You got a point there, but I think Burnham's one.
It's all over. Spain have won the World Cup
Good.
1-0.
We're not going to get Ferran Torres, by the way. Ferran Torres has scored a goal in the World Cup final. There's no way he's going nowhere.
Who in that England team, apart from Bellingham and maybe a bit of Kane, is technically gifted?
No one, because he left them all at home.
No, he left them.
The ones,
but there was a reason why he kept them. He kept them. He wanted a sort of club mentality sort of thing. I think that's what he wanted. But in saying that, I think he messed up with the right back situation. I think he should have really gone for Trent Alexander, but that's another story.
This is
but
the
yeah,
thing.
I understand what you're saying, but the
even if not starting him, he should have brought him as an option. I mean, and if Saka wasn't fit enough to play most of the tournament, then don't bloody bring him. Manduka he was absolutely shit. I mean, there was other players we could have had and played on there. We could have even played Rodgers on the right and bloody put Foden or Cole Palmer or whatever on the. Or we had better options than that. Basically, we could have brought.
Foden's not been playing well though.
Don't matter though.
What, and Manduka is.
He can change a game with one touch.
Yeah, but he hasn't been playing well though. I'll be honest with you.
You don't. If
he hasn't even been playing well for England though.
You don't lose it.
I know, but still, he hasn't been playing well. Even Cole Palmer hasn't even been playing well either.
But what I'm saying is, we lacked really, apart from Bellingham and Kane when he was dropping off, any attacking flow. That moment of brilliance that might have happened that creates a goal.
The only one that you could, I could agree with you, Mark, is Morgan Gibbs-White. That's the only one I can agree with you on. That one was a bit confusing, but other than that, if I'm really honest with you,
you're talking about form, aren't you? Box office. You're talking about form that these players didn't deserve to go because of.
It's not just form. I think if you bring them and they're on the bench, they're not going to be happy, are they? I think that's what I think.
Deal with it. You're part of the England squad. If you don't like it, fuck off.
No, but I think what he's trying to do.
No, you're meant to have a bit of pride, Alex, when you play for your country. Yeah, this is the other thing that pisses me off with that England team. They all stand there like they don't give a shit, and most of them don't even sing the national anthem. Whereas you look at every other bloody country when they do it, they're out their pride giving it with some chest. Our lot, they just stand there like a miserable bunch of pricks, bar two of them, and they don't even bloody sing it properly. It's like they feel that England should. No, they feel it's like they almost feel that England should be honoured that they're playing for us.
Sorry, it's meant to be an honour to play for your country, not that you played for the country. The country has to be honoured for you, and that's what a lot of our players seem to be like for some strange reason compared to other countries.
This is where we differ. I listen.
No, that's a fact.
I agree with certain aspects of what you're saying, but at the same time, I think what his attitude was, if you have Cole Palmer and Foden on the bench, are they going to be like supportive to the club, supportive for the other teammates?
Right.
So what he was trying to do is keep a good.
Never, ever, ever. If they ain't willing to do that, they should never be in the England squad again. They should be cut off.
Fair point, but Tuchel looked at it and said, "Go on."
What right has Foden or whoever else got to say there and say, well, if I'm not in the first team, I'm not going. All right, then, you spoilt little bitch. You're never playing for England again. I'm sorry, I ain't digging that one. No chance.
Yeah, but that's why Tuchel didn't take him. That's why Tuchel didn't take him. Because Tuchel looked at it and said, and it's not like me, I'm defending him. I'm just saying I see what his point was. He's looking at his club mentality. He's sitting there saying, if he needs players that are going to be for the cause, and he told everybody what their role was as well.
Why did he bring Henderson?
Because he was there because he trusts him, and he knows that he can just.
Trust him for what?
He's there because he's just. I mean, I don't rate. I don't think. I think Henderson's past it in terms of that sort of thing
just
to be in the England squad. But
I mean, in that aspect, then bring it. If he's that much of a good enthusiast to the team and that, fine. Go and bring Walton or whatever, who has been playing well in season, and then bring Henderson along and let him sit on the bloody side with you or something. That was another dickhead move by the coach. Now I'm a firm believer of you go by form, not just by name, yeah. But when you know you ain't really got the players on the pitch to do the job, sometimes you do have to bring the players that you know can have a moment. And he didn't do that. How the hell was Manduke our main right winger through 90% of that bloody tournament? That is disgusting on its own. Saka was blatantly bloody injured for most of it and wasn't fit enough to play it. Henderson, what the hell was he actually even doing now? And then the silly prick goes and breaks his own bloody arm. And then on top, and it was Reece James. I can see why we brought him. We know he's injury prone, but I can see why we brought him. Stones, I can see why we brought him as well for the experience, and he did play. But there was others there that they just shouldn't have even been there. Because
I agree with you about players like Shalaba and all that, yeah. But like I said, I think he had specific roles for them, but players in the team, and he said, and he told them why they're in the team and what their role was, and that's what he thought. He used he picked his squad as like he was picking his club team. That's what he was doing. And because he wanted to keep the harmony in the squad and then they could all fight for each other as well. So I think that's what he was going for. Because at the end of the day, the guy's won things and he's done it the way he's done it. And that's why he did what he done. But on this occasion...
Got it wrong. He got it
wrong in that semi-final. He got it wrong in the semi-final.
And the squad, I think.
And I think he paid for it that he didn't have another proper right back, because... I didn't rate that other guy that he brought in, who used to be at Liverpool, that's gone by Leverkusen. I didn't rate him. I didn't rate him at all. And I mean, the Shalaba decision, the only reason why is because they couldn't get hold of him. They said they couldn't get hold of Trent Alexander. But I think the problem I have with Tuchel right now is that we brought him in to win this, to actually go out and win, and with the likes of Harry Kane, he's only got one. I think that was his last tournament for me. So
he'll be there for the Euros.
I don't know. Is it
easily?
Well,
he's a Teddy Sheringham player. He don't rely on pace. Harry Kane is someone you can have on there until he's 38, basically. And if you play him the right way, you'll still get something out of him because he doesn't rely on pace. When you look at another player, Son is your perfect example. So is Salah. Well, not so much Salah, but Son. As soon as Son lost a yard, he lost half his game. Look at what happened with Michael Owen. As soon as he lost his pace, he lost his game. Other players, as soon as they lost their pace, they lost their game because that's what they rely on. Harry Kane is more like a Teddy Sheringham. He relies more on his head and his capability than his pace. So his career usually goes on longer. And who else have we really got to take the place up goal?
Got no one.
Also down to how you play it. If you're going to have it that Kane has to come deep and then the ball goes over him and you want him to run onto it, then you might as well have me on there because I can probably run faster. That's down to the manager again.
Guys, this DNA argument, right? Because that's what Tuchel came out and said. He says, oh, maybe it's a DNA issue, right? He said maybe, right? Maybe it's a DNA issue. Now, going back a little bit about the technical players, right? Because I think all of us here, people in the chat, are going to kind of think differently about technical, right? Because I think Eze is a technical player. Yeah. Do you think Morgan Rogers is a technical player?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, we have got some technical players, but when we're talking about technical players, we're talking about like an Adam Wharton, right? He should have gone, right? He should have gone. Henderson shouldn't have gone. Wharton, who had a good season for Palace, right? If you look at his stats for last season, he's so good. His progressive passes, his forward passes, his key passes, and all of that. You know, he can kind of. You saw him when they came to Spurs, right? Palace, two passes he put in there. Finished us off, right? Yeah, he should have gone, right? So when you're talking about technical players, yeah, I get it. He's a good technical player, Wharton, and he should have been in the team. And then I go back to that midfield of Rice and Anderson. I think it's too samey. I think it's too bland. I think that didn't help. I was saying that from every game in this tournament. That does not work. Who else is there? Got Manu. Didn't fancy Manu at all. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, okay. I didn't even give him a chance, but Manu's a kind of technical type player. So this argument about we don't have enough technical players, I think it can be challenged. No? Or is it just because a lot of people are saying England, and there are some really strong opinions online that England, this is them. They ain't got the technical players to compete with the likes of Spain, Argentina, France. I think we can argue that all these players who play for England, right? They're playing in mostly top teams, right? They're used to different systems, different formations, and they've got to have some technical ability, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing for these top teams. Guys, come in.
It was frustrating in every which way possible, basically, because we had every chance to have that. They was there for the taking, and the players started bottling it basically after we scored the goal, and then totally bloody bottled it when it came to when the manager totally bottled it. Basically, we had every chance to take them, but we started sitting back. We gave them too much respect, and then on top of that, it just fell apart when we just went out and out defense on there. I could have made better manager decisions than that. You could have. Any one of us could have. We could have all made better decisions than that. And that's how 100%. I see that one. That was shocking.
Yeah. Oh, would you have sacked him, Dan? I would have sacked him. I would have sacked
him, man.
Too
right.
Shocking.
No,
shocking.
Listen. We saw the Euros, right, under Southgate. Right, we went 1-0 up early. All right, this was different. It was 1-0 second half. But the first half, pretty much from what I saw, Messi was shut out the game until it was almost like injury time of the first half, where he had a couple of little mazy runs and we had him down. And it got a little, you know, like a proper Argentinian style foul, if you like. You shall not pass type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go 1-0 up and surrendered.
Do you know what the difference is, Mark? Do you know what the difference is? I'll go back to what I personally see, yeah? This comes down to the crunch again of the respect or the pride of playing for your country. 8 out of 10 of those players don't give a shit that they're playing for England, and you can blatantly see it. Whatever the reason is, there's a reason there, and you can blatantly see it. Most of them don't even move their lips on the fucking national anthem. They don't even deserve to be on that pitch, as far as I'm concerned, yeah? Whereas you go and look at Argentina, they're standing there big and proud, nearly in tears, every time they're singing their national anthem. They give their heart and soul and play for it. That's the difference with England, where most of our players think that it should be an honour for us to have them play for us, and you can blatantly see that for whatever the reason is, they're never going to give it that extra 10% to win that tournament or that game, or to, because they haven't got their heart and soul involved in it. I know a heart and soul ain't always going to win you a game, not at all, but it can win you there. It can get you places. It can do you things when you've got that extra bit of energy because you're playing for your country. England players don't do that, especially this lot. I really don't find it. When I don't see that lot standing there, even mouthing their words at the national anthem, they deserve a slap in the face. They shouldn't even be there. Look at Spain when they do it. Look at Argentina. Look at Brazil. Look at Germany. Look at France. They're all standing there with pride. Our lot stand there and they don't even mumble it, most of them.
I don't agree a little bit there, because look at the
Right, do you want me
game.
to get the video up? Do you want me to get you the video up? I'll get
Well,
you
no,
about
yeah,
5
but
videos.
no, I'm not talking
They
about the
don't do it,
national
Alex.
anthem. I'm not talking
Sorry,
about
that's what I
national.
was talking about. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about national anthem. I'm talking about when they're playing, because they did. Listen, what I'm trying to say is I watched that Mexico game, and with all the aspects of what they had to go through for that game, I think they did well. And I mean, they worked hard in that game, and got through that game, even though they're down to 10 men, even because Konza got sent off. Yes, they didn't play too well against Norway, but they grinded out that game.
We was bloody lucky against Norway because they had 2 chances they should have put in the back of the net.
100%.
That was pure luck at the end of the day with that one.
Yeah.
And with Mexico,
And Ghana was lucky as well. Yes, you agree.
Yeah. What real threat was Mexico, though, in the aspect of we knew we could hold them up, or should be able to hold them up with defending. We had the quality in the team to do it. It's when it takes that step further of needing that bit of adrenaline, that bit of passion, that bit of love for what you're doing, like some of those players would give for their club. But for some reason, they seem to have an attitude with the country. They've got a problem with the country, like the country owes them something. Like it's an honour that they play for they're not honoured that they're playing for the country. We should be honoured that they play for us. I'll say it, but fuck off then. You shouldn't even be in the England team, most of that lot. If I don't see them standing there singing that national... I get more pride down the bloody pub with my mates singing that national anthem than I do with a bunch of bloody England players on the pitch. Now, go and bring up every video over the past how many games of us singing the national anthem, and look how many of them actually look like they're standing there singing it with a pair of bollocks. Most of them, they're standing there singing it like they haven't even got a bloody pair, or not even singing it. And that's one thing that does get my back up big time. It's a pride to play for your country. It's a pride to have your flag up there. It's a pride to have everyone wanting you to win because you're for the country. It's not our honour that you play for us, and that is how it has been for a little while now. If anyone wants to make me wrong on that, please do.
It's light and day. The way Argentina was singing that national anthem to compare to England, it was embarrassing.
They was in tears.
Let's be honest.
They was crying that they was that proud, Dan.
And their performance showed it. Their performance showed it as well. It did. After they went a goal down, they put everything into it. Let's bring in Stel's in the house. Big up, Stel, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm right. How you doing? You all right?
Enjoy that final?
Absolute dog shit, man. Like watching Spurs last season.
Mate, reminded you of Thomas Frank, right? No XG, was it? Well, did they have any XG in the end? I think they did late on, after they went a goal down. Up to then, it was no XG.
Yeah, just no good, man. No good.
That's it. It's embarrassing, though, isn't it, for England, though? Like, when we went out like that to Argentina, who didn't turn up today. And just a fucking waste of time, man. Honestly, England. Still, guys, honestly, it just gets to me, man. Let's bring Stel in here about the technical ability of England players, right, Stel? Are you having this, that this team lacks, there's a lack of DNA? And Tuchel said it himself, and there's also other fans have said it, that, England, that's why they always struggle in late on in competitions when they come across good sides. They haven't got their technical ability.
Talking absolute shit. Got nothing to do with technical ability. There's plenty of technical English football players now. The DNA of the game changed in England 15, 20 years ago. St. George's Park, England schoolboys, grassroots changed 15, 20 years ago. They've made it more technical than it's ever been. It's not that. The problem with England is 2 things. One, they lack the football intelligence psychologically when the pressure kicks in. They don't have that psychological intelligence. It's just lacking. maybe because it's the pressure, maybe it's because too many of them are overpaid in the Premier League, maybe it's because they're just starved of winning and they don't know what winning means at this level. Maybe the media is too much pressure. I don't know. But there's a lack of footballing intelligence. And the other thing is what Dan said. And I think this might be a hard thing for an English, like an out-and-out true Englishman to understand. When you see the Italians for a game, their hands on each other, and they sing with pride the national anthem, right?
Yep.
The Azzurri, they call them. The Azzurri.
Yep. That's right.
Who they play for? Milan, Juve, hate each other in the Premier League. When they come together for Italy, they are one. Argentina's the same. Brazil's the same. The Spanish are the same.
Spain, Germans.
All of them. And I think one of the reasons is England has become such a toxic situation with immigration, the boats, diversity issues. I just think half of those English players would be ashamed to actually hold the English flag, right? I'll give you an example. And I know this is going off topic, but I honestly think it's all linked.
I agree with what you're saying.
Dan, every weekend you go to central London. Free, Palestine, free. They've all got the flags. Hey.
Yeah.
How many of them would carry the flag of the country that they're living in?
Or allowed to?
Hardly any. Yet we want everyone to come together, the players to feel part of one. I'm telling you, that doesn't happen in Italy. Doesn't happen in the Mediterranean countries. Doesn't happen in South America.
And Italy's got the problems just as much as London has with everything.
They've all got the issues. They've all got the same. Europe's all got the similar issues. But these protesters, these extremists, these fanatics, these lefties, righties, whatever they are, they do not love the country that they're in. I'm telling you.
Right. And then,
right?
Stel, do you know what the thing is?
Dan,
most of them have got an option of. Most of them have got an option of 2 or 3 countries. Then, if you haven't got the pride to play for this country, then fuck off back to your own country and play something. Then, because most of them have got the choice of 3 or 4 countries. That's how I see it. It's one thing that gets my back up. If you ain't got the pride to play for England, and you ain't got no pride, and you got a choice of 3 others, go back to your other country and play it. Then, do one.
Yeah, fuck off.
Gary Neville,
I'll say that anywhere, not just on Dan. Put me on the street, put me anywhere, and I'll say that to anyone, mate. Should be a pride to play for your country. Sorry, Stel.
No. It has to be. Like when Gary Neville came out and attacked middle-aged white men, but that comment he made.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right? This is an ex-England international football player saying that. So if you're saying that, if that is your mentality, that you're calling the white English middle-aged man, the fan that's going to be in the terraces, then you can see where the problems lie. And I'm not saying that is the reason England fell. That's not the reason.
Part of it.
But it's what Dan said. When you need that extra 5-10%, that's when the lion on your chest has to roar. 3 lions, they call it. Does it roar? I don't think it does. Whereas the Italian roars, the Spanish, it roars. Even the
Germans.
Greeks,
Yeah,
I was there when Greece won Euro 2004. They were by far and one of the most bang average
Croatia.
teams, but they played with a level of passion and love for the country that got them over the line. And I just think England does lack it. The last time I saw it with England, I properly saw it, guys. The last time I proper saw England, every player had that love for the flag, was Italia 90.
Yep, I'll agree with that one. And when it comes down to it, when they are not singing the national anthem, whether it's a shitty national anthem or not, I mean, that shouldn't matter. You stand there and you give it your all and you show that you've got some pride. It's just they don't put the effort in. So if they're not going to put the effort in for the national anthem, it shows there's no respect there. It shows there's no honor there, basically, yeah? It shows that they're not in pride of playing for the country. Like we should be honored that they're playing for us. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So why are they even playing when most of them have got a choice of 3, 4, maybe even 10 bloody countries they can bloody play for? Then why pick England? What? Because it's the biggest one to go and play for. Well, if you haven't got the pride for England, I don't know. Fuck off and go play for Ireland then. Go play for France, like one of them might. Go bloody over to Africa and play where half of them have got the bloody choice to play. Go over somewhere else in Europe where half of them, or Scotland. Most of them have got the choices of a lot of places and pick England. Well, why then if you haven't got the pride to do it? That's the bit I don't understand. If you've got more pride for the other country that your mother was from, or your nan, or your granddad, or your great-great-granddad, or however far back it bloody goes, then why don't they do it?
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that they don't want to play for England. I think they do want to play for England.
No, but they haven't got the love for it. If they haven't got the love and the pride for it,
love for it. You're right. Yeah, they don't.
Then go to the other country that you will have some love for it. Then.
But
I do think.
Declan Rice, he could have gone Ireland. He could have gone England. But Declan Rice, he actually stands there, and he's one of the ones for some strange reason puts his back up and starts singing.
Yeah, but I think you got other nations like Italy that are very passionate about their country, but they've not qualified for the last how many tournaments, especially for the World Cup. So I mean, listen, I don't want to get into the
Italy have won 4 World Cups. And remind me what happened when they played England at Wembley in the Euro final, Alex.
Oh,
well, yeah, but they haven't qualified for the World Cup though.
That doesn't matter. Italy have proven through the history of time they've got pride for that badge. They've proven it. They're the second or third most successful international.
They got it over the line so many times.
I'm trying to get away from the. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, I don't think that they're not passionate about playing for England. I think they all are passionate about playing for England. Because I mean, if they're not passionate about playing for England, they wouldn't be there in the first place. You know what I mean? They would have gone somewhere else.
That's what we said. That's not what we said. This is you've heard something different. It's not about being passionate. They're all passionate. To play football, you need passion. They're all passionate. Do you love that flag? When you see that flag, do you love what it stands for? And I'm telling you, and I'm saying this as someone that is half foreign, right? I'm telling you, I can see they don't. I can see it.
It shows.
I can see it. I'm not saying it's not. And by the way, this isn't racist or something horrible. It's just an observation, right? I think they all want to win for England. I think they all want to play for England. I think they all play with passion. But when you need that extra 5-10%, it comes from the love. So, like we say all the time, do you want to be at Tottenham? Do you love this club? Do you? And you can see sometimes we've got players that don't really love Tottenham. They don't love it.
Because of the mercenaries.
And it's the same.
The mercenaries. Yeah, but I just think, yeah, I get your point, but I just think it's still a job for them at the end of the day, isn't it? Really, when it comes down to it.
No, bollocks, mate. No, Alex, no. Playing for your country is not a bloody job. Playing for your country is pride. Playing for your country, you are honoured that you should be playing for your country, not a bloody job, yeah? Now, playing for your club and everything being a job, I get that. You might support a total different club. I get that. But when you play for your country, in whatever it is, whatever sport it is, whatever anything you're doing for your country, you should have pride in it because you're doing it for your country. Not just it's a bloody job. No, not having that one.
Yeah, but I think when you're going through what you're going through, you have to be professional and stuff. I think it's still a job for them, really. Still at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I understand that people might not.
Then they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
if it's just a job for them, no, they
shouldn't
be
for
there.
them still.
Do you know what's interesting? Right? When Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, England come together and play for Team GB, like in the Olympics, I see a completely different passion, love. Like the Union Jack seems to mean more to them than
look at the rugby lot.
I think the Scottish, Dan. I think the Scottish, the Welsh,
Irish,
got that love for their country. The Irish, I think they've got that love for their country. Yeah. Whereas, or the people that play for them in football. But for England, I don't see it. But when they all come together as a Team GB, I see it. I see it at the Olympics. I see what it means to them. It's weird. It's such an odd thing.
Guys, let's get back to the football, right? I want to talk about what goes on the pitch as well. Rice and Anderson, for me, that wasn't the thing. That wasn't the thing. This England team, the quality of football England played in this tournament, right? What and Dan, you mentioned it earlier about the no identity, right? What is the identity of this team under Tuchel? I don't know. Yeah, workmanlike, moments team, Bellingham. What we're doing? What we trying to do here? This England side in this tournament. What was the game plan? Because I just didn't see any good football other than moments and some good resilience in some games. What Tuchel was brought in here to get England further than Southgate. Right? I ain't seen anything different.
That's where I am with it, Dan. I've got a. We haven't really spoke about it, but at the end of the day, you know, most of us here will say that it's the results that matter, right? Southgate got us to where he got us to, Euro final. Tuchel's got us to where he's got us to, right? So that means we've sort of regressed or we've stayed where we are, but we've changed from a manager we all wanted out to a manager I know some didn't want in, but some did. And has anything really changed? No, not really. I don't think it has. Not on what we're seeing on the pitch anyway. Do you blame Tuchel for that in the Argentina game? Yeah, I bloody do. I do blame him for it. But it's gone now. Again, it's gone. So we've got another 2 years to wait to the Euros. And we'll see who's available then. We'll see if whatever their problem is of getting over the line disappears or whether it just rears its ugly head again. Because probably in 2 years' time, nothing would have changed if we've got the same manager.
I don't. I agree, Cookie. I agree, and this is why the squad he brought. And I know Alex, box office. Sorry, you disagreed to a part. He should have brought Wharton. He should have brought Foden, Palmer, Trent. There's players they could have taken. Right, Henderson shouldn't have gone. So I question now, and I questioned it before tournament. If he's not taking these players, then we've got to produce, right? We've got to produce the football and we've got to do well in the tournament. Now, people will say, yeah, we reached the semi-final. That's fourth. England are fourth in the world in their rankings, whatever. But it's the manner we went out in that match, which was, a disaster. Absolutely criminal it was how we went out in that game. I can't get over that. That's the worst half hour I've seen England play in a huge game in my life. I think how bad we were. We've been out in penalties in previous competitions, been a bit unlucky, but we played better. How we played in that last half an hour is unforgivable. Especially you got Tuchel, was supposed to be an elite manager. He chose the squad. They didn't deliver. He didn't deliver. Yeah, so what if they are saying they're going to keep him, right? They gave him a new contract before the start of the tournament, right? What are they basing their keeping on? Because we just made a semi-final and we beat France to come third in a non-event, really, that was. I don't know why they would keep Tuchel. The football ain't got any better. We completely bottled it more than that. I can't remember another time we've bottled it as much as that over the years since I supported England. So why are they keeping him? Is he going to get it right next time?
I think they like him.
I don't get it.
I think they like him. I think they like the reason why I think they're keeping him because I think they like him, and I think if he didn't get past the round of 16, I think he would have been in trouble. But the question marks on him. I mean, because I think he still would have stayed. I think the fact that he got to semi-final, but I still feel that it's a really missed opportunity, massive missed opportunity. Because, I just look at that final and Argentina didn't look the same really for me. I think it's shown again why they are, why I felt that they were there for the taking on when we were in the semi-final for me. And he didn't make those mistakes during the match when we got in the lead. So. For me, I would. If I'm really honest with you, I would have sacked him. I would have got rid of him because he didn't do his remit of, actually getting to that final or, doing something else. But in same way, we got third place, even though I don't really care about it. So, yeah, it's just. I'm just glad it's over now. To be honest with you, Dan, if I'm really honest with you, I'm glad it's over now because I think after the England game, after the Argentina semi-final, I just felt a bit like I'm not bothered anymore because I felt that, especially after that Norway game and the Metso game, I thought there's something here a little bit. You know, we might be onto something here. But yeah, it was just a bit of a down, bit of a depressed. It was really depressing. I mean, that we couldn't get the job done. But I mean, yeah, I don't know what he's going to do for the Euros to change it a little bit because he likes Harry Kane, and he didn't use Ivan Toney, so I don't know where he's going to go with his striker if Harry Kane's not going to carry on as captain. I don't know. I don't know how he's going to carry on because he will need somebody like a striker like him, a Kane, that can hold up the ball and stuff. So I don't know what he's going to do tactically wise to move England forward. That's what I think at the moment. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to go to Dan here because Dan, you said you weren't impressed with this England side. I think you said it's just one of the worst England sides you've ever seen, right? Dan, just enlighten us a little bit here because obviously I know that game yesterday, it was a bit of a mad one, weren't it? It was a very unusual game. How do you rate this England team? Who do you rate in this England team, Dan? Because I know, saying it's one of the worst, I get it, yeah, because we ain't played good football. Just give us a bit more context, mate. You there, Dan?
In what aspect? What do you mean? As in the squad of the whole?
Yeah,
or
you said something. This is one of the worst England teams I've seen in my life, and it was before we went out. I think you said that.
Yes,
I think you said it before you went out.
In that aspect, if you was to go and put that down, player for player, and you weigh it up to other squads that we've had, that is one of the worst player for player teams that I think I've seen England bring out in a very, very, very long time. Now, I know you can have the best of the players in the world, but if they don't gel as a team or you don't play them the right way, they'll still be crap, as it has showed with England. But I mean, look at that defense we had. Give me one world-class defender. One. Even give me one very good defender.
Wasn't he? It was,
yeah,
but probably not now.
But Stones is not world-class now. Give me one very good defender in that in that team.
Spence.
You know what I mean? Give me one very good defender. Now there's a good defender there in Gay, but he's not world class. He's nothing special. He's good. I'd have him at Spurs, obviously, but he's not special. So now in midfield, okay, we got Bellingham. I thought he was a bit overrated, but he definitely shut me up in that one, and he was our best player on there. Yes, there you go. There's quality. Who else have we got there that is actually that you could say is a world-class player? Not Declan Rice. Declan Rice is very good at what he does, but he's very limited at what he does. He's not one who gets the ball forward too well. He wins it good, but overall, he's not a world-class player. Give me another world-class player we have at that squad. I mean, Harry Kane is the only other you can say world-class, but then if you don't play to his advantages, he's bloody useless on the pitch because he's got no pace on him. I can outrun him. That's how slow he is. You have to play his way. And then apart from that, there was no world-class players in that team, bar Bellingham and Kane. The rest of them were all just good, with the odd very good.
And then you compare it to Argentina, Dan. How many world-class players have they got?
I mean, can you still call Messi world-class?
He ain't world-class. He's the league. He's the GOAT.
But would you say Messi's world-class now?
He's not world-class. It's a league. It's a league. There's no doubt about it. The guy's still going at 39 years old. And
yeah,
still,
but what's the difference? That's why I said, would you say he's world-class?
No, I think he's above world-class.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah,
even now at 39.
100%.
He can still dictate a game if you let him do it. but obviously he's not up to the same standards he was. I don't think. Yeah,
No,
I mean
no.
that Argentina team. I don't think they've got that many quality players in there. I think world class might have been the wrong word. Martinez, very, very good player, but he don't get in their first team. They say Alvarez is better. Martinez, yeah. I mean, you can say Fernandez is a very good player. They've got a few very good players. Their defense, not really. I mean, I wouldn't even say Romero's really even worth calling a good player because he never bloody turns up for Spurs, but he does for Argentina. He's a very good player for Argentina. They've got some very good players on there. But then you look at them on the paperwork, I've seen much better with them. But then it goes back to my point, Dan, of the reason you get that extra out of Argentina is because they've actually got some patriotism and some love for their country. Whereas 90% of these players, for whatever the reason be, they don't. And it bloody shows.
Yeah.
You look at other teams out there. These days, there's lack of world-class players. But other teams have still got very good players in there, consistent players that want to fight for it as well. And also players that know how they want to play football. Like I said, England is just like Spurs. There has been no consistent style of football there for 60 years. And anyone that tells me otherwise, I can prove it basically wrong. Spurs haven't played consistent football for bloody 60 years, and neither have bloody England. They don't know what they want to do. That team we had there, we could have had better players there. I mean, why didn't he bring Morgan Gibbs-White? Why didn't he bring Trent? I know Trent didn't have the best of seasons, but Trent would have been perfect to have on if you have to sit back to try and get that one ball up there. Yeah. Why didn't he bring Foden? Why didn't he bring Palmer? Now, again, I know they didn't have a great season, but Saka wasn't fit. Saka wasn't fit. Henderson wasn't going to turn up on there, so why didn't he bring Walton in there? There was better players he could have brought up. Dan Burn, for God's sake. Really? On paper, that is one of the worst England teams I have seen in 30 years, if not more.
Fair
Dan,
enough.
I disagree with this a little bit. I'll tell you why. I don't think you need a style or a system to win tournament football. I just think you need a strategy. What we're going to do to win this competition. When Greece won the Euros in 2004, they were 2,500 to 1 rank outsiders. So if you put a fiver, you would have made over 10 grand. Okay. They had a strategy: defend, get a set piece, score from it, defend. That was their approach, and they won a Euro doing it. They beat France, they beat Czech Republic, they beat Portugal twice in their backyard, and they got a draw against Spain. They're a bit lucky as well. Let's not pretend, right? They got a bit of luck. I saw Denmark win a Euros when they weren't the best team. I just think that when you go into tournaments, you've got to do one of two things. Either take players that are going to play the system that you want as the manager. Well, what do I want to play? I'm going to take the players that can play that, or bring the best players England's got and play to their strengths. And I think Tuchel did neither. I think he did neither. Because for me, when you've got the players England had in this competition, Ivan Toney, Ollie Watkins there? He wasn't, was he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Harry Kane, Saka, Bellingham. I'm thinking you're 1-0 up. You're 1-0 up with 30 minutes to go, right? Go for it. Bring on another attacker and just go for it. What's the worst that happens? You go to win 2-0, but the RG's score and it's 1-1. That's the worst that could have happened. Instead, he sat back, took off attackers, brought on defenders, and invited them on. As soon as Argentina made it 1-1, we no longer had the players on the pitch to win it. We didn't have the players on the pitch anymore, and he fucked it. Why? Because he didn't play to the players' strengths, and he didn't bring the players that played his system. So I just think on this particular tournament, this occasion, just this one-off, I think Tuchel just fucked it, man.
Oh, completely. I get what you're saying with that still, yeah.
But if he went for the attack, I bet you.
Every other country, we can pretty much all sit here and we all know how they're going to play because they've played that specific way.
Not really. I don't know how the Germans play anymore. I don't know how the Italians play anymore.
Spain have it. Italy hasn't changed its way at all. Italy just ain't got the players anymore. Simple as that. Yeah,
They've got
but
the
they haven't
players.
changed their
They've
style
got
of
really
football.
good youngsters. They've got
No,
the players.
they ain't got the players that they used to, sort of thing. Yeah, but they still play the same way. Spain, they've always played this way. They've never played any different. Argentina, they've always played this way. It's never been any different. Majority of countries, it's never been any different.
And look at Brazil.
Germany
How did
still
Brazil, Dad, look at Brazil.
but they
How did
can't play
Brazil
that
play
way
now?
anymore. Yeah, Brazil try to play that way, but they can't bloody do it because they ain't got the
I don't think
players
they
to
play
do it.
that
But
way.
they still try and stick to a system. And it, like I said,
And
England
I just
are
want to
just
say
like
goodbye to box
Spurs.
office. Sorry, Dan. Just want to say bye to box office, mate. He's gone. Good night, box office. Sorry, Dan.
England have got the players. The players are there to
No,
win a
that's not what I'm
tournament, right?
talking about still, but that's not what I'm on about. Yeah, I think part of the problem is I can agree with what you're saying on this one, but as I said, England are just like Spurs. There has been no consistent way to play for over 60 years. There hasn't. There has been no consistent
You
style
don't
of
need
play.
that in tournament football, Dan. I don't think you need it in tournament football.
Yeah, but if you're going to keep getting different managers every bloody time, and you're going to have some of the same players in there and changing the system time in, time out, time in, time out, it does have a long-term effect.
Yeah, but
Spurs
all
is your
these
perfect
players
thing
play in
for that,
different
and
systems
others.
anyway. All the English players play for
Then
different
why
teams.
did the other clubs? Then why do a majority of the other clubs stick to a style of play?
The only team that consistently plays the same, and I mean consistently for the last 15, 20 years, is Spain. But that's because Spanish football plays the same football. You go to Spain, they all play very similar football. In England, every team plays slightly different. Arsenal play this defensive, low block scorer, a header football. Man City play tiki-taka. Tottenham, fuck knows what Tottenham play. Man United tried to play possession-based front foot football. Chelsea, I don't know what they do. Every team plays different in England. So you're taking players from each team. Players like Bellingham that played for Real Madrid, a different system. I just think if your whole country played the same system of football, you can do what you're saying. I think you can do what you're saying. But England doesn't do that. So I think for the English manager, just pick the best players England's got and play to their strengths. I think that would be the best approach for England. I might be wrong, Dan. I think that's the best way to go about it because
Has it been like that?
It's not going to develop.
Has it been like that in England for 60 years, though? Would you say with the clubs, the way they play?
I think the Premier League changed everything. I think the Premier League changed the way. 'Cause England had a style of play like Route One, some with a couple of flair players, but I think the Premier League has brought all these international managers. 60% of the league is foreign. 60% of players in the Premier League are foreign. The whole league is different now. I don't think we have a philosophy in English football. The Premier League doesn't have a philosophy, I don't think.
I can see where you're coming from. It's just I find the best teams out there usually have a style of play that they stick to.
When I went to Spain to coach, all the Spanish coaches coached the exact same way. Every single Spanish coach. When I went to Holland, they all coached the same way. When I went to the academies in England, different.
Guys, I want to bring in Adrian here. He's been waiting patiently. Adrian, evening to you, mate. And I've got a question for you straight away. So do you? I don't know your thoughts on England or whatever, but there was a question in the chat. Does England need an attacking manager? Right? Is that what they need for this set of players?
Yeah, we have had them in the past. I mean, we've had good managers. I wouldn't go as far back as Dan says in 60 years, because Ron Greenwood was decent, Bobby Robson was decent, Otto was decent, Venables was decent. We played when we won 4-1 against Holland, in Euro '96. We played attacking football. I think the problem is like there's not an attacking mentality among players in the Premier League. I think that Premier League mentality is seeped into players, and they're more frightened of losing the ball than they are progressing the ball or making something happen with the ball. And I just think that there's good players at this World Cup, but Tuchel, he got it wrong. Everyone's alluded to it. He got it completely wrong. He got the subs wrong, and we didn't impress, did we? The only time we really played well was the second half against Croatia. So you can't count the third, fourth place playoff, can you? So we haven't played well all through the competition. You know, so
We've done well against Mexico, Adrian, to go to their stadium and
because only about 2 or 3 teams have won there in about the last X amount of years. And against 10, so that we did do well against Mexico. I missed that. Yeah, we did well against Mexico. So it's just a question of like, Sudik said years ago that when he managed Korea, he said your national team should be a reflection of your league. But as you lot have alluded to, there's a lot of different styles in our league, and like there's sort of no one particular style, is it? He's not going to get goonered. He's got 2 years left on his contract. Once the storm is weathered, he'll take us to the Euros, you know. So he's not going. He's not a bad manager. He's won trophies. He just got it wrong.
But he's got form of this, Adrian. You know that, Tuchel. He's got form of bottling big games, even for, club teams. He's done it for PSG. He's done it for Bayern Munich, Dortmund. He's got form of this when his team's ahead, right, and it's getting close on near again. Near the end of the game, he throws on defenders and fucks it. Yeah, he's
won things as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
I'd have to see the whole list of, he won the Champions League. So you're not a bad manager if you win the Champions League. You're not.
Yeah, but Adrian, would you sack Tuchel after that half an hour against Argentina? That was diabolical, man. That I've never seen anything like it. Have you, as you're older than me, over the years of supporting England, have you seen a collapse that big before?
No. And it used to be, before, as Dan alluded to, not going back 60 years, when England were in a tournament, even if we got knocked out, we're usually involved in the best game or one of the best games going in that competition. But that's long since passed. And I think Premier League football's got a lot to do with it. I mean, it's horseshit football most of the time. And I just think, like, it's too much fear. Too many players are, like, risk-averse. Too much passing backwards and side to side. And we mug ourselves off because we pay to watch it in the hope that we get an attacking manager and we see something different. How many times do you see a pundit on Talkshite Radio or Sly Sports? How many times do you hear them say, "Oh, it was a great game. It was a good game"? It's rare, which shows that, like, Premier League football, it might be fast and exciting for people to watch, but I like watching academy football. I've got to be honest.
So look, Adrian, come on. Would you sack Tuchel? Just tell me.
Yeah.
After that,
I'd get rid of him. Get Poch in. Let Poch do it. He'd change things. Yeah, Poch would manage England well, I reckon. He probably wants a club though. Other than that, you're waiting for
Pep Guardiola's free.
Give it 2 years, or let him see the 2 years out, because he ain't done no worse than other managers. He's got a third, right? And by then, Carrick and Lampard might have kicked on. And you've got a choice then of bringing in an English manager. We're not xenophobic, but it is, most countries do have, a manager that is the same nationality as their team. I mean, but I think Carrick, and Lampard.
Carrick maybe. I don't know about Lampard. But Carrick.
What about Eddie Howe? What about Eddie Howe?
He plays.
No.
When Isaac was there, this is why Isaac struggled at Liverpool. He was playing a sort of a counter-attacking football at home, wasn't he? Liverpool. This is when you bring the players in. You bring Isaac into Liverpool, and Liverpool play possession-based attacking football, and so Isaac gets marked out of the game easier.
Guys in the chat, come on. Like, there's 52 in here. It's only 37 likes. Smash the like, guys. Come on. It's free to do.
People.
And also subscribe.
Share the stream with your friends as well. Share the stream out. Get a few people in here.
Sub if you're new, and sub to all my guests as well. I'll put their links up throughout the night. Please. Cheers, guys. Sorry, Stel.
Dan, do you know what? As much as Tuchel fucked it, and he did, right? He did.
Completely.
If those players treated that game as if the Falklands, for example, depended on it, would we have lost it? If they felt like this, because you saw that banner that the Argentinians held up afterwards.
Yeah.
Clearly, that's what that game meant to them. It's obvious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is why I agreed with Dan about that patriotism. If it's not there, that extra 5-10% you need, right? 80-90% comes from talent, skills, tactics, strategy. But that extra 5-10% in these types of games, these hot potato games, it's that love for your country that gets you through. And I just think the RGs had that. As much as we gave them, the opportunity to come on to us, if our players went into that game thinking this is about the Falklands, for example, the way the RGs did, I don't know what the outcome would have been. I don't know. Maybe we still would have lost, maybe not. But I think
Stel, what's Tuchel playing at though? When you take your attackers off, and Pickford's then kicking the ball on to no one, and they're recycling it all the time. They keep recycling the ball. But we made Messi look good. He gets the kudos, right?
If our players, Adrian, at the same time though, if our players know the manager's screwing this up, and that the manager is putting us under ridiculous pressure, they still have the opportunity on the pitch to defy the manager and say, no, we ain't fucking doing that. They do have it forward to do that.
Well, lack of football IQ on the pitch.
So basically every English player's fit.
Lack of courage to say to the manager, no, this is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a few in the tournament had a go, didn't they? The maligned Spence had a good go. Beck. And Kane and Bellingham were okay. Rice.
Bellingham was really good.
Rice was fit in the first few games he played, and he wasn't. He wasn't fit, was he? And Elliot Anderson was okay.
Saka wasn't fit. Not until the last game. Why did he...
And I've not really rated those defenders.
No,
it's average. Defense is average, bang average.
That is probably one of the worst defense. Like I say, paper for paper, I'd say that is one of the worst England teams I've seen go to a tournament for a long time. Overall.
Look, guys, I was going to say something.
Especially in defence. That defence was shockingly bad.
Let's bring in Scott straight away. Evening, Scott. Let's ask this question for you. I think England can play better football. I know there were some players that we didn't take, what we should have. I think England can play better football than what we've seen in this tournament. Scott, what's your opinion?
Oh, yeah, I think for sure, especially if they bring the players to do that, right? I mean, I think Tuchel, if he wants to bring that team he brought, you better get results, because we know that pretty much most of the players that he left at home, Trent Alexander-Arnold, we all know about his defensive deficiencies. Cole Palmer obviously isn't a defensive player. He's not that hard-nosed player. Phil Foden, same thing. But if you leave those guys at home, you better get results and you better play well. And I think the biggest issue that Tuchel had is he played a style if you have a solid back four. And the back four was arguably the worst part of the whole team, right? So if you're going to play the style Tuchel had, and you have like this back four like Spain just played with Kubarsi and with why can't I think of the guy next to him? Laporte, right? Those guys, you can do it. And you have a Rodri there who's joining the line every time so that Porro can go up and do what he wants to do. Then you can do that. But if you're going to leave all your players at home because they aren't defensive enough for whatever reason he's going to use, then you're going to get that terrible football and terrible results. So I think if all they did is simply bring players like a Palmer, like a Trent Alexander-Arnold, like a Wharton, who was, I think, I heard you just talking about why did England win. I think not having Wharton there so that when Rice went off, you had a player who could do something in the middle of the pitch was the biggest reason they lost. But yeah, I think England definitely could play better. I think they should get a manager who plays better. I think there's lots of options out there for them. I don't think it's, Pep is obviously the dream manager and he might not want to come, but it's not like the England job is not a prestigious job. It pays well, I'm sure. It's pretty, well supported. You get lots of options to pick from. As much as people want to kind of malign the English players, it's still a pretty darn good pool of players. You're in the top 10, if not top 5 for player pools to pick from. So I think they should go out and get a better manager. And I think that they should get a manager that plays a much better style.
Yeah. Some of those players are overhyped though, aren't they? What does Eze do? I'm glad we didn't get him because he has moments, Eze, but that's about it. He's consistently over a season. I mean, he can be brilliant. And even like
He was consistently good at Palace. It's only when he went Arsenal because he didn't play consistently.
Well,
Before he went there, Palace, he was consistently good.
Being sold for big money, Morgan Rogers, right? Now, suddenly
he's been consistently good
game,
for Villa.
And like,
he's been.
I don't get it. I think he scored against us when I was at the line, but I mean, like, I don't get the high price for him. I mean, if he proves me wrong, it's fair enough. Then I'm in the mud, used to that. So yeah. But I mean, there's two players you could replace with Morgan Gibbs-White. Palmer didn't have a great season, did he, at Chelsea? I get that, but I mean, we're never happy with an England squad. There's always players left out that, us as fans, would prefer to be in there. Like, but Eze, I thought was a complete waste of space, personally.
He didn't even get used properly. Eze hasn't been consistent this season because he hasn't been consistently used with Arsenal. Until he went to Arsenal, he was consistently good. Rogers, he's been consistently good.
With Arsenal is with other good players.
Yeah, but at Arsenal, he hasn't been consistently in the team. So how can he be consistently good if he's not playing consistent football? That's the usual excuse I hear for people like Archie Gray and everything. So it's got to work both ways here. And Rogers, when he plays for Villa, he's consistently good when he plays. And those players have been consistently good. You can say they've been this season consistently better than possibly Palmer or Foden, who were poor, but we all know what they are capable of. I don't think consistency was down to that one, basically. I mean, some of I think Eze, yes, he should have gone, but I think there was others there that should have gone and others that were there that shouldn't have been there as well. So I'm half with you on what you're saying. And then half of it, I don't agree on the consistency of Eze and that. It's only because he ain't played consistently that he ain't been able to be consistent, I don't think.
Yeah. What other centre-backs could we have took? Even the Man United Adrian, ex-Leicester player, would have done a decent job at the back.
I think Maguire would have done a better job than the other fella we had there. What's his name? Because Maguire, for some strange reason, Maguire, whenever he seems to play for England, I think Maguire's been pretty good 9 times out of 10 when he plays for England.
Yeah, he's solid at the back, and he's someone quick alongside him, and he's all right.
Whereas for Man U, I know he took a lot of shit and he was crap for a while, but at England, I think Maguire's always been one of our most consistent players, if I'm going to be honest, over the past few years.
Him and Guay would have been a better pair, I think.
I can go with that. Yeah, I think that's a fair
call. Fullbacks, we were like, O'Reilly weren't fit, was he? I mean, we've done this so many times, took players carrying knocks to a World Cup in desperation, like. We never learn.
Look, we could go on all night about that England game, man. It was just shocking. Absolutely. Anyone got any more burning thoughts about England and Tuchel, or anybody else wanted to say anything about that game? Or what about the game last night? Anyone want to say anything about that?
Well, Stones was yelling at Pickford to stop kicking it long, right? Because we weren't doing that. We weren't holding on to the ball, were we? But we brought it on ourselves. So it's Tuchel and the players. They have to take responsibility as well. Where's, you got
players on that pitch, guys. They had experienced players on there. They could have pushed up 10 yards. Yeah. So is that when we talk about, Tuchel's got a lot of the blame, and obviously Tuchel didn't help with his subs, his defensive subs. Did that team, anyone on there, could have pushed that team further up, or was it just impossible with the lack of pace?
Up front, the lack of pace definitely did no favours. There's only a certain amount you can put on the players for. I mean, really, when you look at that, if I remember right, there was about 8 players on that pitch which had a defensive mentality. So that's going to be hard for them anyway. But surely, if they've got half a football brain on them as well, they could have done more. But I mean, look at the corners. What was it, 4 or 5? They let them take the same bloody corner, kick the ball out soft, run up to the ball, give you a better swing into the box. They let them do it 4 or 5 times. That one's more down to the players. Like, come on, you're meant to be a professional player. Read it.
Before the game, Dan, I actually thought, right, Tuchel knows this is the oldest Argentinian squad since 1962. I thought you're going to go with pace in this game. Saka's not the quickest winner. He's brilliant on his day, but he's not the quickest winger. So you put your quickest wingers on the pitch. So if it's Rashford and if it's Golden, start with those. And they've been bit iffy in some games. Don't they?
Saka wasn't even fit enough anyway, was he? That's why he didn't
another
start.
one who went injured. So you could have then gone with Spence, who's got tremendous pace. 36 kilometres he's run at before. He's only a kilometre beyond.
When you go 1-0 up, and you've got 30 odd minutes to go plus stoppage time,
you go for the kill.
You bring one or two attackers on, not just to go for the kill, but what you do is you stop them committing so many bodies forward, because now they've got to think we've got to stop 4 or 5 attackers, and you push them back a bit, and you take that pressure off your goalie and your centre backs and your wing backs. He didn't do that. No. The mistake Tuchel made was when we went 1-0 up, he put all the pressure on us. When the pressure was on them now to get the equaliser, he put the pressure back on us. That's the mistake.
Spain didn't sit on a 1-goal lead, did they, against France? They didn't sit on a 1-goal lead. They went for the second goal, didn't they? You're right.
He could have just stretched the game a little bit with a bit of pace, couldn't he? Let's be honest about it. If he'd have had that threat of pace up front when we was 1-0, like Stel says, it would have just stretched the game out a little bit, and they would. The longer the game went on at 1-0, the more they would have had to think about it. Obviously, leaving pacey players up.
Mark, 2 defenders with yellow cards, and look at how fiery they both are. Just keep putting the pressure on them.
Right? When Villa come to Spurs, even when they were conceding corners, right, he left 2 of his players on the halfway line.
Yeah.
To give your opposition something to think about, But
guys, Tuchel, and he said after the game as well, like he had no regrets. I mean, what sort of comment is that? After what we saw, I have no regrets. He was taking responsibility in the Norway game. He said, yeah, England didn't play well. Yeah, he said that. But then he said after the Argentina game, we played well, some of the best football. I mean, what is this guy on? I know managers are like this, and they will, they won't back down, and they will just keep just for their own kind of self-belief. But when you hear comments like that after what we saw, I mean, I was furious. That's mental. Take responsibility.
The DNA comment, isn't it, that he made? It's in the. Apparently, it's in.
It almost takes the blame off himself, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he almost pushed the blame away from himself. Now, there's, like I say, let's say 10% I'll put on the players of that because they should have caught up with them corners more than anything. Yeah, that was the main thing that got me with the players. And then, yes, they've got the mentality to, instead of sit back, press forward a bit more. At least try and make it harder for them up by the halfway line, not just sit back and let them have 3 shots for the next 20, 25 minutes. But 90% of that was all down to the manager and his decisions of the subs he made and everything else. So I put more on that. I put more on the manager than the players for that one. If he'd have gone all out defence with 10 minutes left, I could have accepted that. Not with half hour or 25 minutes.
Look, guys, final thoughts on this World Cup England had. When I look back at it now, what a massive missed opportunity to get to the final. I just think it was a huge chance. When we went 1-0 up, we should have pushed for a second goal. Even though I didn't think England played well in the tournament, but the context of that game in that situation, I mean, I was shocked, absolutely shocked what Tuchel did. I'll never get over it. I'll never get over it. I can't back this guy. I know he's going to lead us into the Euros, but I don't believe in him at all. I know he's a good manager, right? Of course he's a good manager. He's managed some big clubs. He's won things. But a decision like that in such a huge game for England and Argentina, they threw on attackers. They were playing a 6. What was it? 6 up front in the end, 2 at the back. Yeah. I don't know what they did. They've done some crazy formation.
They had one in their half for about 15 minutes of that game. They actually had one there, and he's on a yellow card as well. And then when we did boot the ball forwards, the only one who actually got it once was Bellingham, and then there's nobody there because there's nobody else who can run, really. But then if the team was at least pressed forward a bit more, you would have had some sort of chance there. So that one's down to the players as well. But most of it is down to the manager, I agree.
Been some good games in this World Cup, though. I mean, I'm not going to forget Cape Verde, 10 islands off West Africa, a population of about 500,000. I mean, they did brilliant, didn't they? And even Morocco were good. I thought Morocco looked good. They've got some good players. Someone should be like pillaging some of theirs if they're not already at big clubs that I don't know about. Yeah, and like even Senegal. I mean, there was getting some good games, and it always gives me a warm glow inside when Germany go out. So yeah,
yeah,
That's racist.
Welcome.
That's racist.
It's a good question.
You shouldn't say that. That's an issue with the Germans. You shouldn't say that. That's wrong. That's out of order.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm being sarcastic.
The Dutch look good in flashes, but
who knocked them out? Who knocked the Dutch out? You remember?
Morocco in penalty kicks.
They did not look good in any means or manner either. And the Germans haven't been the Germans for a very long time either with the style of players they've had. I mean, I remember Germany going back years ago where, whether you like them or not, they have had one of the best. They have had some of the most organised teams you have ever seen in football. You take how many?
They've won 4 World Cups.
They've never relied on pace, really. They've never really relied on flair. But those were the teams like Germany that you could usually see put a bandana around their head, spin around 10 times, and they still knew where everyone on the pitch would be. Germany have always been organised, like Spain were in this tournament, basically similar.
Growing up, club football was always fun, but international football was the best. Like, you used to see some ballers, some players representing their country. International football used to be amazing. It's gone the other way now. I feel like watching club football is of a high level to international football. Half of these teams in the World Cup were absolute dog shit. Some of the shittest international football teams they've allowed everyone in, inclusivity, football for all. Awful. You had the odd team that was a bit of a surprise package, like Adrian said, Cape Verde. Like, yeah, fucking bring it on. That was good. But in general, every game Qatar played, 5-0, 6-0, 4-0. Why are Qatar in the World Cup? It's not just them. There's about 4 or 5 teams of that shit level.
Kruro, weren't they called? Kruro or someone.
Hey, what is the point of them? It's, just let them have a run out. Let them have a go. No, it's embarrassing. It's awful to watch. And then, even some of the bigger nations, they're not that good anymore. They're just not good. When I
Football's not as good as it was.
Dan,
club football can be as high as that standard for the simple reason is back in the day, most of the teams in England had British players. You didn't have foreign players in. Pele didn't travel abroad, did he? He didn't travel then. He scored 11.
No, but Stel's talking about overall, not just England. He's talking about everybody. And if you look at football as a whole these days, football compared to what it was 20, 25 years ago and that, it's the
money that's
shit now compared to what they were. I agree.
The movement of people has made club football much better, but it's made international football pretty poor. Like, think of all the World Cups we used to watch. Zidane, Ronaldinho, Hadji, Maradona, Gaza,
Stoichkov,
Figo,
all these
Totti.
Now
Fanini George.
Be honest with me. What footballer in this World Cup did you watch on a consistent basis and say, fucking class? None. Even Yamal wasn't wow. He wasn't no. Look at the way he dominated that game, beating all these players, scoring these goals. Beckenbauer, Ruud Gullit. Every country had top players. Even England. Peter Beardsley was a little magician. John Barnes. He did good football.
But the difference now, Stel, as you all know, right? The big difference now is how many English players does the English manager get to choose from? Because now you've got all these foreigners taking up places. You'd have to change that. You'd have to introduce the fact where, like, teams, I mean, in European competitions, you can only field 17 foreign players. That's if you've got 8 homegrown that qualify to have them 17. Otherwise, you lose one for everyone you're short, don't you, foreign player? But there's so many foreign players which are drawn to the money, which means in theory we see better football for what we're paying for. So that should be a big plus. But the minus is the fact that less players are coming through that are English for the English team?
It's because the Premier League is the biggest league there, and it wants to keep being the biggest league there. It attracts all the other players in to keep the money up with it and everything else as well. And our players never get through the system. Part of it is because if they were that good enough, the players would get through the system. It's like I laugh when people tell me about the youth system at Spurs and now we've got quality youth players. No, we haven't. We haven't got quality youth players. If we had quality youth players, we wouldn't be buying crap like Archie Gray. We wouldn't be hitting and hoping on Bergfalls. We wouldn't be getting crap like Tail on the side if our youth system was as good as some people claim. It's not.
Dan, if we didn't have so many foreign players in the game, then you would have more English and younger players coming through, because that's what
I was saying earlier.
That's what happens abroad, right? When we get Lamel's 17, he's playing for Spain. Some other generation talent is young coming through. Winehouse coming through. Hang about in Europe, they haven't got the money to go and fix a positional problem in teams, so they play youngsters. Because
that's what I was saying.
You follow it, Italy's skin. They'll play youngsters. They've got no choice. They've got a limited amount of money, maybe
do it
or sell a player and bring a player in. Doesn't happen in the Premier League.
That's what I'm saying.
Teams, they buy to fix.
There's no flair players, guys. There's no flair. Every player is super technical, super passing, super robotic, super programmed,
very
super
athletic.
Every metric is measured to the hill. Improve that by 2%, this by 1%. It's the pawn of the game has gone. There's no sexy football anymore. It's just not sexy anymore. It's just programmed, robotic. And you know what? You get the odd good player that excites you, but they're rare now.
Stel,
overcoached. Players are overcoached.
What about
you
Pep?
get a world-class player come from Croatia, Modric, comes to Spurs.
Pep is part of the problem why football is like this.
That's what I'm trying to
say.
say.
Bill, people think, Kenny angled the physicality. We know history's turned out there. So what do English coaches do? Anyone who's technically good, who's a bit of a risk, you sling them out on the left so they can be trusted to be moved in midfield. We just don't know how to treat technically gifted players. They're just considered mavericks.
Very true.
Yeah. Right, guys. Sorry, Dan. Go for it, mate. And then we're going to move on to Spurs.
Okay, I'm just making Adrian right. You basically just put it a better way of what I was trying to say. Basically, we don't get our youth come through or whatever because we concentrate that much because we've got the money because we want to keep it the biggest league. You look at the other leagues. Spanish always have theirs come through because Spanish league isn't big. The Spanish league is only ever big because of Barcelona and Real Madrid. And then look what happened when Messi and Ronaldo left. The whole place nearly fell off a cliff, basically. The clubs have even had to sell part of themselves or whatever. But they still have all the youth players come through and focus on it in the rest of it. And then the bigger clubs just come and pick them out anyway. Germany, exactly the same. Italy, totally screwed for money. So they still have youth players coming through. France, look at them. They've only got one club there that has got a pot to piss in, basically. They've got to bring the youth players through and to also make money for themselves as well. And you're right on what you're saying. Whereas here, we don't. We just want to stay the biggest league by the significant amount that we are. And we focus on that. You're right on what we're saying.
Dortmund have got a good record with youth players, and then they try and get them on the cheap and sell them for big bucks.
This question here, or not question, statement. Bayu, big up to you, man. Southgate is the closest we've come to having an identity, and Tuchel has essentially ripped it up. Well, don't know if I got the energy.
I don't agree with that. Because, I think a lot of us, we're selfish, us Premier League fans. We want to see our teams play rather than England, don't we? England's mainly for the lower league clubs and fans of clubs that doubtful their clubs are ever going to win anything, even if they're in the Premier League. No, I don't agree. I thought Southgate, he wasn't proactive either, was he? When we lost the finals and that. So that's
DANalyst. Do you remember when we lost like 4-1 to Atletico Madrid in the Champions League, and we're all losing our minds, spitting all sorts of verbal on the internet, going mad, right? None of us expected to go there and get a result, did we? Right? None of us thought we're going to go to Atletico and beat. None of us did. Yet we all lose our fucking minds when the inevitable happens. Who here, in their heart of heart, thought England's going to win the World Cup? Like, who here really thought that? But yet when we go out, fucking manager, fucking sub, fucking...
Stel,
I thought we actually had a significant chance.
Who didn't think it was going to be a France-Spain final? Because I think we all thought that.
So,
I never once thought England are going to win the World Cup.
No,
Stel said we're going to win the World Cup.
You're right. England weren't the favourites. I didn't think we had the best team. But it's the manner we went out, Stel. That's what's so irritating. Because we could have done something different in that game, man. That's what's really got to me.
I get it.
Yeah, if we'd have got outplayed and it was fair enough, Argentina the better team overall, I get that. But it was the collapse. And it was the decisions from Tuchel, which I cannot accept. That's really got to me. I'm not saying we go to the final, we beat Spain. That would have been very, very difficult. But I'd have rather been in the World Cup final. When is
it ever a good loss, though? Like when do you ever lose on good terms?
But this is the bad loss, isn't it?
Yeah.
As I said, can you remember anybody seeing a worse England performance 30 minutes in the semi-final, quarter-final, whatever, final? It's never been that bad.
When you've just been totally outplayed and you've just been cooked by the other team, and you can just blatantly see that it is because the other team is better. Yeah. Simple as that. It's a lot easier to take. It still hurts, but it's easier to take as such. When you can see that, as far as I'm concerned, Argentina were there for the taking, because they ain't the greatest bunch out there either. But their strongest point is attacking. Our weakest point is defending. We focused on our weakest. They focused on their strongest. You can see what happened there, like blatantly. It's the way we went out there for the fact that was for the taking. Simple as that. To an extent. No, do you know what I'll compare this game to? I'll compare this game to Arsenal. Arsenal and PSG. PSG was there for the taking blatantly. When Arsenal scored that, they could have took PSG. They basically had that whole game to take PSG. And then they just sat back, and then they regretted it for it. That Champions League was in the palm of their hand. And they could have had that finished by the end of the first half, because they've also got a good enough defence to sit back for 40 minutes if they want to. Yeah, this was exactly the same thing. They were just being dirty with us, everything. We all know Argentina do that and everything. But we had the 1-0 up on them. They now had to come to us. We could have still gone for it and gone for the second one. We didn't. We sat back and basically got roasted for it. It was basically the same as Arsenal versus PSG. Arsenal should have had that Champions League all day long. PSG were the shittest I've seen them in God knows how long. But they just totally bottled it and went for the defence. Exactly how we did it. And that is the bit that is hard to take.
What was the famous quote by Michael Jordan? He said, I can stand losing, but I can't stand not trying. And I can remember a couple of games when we went out in a blaze of glory. Argentina on penalties when Otto was manager. And I remember going out to Germany in Euro 96.
Penalties.
And they were good games of football, and you felt proud of the team when they lost. It's been a long time since I think proud of England. And there are other games, because back in those days, we had, look at the managers. They were innovative. Even Ron Greenwood, before a lot of you guys. But you look at Venables, Hoddle, were good managers.
Were you a Sven fan, Adrian?
No.
He had the golden generation, didn't he? That's what they say. The golden generation.
But the problem was with that, it didn't work. The 4-2-3-1 formation wasn't really in fashion then. If it would have, we could have stood more of a chance with Lampard and Gerrard in it and that. And the other thing is, you just look at the quality of the other teams then as well.
Yeah.
This team, that England team might have been 100 times better than this England team, but then look at that Brazil team and then look at that shitty Brazil team now, When Brazil used to come on that pitch, everyone used to sit there and almost go, we're in trouble. When that French team used to come out, you were like, we're fucked. Even when the Germans used to come out, you were like, we're in trouble. The Dutch used to come out. Okay, they never win it sort of thing. But there were so many other teams out there that was solid, as good as us. Yeah. And there was a fair few that was actually better than what we had as well. I think that was the difference with that one. But you look at it now, who is actually that good, basically, really.
When have England really played well and we've all been purring after a match? I mean, I can go back to Euro 96 when we beat Ireland 4-1, right? But things like,
Germany away, wasn't it? 5-1. Germany away.
Yeah,
right?
that was good. It's always good when we beat Germany.
That wasn't. Was that a qualifier? I think that was a qualifier, wasn't it?
And Spain for French as well. When Michael Owen was doing his stuff.
There's not been many, and last night was the first time England have beaten a team above them in the rankings since 2002.
It was a meaningless game, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a meaningless game.
It was like the community shield of international football.
What happened in that game, guys? That was a madness, wasn't it? What the fuck
It was
happened
very
there?
entertaining, though. It was great fun to watch.
It was good fun.
What was that all about? That was mental. 4-0 at half time. Like what? It's just, I couldn't get it. I couldn't understand it. And then they battered us in the second half. We looked shocking. And then we got it over the line. It was just, you can't have anything.
I know it was a meaningless game, but even then I would question Tuchel subs in that game as well. Right? So
I thought he made better subs in that game than he did in the Argentina game.
He didn't go negative in that one. He didn't dare, did he? He didn't dare go negative in that one. Yeah. Yeah.
But we still came very close to getting totally embarrassed, didn't we?
Mate, I thought they were going to come back and beat us, you know. The way they were creating chances, mate, honestly.
They should have.
Chances they had?
Elise should have had 3 goals that he missed. Yeah. They were clean shots on goal and he missed it. If anything, we should have lost that 7-6, really.
Well,
it's down to the French that messed that up.
Is a venue for Euro 28. That's why we can't have a naming right still. Well, we can.
And that's great for Enoch, isn't it?
We can't sign it off. So I think Tuchel, you may see a different Tuchel. You might know, well, if I'm going, I might as well go out in a blaze of glory. And play.
The FA got no bottle, to be honest. They got no bottle. They're always like this, the FA. It was useless, man. You know, it's performance-based, isn't it? And, they'll say, we reached the semi-final. We're 4th in the rankings. Bloody hell, man. You watch that game, and anyway, it is what it is. Let's move on to Spurs. Guys. Big up to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Smash the like button and all of that. Hold on a second. I've got a message. Who's off box office? Oh, that was quite a while ago. So look, smash the like, subscribe to my guest. Much appreciated. Sub to me if you haven't already. Now, Spurs. Right. So there's a couple of things I want to touch on. I don't know how long people got. Stel, mate. I don't know what time it is for you over there, mate. You all right? You good for another bit or?
It's 2:30. I've got no idea what I'm doing.
You all right? You have a coffee?
I'm going to make a cup of tea in a minute. No, I'm all right. I'm good.
You all right, mate? Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone jumping on, man. It's a late one. Big up.
Dan, if you don't mind, I'm legging it because I've got to be up extra early.
You've got to get up in the morning, mate. Breakfast show, mate. All right, fair enough.
I'll see everyone
coming on, mate.
Mate, Cookie's got to be up at 9:30 to spend 45 minutes saying hello to everyone in the chat.
There you go.
Before we move on, can someone tell me what that bollocks of a halftime show was?
Oh, let's just
let's not do that.
I'm off.
What is this absolute crap for over half hour? You know,
when it comes to that, Adrian, it's one of those things of whether you like it or not. I didn't like it. I thought that was one of the most cringy things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, that was fucking horrendous. Yeah, but if we're going to be honest here, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do, basically. It was America's show, and America had every right to go and do that. If you're coming into my place and I tell you to take your shoes off, if you don't take your shoes off, baked potato, see you later. You ain't coming in. You go by my rules. We do it my way. We were in America. We had to do it their way. I'm not saying I agreed with it. I thought that was fucking horrendous. I mean, when they get an old slapper out there like Madonna with...
And the song was shit as well. I mean,
oh, mate, the whole thing was just...
Mate, Justin Bieber.
I blame Scott here. I blame him. It's his fault.
It's true. No, you're right.
I'm used to it, so it doesn't bother me because we have it here. And like I say, at the same time, when people complain about the hydration breaks, all I have to say is get used to it. Because it's not done because that's what Americans want. It's done because it's money.
Well, I get the hydration breaks. I get
what
them,
next? Hot weather substitutes and Bovril breaks in the winter. Yeah, we're gonna have them now, right?
If you're playing at 35 degrees, if you're playing at 35 degrees and you need some water, they need to go and do it, because the way the world is these days, it's so easy to sue anybody for anything. If one of those players was to say have a funny moment because he didn't get enough water down him, he'd be able to literally sue the whole system.
Fine.
He'd be able to sue the
not in an
UEFA.
air-conditioned stadium.
No, but most of the stadiums weren't like
stadium.
that. No, most of the stadiums, it had something like 25% bloody, what's it called in there? Like 25% of the bloody air was basically water, for God's sake. And it was just so hot and muggy in there. Pretty much all of them. There was a couple that actually had the roof come over, so they was able to have the aircon in there. Most of them didn't have that. Look at when we played in Mexico. That's a killer if you ain't used to that sort of stuff. And if they wouldn't have had that for the health of the players and something would have happened to a player, it'd have literally been able to sue the whole bloody system. So you got to do what you got to do in that aspect. Whereas over in Europe, you don't have to do that. You haven't got to worry about, I can't think of the right bloody word for it. Humidity. The humidity there is so bloody heavy that you are literally breathing water with what you're doing. So they have to do it for the health and safety of the players as well. Playing 45 minutes in England is one thing. Play 45 minutes in bloody Mexico or something like that. That's probably like playing 120 minutes on its own in England.
And it was a tactical thing it used, weren't it? It really was used as a tactical advantage, isn't it? Them breaks, them hydration breaks.
Couple of times, yeah.
Games changed, didn't they? Momentum.
If you've got games played in hot temperatures and high humidity, and you've got games played in air-conditioned stadiums, what that tells me, it's not a level playing field. Across the board, it's not a level playing field. And it can affect, results.
As it in this competition?
I don't like the countdown clock to kick off. 10.
Robots again.
7, 6. It's like,
didn't they have the boxing announcer before the World Cup? Didn't they have the boxing bloke? Didn't he?
Yeah, he came on, yeah.
Yeah, it's predictable. Look, let's get on to Spurs. Let's get on to Spurs, guys. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. Just wanted a bit of a where we are with the squad and the transfers, and then there's I want to talk about goals. I've got something I've got to bring up. Let me just share my screen. Okay, hold on a second. Share my screen. Here we go. Right, here we are. Right, so this is just my little thing I've been doing over the summer. First team, give or take. People might not agree, but I had to put Kingsley as the first goalie now because I think he's going to be the doggy left back. Van der Ven, Van Heck, Porro Spence right back, Tonali Fernandez, Maddison. I still think we need another number 10. Kudos when he's fit, and we need a left winger, centre forward. Second list is the squad players, which I think there's some of them I'll probably shift on, but they probably will hang about in this window. And then I look, and the third list there is players we're going to sell and loan, which I think will, Vicario's going to go, Romero's going to go, Taaki, don't know, have a clue what's going to happen with him. Sarr hope's moved on. Grayberg, well, I'll put loan there, but I'm not fussed if they're sold either. Kulizeski I'll put there because I don't think he's going to be the same player. Tell I want gone, and Richarlison I want gone. So then I move on to, this is the team I think we're looking at starting. Guys, you can agree, disagree. I mean, this is what it's looking like, maybe first game of the season, unless there's, more signings come in, which are going to fight for those positions. Guys, what do you reckon?
Well, Savino's coming, so he'll be playing on the left.
I think there's a good chance Robertson starts on the left. As the left back, I think there's a good chance Robertson starts there because he's a lot more of a forward passing player than anything we've got. I'm not going to change my mind on Spence just yet because I'm not so easily satisfied in that aspect of what one or maybe two good games and two good subs. All of a sudden, he's a great player. There's got to be a reason why literally every manager who's ever been with Spence doesn't want to play him consistently. He was our best player for around about 6-7 games straight. Second Udogie was fit, bang, baked potato, straight out. And that happened with 3 or 4 different managers. I think there's a chance that Robertson's going to start there. The rest of that, I think you're totally right. And the only one of that I don't want there is Kingsley. Yeah, that is the one that I massively don't want there.
There's been more links with Spence.
Inter Milan are meant to be after him, and Romero.
Is it Maldo selling him after what we've seen in this World Cup?
Today's media, PSG and Bayern Munich were linked with him.
How much? What fee?
35.
Is that all?
I
Surely.
think
we
it'd be
sell
silly to
Spence-
sell him.
If we sell Spence, we're fucking idiots, mate.
Yeah.
I
But the
agree.
thing is, what I was told, right, from a couple of sources, was that Spence wants to play left back. Remember the other year we didn't have a left back. Now we've got about 5. Even Davies can play there. VDV can play there. Udogie plays there. Robertson plays there. And the word coming out from the club is they want to keep Sousa. They don't want to loan him. That's 5. Spence doesn't pick where he plays in the team, though, still. I mean, I like him. But, like...
He's meant to be quite lazy, though, from what a lot of word comes about from behind the scenes as well.
Warnock,
He's meant to be...
He had it at Leeds. He had it in Italy.
Sousa,
paid 8 mil
But
for
if he's
him.
got a bad attitude like that, Adrian, then you don't want that in your team, do you?
You don't
What you
want
want
any
your manager...
But I don't know how much of that is hype, though, Dan.
No, we don't. We can only go by what we hear.
Sousa's a waste of money, right? Sousa's a waste of money. We know De Zerbi doesn't like young players. He didn't even give him a look in.
No.
Then you've got Ben Davies, who's past it, shouldn't be at the club. Then we've got Udogie, who will play 3 games, then be out for 2 months, come back for 3 games, be out for 6 weeks. So what we're left with really is Robertson, who's going to need replacing in a year's time, maybe 2, and Porro.
Yeah.
Keep Spence. This is madness. Sell him in 2 years' time or a year's time when a proper replacement comes in. If we sell Spence and no other fullbacks come in, we deserve everything we get next season. It's madness.
And
I think Tell and Richie are staying as well, by the way, Dan. You said loan sell. I think both Tell and Richie are staying next year.
I mean, it's not good enough, is it? It's not good enough.
I think we need to sell Spence and Udogie, and we should sell Robertson, but we won't. We've seen Spence for years, right? He mopes and pouts when he doesn't play, and we're going to bring him back and put him behind Porro because he's not going to start ahead of Porro. We've seen him on the left. He can't go forward when he's on his left. He can't go forward when he's on his right, but especially on his left.
He can't pass or cross. He's terrible at passing or crossing.
Like Dan said, Conte didn't want him. Neil Warnock didn't want him. Leeds cut his loan spell short because Daniel Farke didn't want him. De Zerbi barely played him when he came in. Frank barely played him and sent him out on loan. Like, I know that people love Spence right now, but he's shown how many times that he's not a guy that fits in well with managers or clubs. I think we think he's going to be happy. We saw what he did with Frank, whether you like Frank or not, walking past your manager, not listening to him, right? When De Zerbi tells him you're sitting behind Porro and not playing, he's going to be upset. I think now's the time. We always see players that get hyped up after the World Cup. Let's build on it, right?
Nobody listened to Frank. No one listened to Frank.
It wasn't the only time, Stel. Not everybody walked past and ignored him like that.
Van der Ven stormed past him, didn't want to shake his hand.
No, but the point, you're right. But the point
was kicking off with the fans and the
he's right.
No one was listening to fucking Frank.
No, but he's right on what he's saying.
That's a one-off.
Spence has always had
This is
attitude.
the whole Spence.
Yeah, but you picked out Spence for that. You picked out Spence.
That was one out of
what I want to
six
see,
managers.
Stel, you're a coach, right? I want to see left-footed players in left-footed positions. That's why I don't mind Savio coming in, because he was stretched the width for the pitch. And with Udogie, if he stays fit, I like Udogie. I like the fit Udogie. That season he started with was excellent, the first one. But they'll stretch the width for the pitch, whereas Spence, they'll cut in. He'll cut into the half space, that where the half space meets the penalty area, because he's a glory boy and wants to get a shot off. So he's not going to cross a ball like Savio will. Or, I mean, Udogie's not the greatest at the moment, but, I think Robertson will. So...
But Spence
we're all right on the left. We're all right on the left. I don't get.
Spence can defend. He can actually defend.
Yeah.
On the right. Keep him on the right then. Porro's not going to play. What we got a minimum of 40 games.
Play him where you want. I'm just putting the argument forward. I don't think we should sell him. I think De Zerbi should work with him for 1 year at least.
If we sell him and replace him for better, I've got no problem with that. And this is again where
I'm cool with that.
Where we've got a chance where Spence just has not done it for whatever reason consistently because the managers haven't liked him consistently. There's got to be something behind that. Yeah, that can't just be a coincidence, surely. And now all of a sudden that he might be worth 25% extra, That is where someone with a bit of brain on the money side goes, right, there you go, baked potato, sell him, but you've got to bring in something to cover it as well. The problem with Udogie is the same as Porro. The problem with Udogie, apart from his injuries, is the same as Porro. We play him totally the wrong way. And this tournament has proved me right of what I've said to people for 2 years now. Porro is a crap defender, but he is an excellent wing back. And that is how Spain played him, and he bloody stood out. Every time he gets forward, they covered his ass. Well, how did Spain play him then? He nearly cost Spain twice against France. No, he's not. He's crap.
He is. No, he's not.
Then why? No, he's not. His tackling is terrible. He nearly cost Spain that game twice.
Oh, no, he is. No, yes, he is. It's my opinion.
No, Adrian. No, it's a fact. You can put it down there. He can't defend for shit.
Yes, he can defend.
Then why does Spain let him just stay forward and cover his arse all the time?
You talking about Porro? I'm talking about Udogie.
No, I'm talking about Porro.
What are you talking about, guys? Who are you arguing over? You're arguing over different players.
No. I'm talking about Porro, not Udogie. I said it's the same sort of thing.
DANalyst, get control of your show, mate.
He lost me.
Udogie don't get played to his advantages either. Look how he got played in Italy. No, but Porro, he's an absolute crap defender, but he's an excellent wing back. Udogie, we've got to play him the way they played him in America, in Italy, to get the most out of him. There's a couple of players we've got. We don't play them the right way to their ability, to what they're strong at. Porro is probably the worst one for it. We could get so much more out of that player if we play him properly. And I think it's with Udogie as well. I think Udogie's good if he don't get injured so much and we play him the right way.
Udogie and Spencer are only 1 kilometre behind VDV on 37 at his top speed or something like that. They're very fast. Very fast.
I'm feeling, I don't know, everyone will agree with this, but when Spence's stock is high, we should cash in, right? But they've got to go out and get a better player to replace him on the right, yeah? A better right back.
The issue with that is, I mean, when it's clubs abroad, they want to buy our players for zilch and sell us theirs at an extortionate fees. If you got the money back on Spence or 25 mil, where are you going to get another right back for 25 mil that's good?
That's a ridiculous low price, 25. 35. That's crazy for an English player playing in the World Cup for England starting.
He should be up at 40, 45 mil, shouldn't he?
50.
Mate, we sold
going to pay it.
55 million. He's never played Premier League football.
Anyone know what Nathaniel Brown went for? At a German club, wasn't it, that played us? Frankfurt. He was at Frankfurt, wasn't he?
I don't know, guys.
Dan, I couldn't, honestly, right now, I actually couldn't give a shit what we do with Porro, Spence, Udogie, Robertson, defenders. I just don't care. I want us to sign players that can score goals. We haven't signed one bloody goal scorer. We've spent the best part of almost £300 million. Not one goal scorer has joined this club. Not one.
Okay. Right. Let me move on.
I think
it's a disaster if we don't bring in at least 2 goal scorers.
I've got some stuff to bring up. But go on.
Well, I think it might transition into it well, Dan, because when you showed your lineup there and there was a hole at that striker, I'm getting more and more worried that hole is going to be filled by Solanke.
It will be.
In part because we've talked about it so much. There's hard to see a player that really is a great fit for us there. And I'm worried in typical Spurs fashion, we're going to go with the tried and tested and failed every single time. I think the manager can get more out of this player that we already have seen fit. I'm worried that it's going to be Solanke up there. Right. And we're going to hear about how De Zerbi can get more out of him. Like we've heard about so many players, and I don't think it's ever worked.
Tel's going to cook under De Zerbi.
No. Look, let me bring something up.
I demand that Lancashire gets brought into this squad, right?
It's not the answer, Adrian. Let me bring it up.
30 goals in 24.
Yeah, fair enough as a third choice. Yeah, or off the bench
we haven't
sometimes.
One goal scorer.
Right,
I want to see him play Wednesday when we got Milton Keynes at home.
Right, guys, this is it. 41 goals last season. Right. Okay, we've got a lot of catching up to do. Right, people. And Stel, you've said it as well. Spurs have got to finish top 5, top 6. If we sign, I think Dan, you said it as well. You know, if we sign a striker and a left winger. So these are the goals. We need to find goals. Look how many we're behind. Even Bournemouth got to catch up 17 goals. Yeah, just have a look at that. Yeah, we need goals, man. We need goals.
Can I say, we've not kept Paulinho, so there goes 7 goals. So add another 7 on top of all of that. We're not going to keep Romero, so add another 5. So 12, add another 12 on top of all of that. If Romero,
but still, but you're pushing, and I heard you said on your show on Friday, if Spurs do not finish in the top 5, top 4, with this amount of money spending, we don't know who we're signing yet. This is what I mean. Where are the goals coming from?
Yeah, but hold on. No, 1 minute, Dan. That's not what I said, right? No. I said, if Spurs sign a striker and they sign a left winger, the money we've spent, assuming we don't have an injury crisis, we must get top 6, otherwise the manager's failed. If we don't sign a striker and we don't sign a left winger, then no, we're not going to get top 6. We're mid-table if we're lucky.
But we'll take it, we will, Stel. Based on if we will. This is what I meant. If we did sign a striker or a left winger.
I think Spurs should be getting top 6.
Yeah, but who's going to score those goals? Savino's not. Krupi's not.
Well, you don't know. Is it Savio? I hope he's going to chip in with his share. A good winger will get a 1 in 4 strike rate. So you're looking at 9 goals from him. You get that from Kulu. You get goals from Kulu and Madison. Even if fans don't like either of them, they score.
Adrian, it's hope, though, isn't it, with Savino? This is what I don't like. It's hope.
Madison will chip in with goals, and so will Kulusevski, because they got 22 between them the last time.
We don't even know if Kulu's going to play.
I will play. He hasn't done an ACL. He's done his knee. I don't get this, right?
His injury's worse than an ACL.
No, Kulu's finished.
Yeah, Kulu's done, mate.
He's absolutely.
He's got 2 injuries. He's totally smashed his kneecap to pieces, and he's done a major ACL as well. That's 2 main injuries they have to fix. He's got an injury similar to what R9 had.
He's not done.
Spurs, he's never going to come back the same.
If we sign, but here's the thing though: if we sign Savino and we sign Krupi, we have to get top 6 because the manager's accepted those players. He said, "Fine, I will have them ahead of what I've got now, and I, as the manager, accept these players." So, and they're not coming here for 1 season; they're coming here for the project. They're both young, so it's on. This is why, Dan, I said to you, if we sign Krupi and Savino, forget what we think, whether Krupi will score 10 goals, 5 goals, or 20, or Savino will score 1 goal or 10. Who knows? If they come in, it's all on De Zerbi because he's got 2 new centre backs, 2 new midfielders, a left back, a backup goalie, a forward, and a left winger. And we've spent 400 million. De Zerbi must get top 6. He has to.
I get that, Stel, but when I'm thinking about those players we're linked to, Savino, Krupi, I do not believe that they're going to cover that goal. And you said we've lost Paulinho, Romero's going. We obviously, I get what you're saying, but when I'm looking at the players that we potentially are bringing in, that's not the goals. That's not covering it. We need 3 probably.
I agree, but I'm sorry. Like the manager's on £1 million a month, £12 million a year. He's guaranteed £60 million from Tottenham. He has to. He has to. Otherwise, he's the wrong manager for Tottenham. If you can't get enough wins out of that lot with 1 game a week, when Ange did it, Michael Carrick did it. If you can't do it, what are we paying you for? What are we paying De Zerbi for?
It is a fair point.
I get it.
It is a fair point. At the moment, I think we have a team that if you get 8 or higher, you should be extremely happy. Considering how shit we've been over the past year, we should have got relegated last season, But if we go and get that left winger and striker, even though how shit we've been, we should be happy with finishing 10th, really. Realistically, the way business works and everything, and the way fans also work as well, you now expect more. You now expect better. And top 6, we also have advantages of only having 1 game a week. We don't have to focus or bother on any of the cups because they're not going to do us any bloody favours. We need to get to that Champions League or as close to it as possible. We need at least a top 6 finish if we go and get that striker and the left winger.
Dan, I don't think we should do
2 wingers. I think we're in for 2 wingers and a striker. Savio's coming in now. That's virtually a done deal.
It's
looks that way.
interesting, and you're more focusing on the Champions League. I more want to win a trophy.
I'll give you my answer to it. I get what people say. I get what people say, yeah? But the FA Cup is just a Mickey Mouse Cup now, and so is the bloody League Cup. You get nothing for it. Football, whether people like it or not, of what has destroyed it, is a business.
Mm-hmm.
The business is bigger than the actual football itself now, yeah? It's about the money. And if you want to improve your club, if you go, like the example I give.
What do you mean you get nothing for it?
Hang on. Let me finish. I'll explain it. You go and finish 10th, 3 years on the trot, but you win 3 FA Cups. Okay, you get the Europa Cup, and you might get an extra 2 million in your pocket. Great, well done. That's going to get you places. You go and finish in the top 5 and get Champions League 3 years on the trot. You'll get more money to spend. You can build your club more. And plus, players are not going to come to Spurs to win an FA Cup. Players would rather come to Spurs or any club to even play in the Champions League, not win the FA Cup. The FA Cup is not what it was 20, 30 years ago, which is a sad thing because it was a massive cup. But apart from getting you in the Europa, the FA Cup gets you nothing anymore except a couple of beers after as well. When it used to have the FA Cup down the pub, everybody was down there to watch it. Not just now you go down there. It's basically only the 2 set of fans that are down there with the odd 1 or 2. The FA Cup used to be a universal thing. It is not what it was anymore. What does the bloody League Cup get you? Nothing except, okay, well done. If you want to improve and you want to do bigger, you've got to look at that Champions League for the next 3 years. So you've got more money to spend. So you've got bigger players you can bring in. Because if we can do both, get in the top 5 and get a cup, brilliant. I'm happy. But for a club to grow, look at Newcastle. There's your prime example. Where's winning them a cup got them?
But
Nowhere.
with 1 game a week, Dan, we should be going for both the domestic cups.
I get what you're saying.
Finish as well, because until we're in the Champions League, then those domestic trophies should take priority because we've not got no European football. Players want to win.
I get what you're saying.
Fans want trophies.
Priority is getting in that Champions League, not the cup.
Priority for who?
Priority for the club. For the club.
Who's the club? What do you mean? What, the owners?
Right. How do you get to build your club more? Through getting in the Champions League or winning the FA Cup?
With good recruitment.
Yeah, hold on, build it more.
No. That's no. How do you get more money to spend on players? Build it in what way?
In terms of what? Reputation, honours, money?
In being able to build your club up to a point where you can fight for everything.
Well,
whether you like it or not, you need money.
No, because
yes, you do.
Dan, we're about to spend £400 million without being in the Champions League, without being in Europe, finishing 17th.
And we want money next season to spend as well. What's going to get us further? Who's going to come? Right. In general, what player is going to come to a club to either have a chance of winning an FA Cup or just because they just won an FA Cup,
or
because they're in the Champions League, or because they're in the Champions League?
Van Hexen
and I'm a firm one to say money talks. But in general, the way the system goes, you need the money to spend. You need to get the money in to spend it. Champions League gets you that money, and Champions League attracts more players than a bloody FA Cup. Sadly, the FA Cup is not what it was anymore.
But
you need that Champions League.
You can bring in about 120 mil from the Champions League if you go through it. We're actually investing more, and we'll get more than that just on players.
Well, you get to the quarterfinals and that, you can get significantly more than that as well.
If we do what you say, Dan, we're going to fall into that trap we did under Poch.
I'm not saying do it all the time. We need to build up and get ourselves up.
Why can't we go for the Carabao Cup and top 6 this season?
I said if we get both, then fine. I've got no problem with that.
Why can't we go for both? Why can't we go for both?
Dan's seeing it from the club's perspective. Dan, you're seeing it from the club's perspective, not a fan perspective, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are.
I'm saying on how you build a club. Well, look at Newcastle. If Newcastle would have got Champions League consistently instead of just winning a cup and then screwing it up, they'd still be able to spend significant money.
Newcastle haven't got our spending powers.
But if they was in the Champions League, they'd have more spending power.
But we
not than us, but than what they've got. We've just nearly got relegated twice, Stel.
We just nearly got relegated twice.
Yeah, but that hasn't affected our spending powers. That's my point.
No.
Yeah, only because of the money that we've made through the bloody stadium and everything.
Exactly. That's why we're different.
And that we was in the Champions League as well. Yes, the Champions League.
Dan,
so if you want more money to
the year
spend,
before that we spent 250 million, 300 on the and without Champions League. This football club, this is where fans at this club, I think, get confused. We are a different animal to every other club in the Premier League.
I agree.
No clubs like Tottenham because we can generate income the rest can't without being
in
that European elite competition.
30 events at the stadium.
I've always said that still. I've preached that to everybody for God knows how long.
So that goes against what you're saying because
it doesn't.
It does because
Champions League will get you. But what gets you more money to spend? Winning the FA Cup or getting in the Champions League?
You just said Newcastle without top four. Look at them. We aren't that though. We don't have to put the Newcastle way.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Well, this is my argument. Spurs have got a very luxurious position where we can spend money regardless.
Yes.
Even without being in the Champions League. Can we spend more if we're in the Champions League? Yes, we can.
Yes, that's the point I'm making.
But can we spend enough? Hold on. But can we spend enough to get into Europe and win trophies? Yeah.
I'd hope so. I'm not saying don't do that still. I think you're missing totally what I'm saying.
You're saying focus on top four. I'm saying no.
I'm saying that's fair enough. That's how you feel emotionally. I get that, yeah. I'm saying priority should be Champions League because that's what can get you
as
further
a fan.
As a club.
As a fan, I don't want Champions League football at the moment. Not until the squad, not unless we've got a chance of winning it, right? I'd rather go in the Europa League and clean.
Well, then we might as well never ever get in it then.
No,
sorry, Adrian. No,
because even
out of 10 clubs might as well not ever go in the Champions League.
Last season, 17th from 17th to Europe. There's not a great.
How many clubs that go in the Champions League have a chance of realistically
winning? 3 home games, right? 3 home games. 4 wins would have got us into Europe. 4 more wins would have got us into Europe.
How many teams that go in the Champions League stand a realistic chance of winning it? How many teams that go in the Champions League stand a realistic chance of winning it?
Do you know what? I agree with Adrian. What is the point of us being in it if we're just
hang on? No, let him answer the question. Let him answer my question. Out of all the teams that go in there, I didn't hear you. How many actually stand a realistic chance? Right. So the rest of them, Adrian, shouldn't go in there with what you've just said.
No, I said
you just said we shouldn't be in it unless we can win it.
No, I want to be in a competition which I feel I've got a realistic chance of winning.
So we might as well never be in the Champions League then.
Sorry?
No, because if the squad's
then
good
we
enough,
might as
then you get into Europe, you nick a few trophies, and as you've alluded to, and we've got money, you gradually improve the squad to you're at the standard that you can compete.
And you get that more through being in the Champions League.
Nick a few trophies.
If you can, then fine. I've got no problem with that. But I'm just saying
the best way to win trophies is be a championship in the Champions League. Because the vast majority of trophies that are won in domestic cups are won by Champions League.
We won nothing in the Champions League. We won absolutely nothing in the Champions League.
And we won barely anything anytime because we win nothing. Do we want to be like we've been for the last 25 years?
It doesn't matter then if we're in the Champions League.
Or do we want to be like the best teams? But we want to change what we've been.
So being in the Champions League doesn't change anything.
But I think it gives us a better chance.
Even if you're in the crappy, not the Europa League,
Conference
below that Conference League.
Right.
Even that, I mean, as much as I don't like that Conference League, but with them 8 extra games in any of the European competitions, because that's what you all play now, you get a chance to blood a few youngsters as well. So it has lots of advantages being in Europe. That's a bigger advantage because we're all complaining out, we only got 38 games.
I get what you're saying there. That's a fair point.
Right? So that's another big thing. But this is a fantastic window we've had already, and we know we're not done, right?
Yeah.
And we will improve. The legs that Fernandes and Tonali give us in midfield. Tonali, I looked his top speed 36, 1 kilometre.
Adrian, Tonali hasn't even been used properly over here. Most people don't.
No, because he was more creative when he was in Italy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most people have never even watched him bloody play in Italy.
They're not
excellent player,
but they have got a good forward pass on them.
Yeah, he's a deep line playmaker.
And the 2 centre backs do as well, Senesi and Van Heck.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
So we're gonna have lots of variation on that.
If we aim to finish top 6 but mug off the cup competitions, I'm gonna fucking turn on De Zerbi. If he tries to win the cups and goes for top 6, that's the respect that I'll give.
That won't happen, Stel. That won't happen, Stel, because this squad's improved that much. It'll be out of field strong teams in all competitions, and he's going to have to rotate as well. If you just look at the centre backs, even if Romero goes, there's 4, isn't there? You know, VDV, Senesi,
what I'm saying, Adrian, is if we've got a situation where we've got a big game, it's important for top 6, but we've also got the semi-final of a cup. What shall I do? Go strong in both is what you do. Go strong in both.
Yeah.
If he starts being selective, I'm going to fucking lose my shit. Because this is why
either way, it's both ways, right?
And it's why we cursed Frank. It's why we cursed Poch. It's why we cursed Conte. We cursed all these managers when they did it. If he does the same, I'll treat him with the same ways I did. I want him to go for. I want him to go for everything because we're not in Europe. If we were in Europe, Dan, right? If we were in Europe, I'd say, do you know what? We don't have the squad to go for everything. You've got to be selective. This season, we do not have to be selective, in my view.
One game.
I get where you're coming from. And I'm not making you wrong on it. I'm just giving a personal opinion, and to an extent, it's a fact as well that you will get further as a club if you spend your money rightly by finishing in the top 5 for 3 years than finishing 10th and winning the FA Cup for 3 years, and that's just a fact. Whether you like it or not, the FA Cup is nothing to what it was. It will not get you money to spend. It will not attract you massive players. Whereas Champions League does that. So I would rather this season we focus on getting back in that Champions League, get us even more money to spend, build that squad even more, be able to attract better players through being in the Champions League, and then the following season, then go for that one and the FA Cup.
You've got to develop.
That's how I would rather do it.
There's no winning mentality. That's why
I'm just saying how I'd rather do it.
But this is why Pep always went for the Carabao Cup. He always won the Carabao Cup to develop the winning mindset in the club.
I get your point.
This is why Jurgen Klopp won the FA Cups and Carabao Cups. If you don't win that winning mentality, you end up like Arsenal, who win fuck all, and they just about won that Premier League.
But they won it with top teams, right? Pep and Klopp won it with good success in the Premier League as well. We need to have success in the Premier League and success in the cups. Because I know we like to point to one time we won 17, but the vast majority of trophies are won by top 4 teams. So we need to have success in the league and success in the cup. Because this myth that we can be finish 7th and win cups every year, it doesn't happen. Finish 10th and win cups doesn't happen. If we want to finish 10th and win a cup, we finish 10th, win a cup, and go 17 years before we win another cup. We need to have both success and...
It's because managers, they do stupid things. Like, look at our first season under Andrew, we finished 5th. Look at the bloody squad he put out against Fulham in the Carabao Cup, and he fucked it. He dropped 9 players against the Premier League club, and then we see it's that mindset. You could have beaten Fulham and finished 5th, mate, if you wanted to. That's when I lose my mind with managers.
I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying what I think we should do for this season. Focus on getting in that Champions League, get us the most money we can out of it so we can spend even more money on what top we've got. We'll have another 100 plus million to spend. You'll also attract significantly better players as well. Even though money talks, I'm the first one who's been saying that for God knows how long. It's now proven. But you will even get even more pulling power to clubs, because you will not get pulling power to a player in the aspect of, oh, we won the FA Cup last year. Yeah, well done, mate. I'll give you a Blue Peter badge. No, we're in the Champions League next year. Now he looks 3 times at you with the money and wants to go to you.
I just think we can do both, like Stel said. We can go for Champions League and go for the cups.
Guys,
I think we can get Champions. I think we can get Champions League football this, and I base my reason on the fact.
I don't think we can get Champions League this football.
Well, I'll give you my reasoning, Scott. Right? If you look at other teams with squads that are probably a little bit better than ours, even at the moment, they're all in the same position apart from Arteta, who's been at Arsenal a good few years. They've all got new managers. right?
Yeah, but
Man
they got
United
the
new
squads.
manager, Liverpool new
They
manager,
don't have a little bit better than
Chelsea
They
new
got better
manager,
squads.
right? And that, well, it's it's the effect, isn't it? I mean, like, how are they going to get on? How are they going to get on?
Yeah, of course.
How are we
There's
gonna get
question
on?
marks.
Adrian, who are we going to finish above? Who are we going to finish above then to get top 4?
I think we get fifth.
Top 5.
actually. I think we get a 5th. I think
You
we
can
get
go for top 5 now.
Name me the top 4 then.
Well, I think Arsenal will be favourites to win it. I hate to say it because they've got their team.
It is what it is.
and they've got
It is
a
what it is,
manager,
Adrian.
right?
You're right. It
Then,
is what
then
it
you've
is.
got
Arsenal,
right. I think Carrick will do a good job at Man United.
United.
Right. So
Depending who they buy, because their midfield is not good.
no, Liverpool lack legs in midfield as well. Spare pace, don't they? As well, like so.
No,
Man
it's their
United-
defence they need to sort out.
And then
Their
who's-
worst bit left was their defence.
Guys, who's the 4 teams finishing above Tottenham if we get 5th? So Arsenal is one.
Arsenal, Liverpool,
Man
Yeah.
City and Man United.
Man City. No,
Right,
and
so
then
we're
the rest
gonna
of it, I
finish-
think we've got a shout.
Tottenham are going to finish above Aston Villa and Chelsea this season.
Aston Villa are fucked, mate, completely. They've just
They've
lost
got to
Rodgers
sell.
and they've just lost Tillersman, and they still need to sell up to be able to spend money because they're over 90 million in debt. Newcastle ain't going to be a problem
Yes,
either.
because their wage bill is about
Chelsea?
90%
What
of
about
their
Chelsea?
income.
They just signed
That
Morgan
95,
Rodgers for 170 million.
95.
Alonso's the manager.
Chelsea are going to be a
They're
problem.
not in Europe
yes.
either. Chelsea aren't in Europe.
No. Yeah, but you said what ones finish above us. I don't necessarily agree with Man U because they've got to bring some players in as well, especially for what they want to do.
Signed
If
Santos
our
Tielemans.
players gel, I'd say the main 3 that significantly is written in blood that they finish above us already is Arsenal, Liverpool, and Man City. The rest of it is there for the taking, I think. If we get a striker and a left winger, I think the rest of it is there for the taking.
Big up everyone, but I disagree with Dan.
Spurs get
You
6.
would though, Dextrex, because you're a miserable prick.
No, I'm saying no, because actually, first of all, big
Sorry.
up.
I
No,
meant
but
Scott.
if you're
I
being
meant you.
No, if you're being
I meant
realistic,
Stel.
look at Arsenal. They're
Why
not.
am
They're
I
not.
getting dragged into his shit?
No,
Because you're just as much of a prick as the rest of us.
I do believe if we get the proper forwards, we can finish above Arsenal next year.
Who's that then?
And also-
Dietrich? Who's-
No, wait. I'm
Get him
not-
off, man. This is
No,
this is-
wait. No,
This is-
stop.
No, come on, I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
No,
I
let
wanna
me
hear
finish.
this.
Let me
This is
finish.
why
Let me
Dan
finish.
Lee-
Let me finish. Let me finish.
because
I wanna
I'm
hear
the one
this.
who got into the DANalyst in private chats losing his shit about people like you.
No, let me finish.
I'll
Let me finish. I'll tell you why. If they don't improve their current team, Saliba's already injured. No, Saliba's already injured.
6
Saka's
to 7
injured.
months.
Yes, Saka's injured. Declan Rice looks ragged. They're not getting any. If they don't get the proper play,
4-1 twice.
once again, you're not.
Saliba and
listening.
Rice could play 0 games for them next year. In the
Let-
league.
let-
Once
Let me
again,
explain it.
Chicks, look
once
case
again,
out.
you're
Look
not
case out.
listening. You're not listening.
Eze can beat us on his own.
First of all, you're basing off a team.
But no one
that-
like Eze at our club.
I said if we buy the right players, we can finish above them. That's what I said.
Are we
What
buying
fucking
Tuchel?
planet are you on, man?
No, it is possible.
They got a
No.
brilliant squad.
Are we
So
getting
what?
trophies?
So what?
The rumor was
Okay, so if Coventry buy the right players, they can finish ahead of Arsenal.
No, once again, you guys are just being delusional. I'm just
If they
saying.
buy the
No,
right players, they can.
you're just looking
We're
at
gonna
one
finish above
specific.
Arsenal, yeah?
I never said that. I said if we buy the right players, we can. With their injury record right now, we can.
What
Who are the
right
right
players
players?
do we need to sign?
I
Who are the
think
right
what he's
players?
saying.
No, right
What
players
he's
for me.
saying-
For
Who
me,
are the
right
right
players.
saying
players?
the start. He's saying that he reckons because of the injuries, Arsenal.
Yeah,
I mean, trust me, Saliba's going to be lucky if he's back.
They
after
lost
5 months.
Trossard.
He's done.
They lost
he's done,
Trossard.
He's back. You're back.
they lost
When you
Trossard.
do it, you don't fix it.
No, Calafiori always gets injured. Saka's
Yes.
injured. Declan Rice is
Tottenham
injured.
players always get injured. Our
One thing-
fucking players are always injured.
Once
But we're
again,
getting new players. You're not listening to him still.
no.
He's
Once
actually
again,
making
he's
a
not
fair
listening.
point.
He's not listening. I said if we
Dan's
don't get
trolling. Dan's
No.
on a wind up, mate. He's on a face.
No,
No, I'm
if-
not. He's actually making a fair point. I
if we don't
think-
get injuries, and we buy the right players, we can finish above them with 1 game a week. They have Champions League. They have Premier League. It
Who
is
are the right
Again.
players? Give me the right players.
right players for me will be Rafael Leao. We need goal scorers. Rafael Leao. if we can get Krupi and a proper striker. I'm just going over the top. Ferran Torres, for example. I'm just using him if it's possible.
He's
We got
basically
more-
saying
actually,
that if
Krupi-
Arsenal have a dodgy start because of their injuries, which there is a chance they
injury-
actually have a fruity start.
They're losing
I
Saliba
get
for
what he's
6
saying,
months.
but I probably more than that. His back is done. You don't ever fix your back once it's done. You'll only ever fix it 90%.
They've got fucking
I don't
Ray
agree
up in
with him.
goal. We've got Kinky.
I don't. That one I agree with. I don't agree with what he's saying. I'm saying I get his point that he's trying to make.
And
He's
they lost
saying-
Trossard. They lost their best left winger.
His
First of
point
all.
Has he gone though? Is he actually gone yet?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Dextrex, is this on the basis that Arsenal don't sign any good players in the next 4 weeks?
And I don't believe they're gonna sign any good players.
You
I don't
fucking
think-
lost your mind. You absolutely lost your
No,
mind.
they're not.
These guys, they've got about 300, 400 million pound war chest from winnings that.
And okay, if they had that money, why didn't they sign Morgan Rogers?
The same reason.
Why didn't they get Tonali?
And why didn't they get Tonali? And Guimaraes is
They
not
wanted
going
to
there.
get
Guimaraes is not leave.
They're going to get
Guimaraes.
They're going to get Barcola. They're going
And
to
if
buy
you think-
top players.
Once again, if you think Barcola is the top player, then I don't know what you're watching.
Oh yeah,
You just
sorry,
said that they lost
Matthias telling me
Trossard and
they're
they're going to add
banging.
Barcola.
Tell him Richard
You losing.
yeah. Forget Barcola.
You're losing. How much Trossard had goals last year? Like what? Like 15 goals last year.
7.
Barcola's not scoring that.
We lost 12 goals. Paulinho, when we sold Romero, that's combined 12 goals.
And once again, you didn't listen. I said if we get Leao,
And you're saying
Krupi,
they're not going to sign players.
they're not. And who are they gonna sign? Guimaraes, Newcastle said they're not gonna sell him.
Mate,
Who are they?
Arsenal will find top players, just like they got Eze, just like they brought in Hincapié, just like they brought in Gyökeres. They will do it.
They will. This
They're gonna
season
do
is. I'm telling you
If
this
we're-
right now. This season is not gonna happen for them.
If we're in for rumoured, but you got to take a lot of these rumours with a pinch of salt, don't you? But if we're in for Noose or Leao, right? Noose has had ankle, knee, and back injuries and failed a medical at Brentford. All right, he's back playing football now. I don't know the extent of his injuries, how serious they were, or whatever.
He's a top player.
Yeah, he looks a good youngster when I've watched
top
videos,
player.
and like Leao would be another one that I'd only want as a loan to buy as well. So as he proves himself, because he's had issues at Milan since 2019 to 24 with managers and players like that. Can't doubt his quality, right? Doesn't track back though. But then you can leave a winger upfield. What's wrong with that? You know what I mean? You can leave a player upfield. So on his days, he's fantastic, isn't he? But
The same Leao that's been available for months, and we haven't had any links lately that we're getting.
Yeah,
so
because
Dietrich, your point is if 10 things that aren't going to happen.
Well, no, you
might
mentioned
have a chance to finish ahead of Arsenal.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
As podcasters, as podcasters, when these stories break, we have to mention them. Otherwise, we've got nothing to fucking talk about.
But every story that you see, Adrian, is Leao is not coming to Spurs now, right?
You don't know that.
You're moving farther and farther away from him.
You don't know. You don't know that.
He may come.
I know as much that he's not coming as you know that he is coming.
I'll tell you what.
Everything's possible.
Pre-season, when the board met at the training ground and sat down with De Zerbi, bringing players in was discussed. Right? It was agreed at the meeting, if the rumours are true, that Spurs would bring in Premier League proven players. That was the priority, and we've done that. Even if we get Savinho in, so I think Krupi, they like Krupi, right? It's a question of offering the money. With the sales we're going to make, we can easily stump up 100 mil for him. I know it's a lot of money for a 19-year-old, but who cares? Who cares? Just go and get it.
I'll say next season's the perfect time for teams like Chelsea and Spurs with one game a week to take things seriously and trying to finish as high as possible.
Well, it's a gamble, isn't it? Because if he smashed it this season, it'd be 120, 130 million next year, wouldn't he?
We have a better defense, better midfield. We just need the forwards. That's all I'm saying. And if it happens, then good. If it doesn't happen, then we're going to finish mid-table.
We've got a right back who can't defend, and we've got a left back who isn't ever available, but we've got a better defense. Okay.
We do have a better defense.
We do have a better defense.
We do. You do. You see, now you're just lying. We do have a better defense.
This is mental, right? You're saying if we sign these players, we can finish above Arsenal, and we're just completely thinking that Arsenal aren't going to sign 2 or 3 really top players.
Right now, have this on anyone?
Arsenal will end this window. Arsenal will end the transfer window having signed 2 or 3 top players. Mark my words. The Cronkies do this. Go look at the Cronkies' history, the way they go about their business. They are going to back Arteta again this summer.
If they really wanted to back Arteta, they would have spent the money on Morgan Rogers, but they didn't.
No, because they're not.
Morgan Rogers said he wanted to go to Chelsea.
They never agreed on the deal. First of all,
if you're going to measure what the Cronkies do off of that one transfer, mate, you've lost your mind. Honestly, you've lost the plot.
No, I'm not losing. I'm not losing the plot because they wanted to sign Tonali. They didn't do it. They wanted to give us. Now it's too late. Yes, they wanted Tonali.
They didn't want Tonali.
Yes, they wanted the top class midfield to replace Zubimendi. Yes, they did.
They would have got him if they wanted.
But they're not paying.
No, they wouldn't. They weren't willing to pay the money. Same as Man City.
Yeah, because they didn't want him.
Same as Rodgers. They wanted Rodgers.
They wanted Rodgers, and Chelsea just went and cooked him.
Yeah.
Chelsea went and cooked him.
We've seen if they really want a player, they will do it. They outbid Man City to get Declan Rice. They went toe-to-toe with Man City and they got their man because they wanted him. If they really want a player, they're going to do it. They will do it. They've proven it. What are we doing?
Well, Stel, first of all,
it looks like they haven't.
They haven't. You just they wanted every reporter, even Orson, that you guys believe. He said they wanted more Rodgers.
Really wanted Morgan Rogers. If they desperately wanted him, they would have paid 125.
Or maybe they just don't have the money again to spend like they did before. Maybe it might be
they have the money.
No, I said maybe they don't want to spend again.
And they just got to the Champions League final. They've got at least 300 million in prize money. That
mate, you first of all you have no. I'm saying like you're not listening. I said if they maybe in the past they said, look, we backed you, we achieved what we wanted, but now we're gonna chill out on the spending. We're just gonna find the next superstar.
You don't know absolutely nothing though.
Because wait. Because if wait, Scott him, wait. Because if they really were serious, why would they sign Solis and replace him with Trossard? Why the fuck would they do that?
I get
because Trossard had 6 goals last year. He's 29 years old,
and you're gonna replace him with the guy that played in Belgium in the fucking not even the top 10.
Bruges, you smashed goals in. He's a winger. He scores goals though.
Yeah, but is he a winger you're gonna trust?
He's a very good player.
No, he's not. No, he's not. You haven't watched him.
Dextrex, I have seen him. Dextrex, I get as Spurs fans, I get it because I've made a YouTube career out of it. I get it. It's our job to shit on Arsenal. I get it. And we love it, right? But let's be real. If Arsenal want to go big this window, they will go big. Let's be under no illusion, right? Put our hatred for Arsenal to one side. They have got the most clout and power in the league this year. They've got the best ownership. They've got the money. And they're now winners. They've got everything in their favour. They're going to have a good window. By the end of the window, they're going to have a good window. We're not finishing good job.
Mate, you're not listening to the words I'm saying. No, you're not. No, you're not listening.
We're going to get this guy. We're going to get that guy.
I never. You see?
Arsenal.
No, but you see. No, but you see, you're not. No, you're not listening. I specifically said, if Arsenal wanted to go big. They would have got the players right now.
They got Rodgers.
They would have got They would have got Rodgers.
Rodgers said they would have got. They don't have
wait. I'm not done. I'm not done. And they would have got Guimaraes too.
On one player that went to Chelsea
and Guimaraes, and they wanted Guimaraes, and now it's too late.
Guimaraes deal isn't done yet.
Too late.
They just said the Newcastle president just specifically said, "I'm not."
We don't have presidents in England.
Just to be clear.
No. Well, like the DOF, whoever it was.
Newcastle hasn't said anything.
Dextrex? That's never happened. Nobody's ever said we're not selling this player and then sold him. So once Newcastle says we're not selling him, it's done. Not possible.
Well, if the chairman specifically said I don't want to sell him, same as he did with Julian Alvarez, the one at Atletico Madrid.
Let's make a bet right now.
We're jumping the gun because we've acted quick in the transfer window. There's 6 weeks.
I'm telling you, Guimaraes is not going to Arsenal.
The window.
Dextrex, let's make a bet right now. I bet you Arsenal finish above Tottenham next season.
No, I specifically said if we don't get the players and everything at the end of the window.
You're not going to back your chat.
Right. No, I said by the end of the window, I can do that bet with you. That's what I said.
You're saying it now.
Once again, you
No,
didn't
he
listen to
didn't.
the. I
You did
never
not
said
listen,
that.
Stel.
No, you did not
I heard
listen.
him.
No,
I heard you.
I
Stop
s-
saying I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to you.
no,
You're
because you said
saying
if I
you're
make
not
the bet.
listening to him.
sign this player, if Tottenham sign that player, and if Tottenham
Yeah,
sign
by
that
the end of the
player,
window, I
and
can make that
Arsenal
bet.
don't sign anyone, I heard what you said. And
Yeah,
I'm
by the end
saying
of the
to you,
window.
and I'm saying to you, Arsenal are going to sign top players. They're going to do
What?
it.
And now I'm saying to you, by the end of the window, I can make that bet with you.
Well, you can all do it at the end. That's like
Yeah,
saying
because
after the season ends, I'll tell you who can win the FA
no,
Cup.
it's not the same thing.
Well,
Because
no,
I said
because
if
then
we
he
know,
knows who we've bought.
yeah,
You
I don't know
who
who
they're
you
going to
bought.
buy.
He's coming on and giving it that he thinks if we sign all these players, we will finish above Arsenal.
Yeah,
No, he
this is
didn't.
one.
He said he thinks we can. He didn't say
And he's
will,
saying
Stel.
it.
So
He's
listen
saying
to what
it.
he's saying. No,
I
Stel,
am
you're not
listening.
listening.
No, you're
I
not
am
listening.
He
No.
listened
I am
perfectly. He
listening.
just
I
came on
am.
with a ridiculous comment.
He's saying it on
No,
the
he
basis.
hasn't.
No.
He's saying
Guys.
it on the basis that Arsenal do not sign any top players.
Yeah, but if
No,
that's
he
what we're
didn't.
doing, if we're just coming on, look,
That's his
I think
argument.
Spurs can win every game if we sign all
his
of
argument.
PSG's players, all of Real Madrid players, and all of
But you see,
Arsenal
now you
players,
just
and we can
no.
win every game. Let's have a 40-minute conversation.
This is classic.
Well,
Mark.
once
Let's talk
Comes
about
on,
real
throws
things
a
because
grenade,
it's silly.
talk shit, and then when it goes wrong, he goes missing from YouTube for a month. This is what he does.
But
This is
once
what-
again, I swear God, you guys did not listen to one word I said. I said
Yeah,
if we
that's
get the players like Leao, possible like difference makers like him, then yes, we can. And we don't have injuries, then yes, we can do it. We can achieve something this year.
Yes,
But
so
what
like
I-
I said, if things that aren't going to happen, then
But
we
you
can
don't
do it.
know. You just said last year if you believe that we're gonna sign Tonali and Matias Fernandes, you wouldn't believe it. But we are doing something different this summer.
Let's move on.
And that's
Yeah,
why
let's
our
move
defense
on.
will be a lot
we're
better
getting
this
caught up.
season.
We're getting
Arsenal,
caught up.
Arsenal are not signing any top players this summer. You heard it here first on the DANalyst.
They
No
will
top
be. They'll be
players
He didn't
signing
say
this
that.
players.
summer.
He didn't say that.
Because Morgan
I
Rogers
said-
went to Chelsea.
I said they're not gonna spend the money like they did before. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that means they're not going to sign any top players.
No, it's not the same thing.
No,
Now
he
you're
didn't say
lying.
that.
It's not the
No.
same thing.
But Morgan Rogers just went to Chelsea.
No, because I said
Yeah.
Arsenal are not going to spend the money like they did before. That's what I
You
said.
the fact that Morgan Rogers went to Chelsea means
I
they
said
can't-
Arsenal. I said Arsenal did not want to spend the money on Morgan Rogers.
because they don't want him.
No, it's not. They don't want him. They don't want to
They
spend. They don't want to. They
would've
don't want to
spent
spend
the
100.
money.
Mate, what are you talking about?
What I just said.
Still, you're
He's gonna
being
have to respond
Still,
to
you're
it.
being so narrow-minded here. You're only seeing it with your own
He
two
doesn't know
eyes.
how to
If you
answer
actually
it.
listen to what he says here, if you
No.
actually listen to what the man said, he has
did
said
listen.
it is
Okay.
possible. You don't. No, still, man.
Right, guys,
Show
let's
some
move on.
respect.
Let's move on. We're getting caught up.
I've
We're getting
listened
caught
to
up.
him. He
Guys.
No,
honestly
you didn't
thinks
listen.
that
No, you
Arsenal
didn't
can
listen.
sign
No,
top
you
players.
didn't
Move
listen.
on, move on.
Stop
No, you
now.
didn't listen. You didn't
Let's
listen.
let's
I did
just
listen.
move on.
I did listen. You don't know how to rebuttal me. I did listen.
No, you didn't listen. You didn't listen.
I did
Continue.
listen.
Guys.
Continue on that list.
Please.
T-Trix, just leave it, mate.
Can we
just-
He's not in
can we
that
move
mood.
on
Just
now?
leave
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
leave
Leave
it.
me alone. Leave me alone. Tottenham are going to finish above Arsenal. Leave me.
Let's move on. Okay, let's go on to we're talking about Spurs signing attacking players and they need to get these goals. Just wanted to have a little look at the other teams in the league with their forwards, right? And just for your thoughts, and even if we sign a Krupi or a Savinho, how does it really stand up? So let me just bring up the list of players in the other teams. Hold on. Here we go. Just share the screen quickly. Here we go. 1 second. That's it. There we go. Can we all see that? Yeah? Everyone see that, guys? Yeah?
Yep.
So we bring in a Savinho or a Krupi or a Leao or whatever. How's that forward line then standing up against this lot?
Villa, I think they are fucked, mate. Villa, I think they are in serious, serious trouble, and they're going to lose another player or two and have to do what Newcastle have done and bring in hope players, basically, that they think might be able to do it. Liverpool have got to build their whole defence. They've lost Salah as well. He's gone. Gakpo doesn't really bang it in. Chiesa, he's done, even though he was a brilliant player. And then you go and look at Arsenal. They definitely have to build a goal scorer on there on the left-hand side. And Arsenal are still favourites to win the league, in my opinion. Yeah, City, that's going to be a nightmare come love nor money. Man U, apart from their three up front, Rashford, he ain't going to be there. Diallo, nothing special. Mason Mount, come on, let's be real. Haaland, or Holland, however you say his name, nothing special. Their central midfield.
He's already
up
gone
shit
too.
street. Yeah, they're up shit street. Chelsea, rumour has it, Cole Palmer's on his way out because they just got Rodgers in there. Liam Delap, let's get real. Pedro, let's get real. Jackson, who the fuck? Neto, always injured. And then the others, Morgan Rodgers they've got now, yeah? So apart from City and Arsenal, those others have to do just as much building, bar maybe Liverpool. We can overtake Man U, Chelsea and Villa if we buy the right players, and we also have the favour of lack of injuries. And Liverpool are up shit street a bit as well with what they need to buy.
Honestly, the only good forward line,
forward lines are light years better than ours.
The only forward,
the only
forwards I can say are pretty good are Man U and City, because Arsenal
and Chelsea and Arsenal and Liverpool.
No,
Chelsea
wait,
because got good forwards.
Chelsea doesn't have good forwards, and Arsenal.
Palmer, Pedro, and Rodgers shit all over everything we have. We don't.
Well, they didn't do it last season too well, did they? Palmer was crap last year. Are you telling me Nicholas Jackson is a good striker?
Nicholas Jackson is leaving.
Oh right.
No, he's not leaving.
Are you telling me that Pedro? Are you telling me that Pedro Neto is consistently quality?
Compared to ours, yes.
Chelsea
compared
had
to Matisse Tell, compared to Odebert, compared to Richarlison.
But if we go and get Savinho and we go and get a striker,
guys,
and then
Chelsea had
Savinho. Yeah, Savinho's not consistent.
Chelsea had Andy Peters from the broom cupboard as the manager last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
An awful manager, terrible.
Also, you can use that logic with Spurs too with Thomas Frank.
I slagged off Frank all of last year.
But you can't. So by that logic, you can't criticize our forwards.
I can because they were shit under Ange as well.
Okay, so why are you giving an excuse
And they
for
were
Chelsea?
shit under Conte. Richarlison was shit under Conte too.
What do you mean? What shit? He has the same numbers as João Pedro in goals.
If you're going to start defending Richie, you and me are done.
No, I'm not. I'm just using.
He's just putting facts down.
I'm putting facts. They have the same. No, they have the same.
He comes on my show and rinses Richarlison, rinses him. Now he's like,
no, I'm using you logic.
No, but he's just using facts.
So you want Richarlison, not Pedro?
You're just
I never said that. I said they have the same amount of goals. So by that logic, they're both average. They're both pretty shit.
I agree. Tottenham's attack's as good as Chelsea. I agree.
Man City got the best attack, haven't they? And the others all look, they're much of a likeness. I think the others are a bit average.
And Liverpool, they've all scored more goals, guys. All these teams have scored more goals than us last year.
Liverpool, Ekitike is injured. Gakpo.
Oh my god.
Gakpo had I believe he had an ACL injury now. Yeah, they're fucking. Liverpool's fucking.
But there's been a big drop off in goals last year, isn't it? And when Spurs finished second, I think we
honestly, the only fours that scare me is Man U and Man City.
In 7 of Man City's league wins, I think twice they scored over 100 goals, right? So the Premier League isn't as attractive. We know that, right?
Hell, and they don't scare you.
77 goals to win the league. That must be the lowest on record ever.
We lost to Chelsea
because their defense was that good. It's because their defense was that good. They was literally able to play. You score.
No, but the fact that no one scored more than them. No one scored more than them.
Mate,
yeah, but that was only because they had so many down, wasn't it?
We didn't score one goal against Chelsea last year.
Yeah, but that's why we need a new striker in that. Out of those teams that you put there, the ones that will definitely finish above us is City, Arsenal, and quite possibly Liverpool, as long as they sort their defence out. The rest of it, if they don't sort their problems out as well, Villa, I think, are in shit street this year, big time, yeah? And then we need to finish above either Chelsea, Liverpool, Man U, Arsenal, or City. I believe we can finish above one of them and get a top 5. If you're looking at top 6, why can't we go for top 5?
Done.
Because those teams are all much better than us.
Right now, you can even make the argument that Liverpool, all of their forwards are injured. The only one that's fit is what's his name? The youngster. Gakpo just had
hasn't landed.
Yeah, and Gakpo just had an ACL injury in the World Cup.
I mean, and people say that Isaac is going to be quality in that. He should be. But then look what happened with, what's his face, when he went to Chelsea from Liverpool. Best striker in the league, and then he went to Chelsea and literally fell off a cliff like he'd been shot in the head. Yeah, it does happen.
Florian Wirtz's rec in Germany was absolutely fantastic.
Because it's Germany.
Yeah.
And
then he came over here. It weren't till the end of the season he started getting it together, was he?
Yeah. I mean, well, it can take a season for players to adjust.
You're right. Yeah.
So Iriola is going to be dynamite at Liverpool.
Yeah.
He's going to do a fantastic job at Liverpool. Might take him a little bit of time to get going, but once he gets going, Liverpool are going to be brilliant. He's going to be brilliant. He's a brilliant
Yeah, that's
man.
going to take at least 2 years.
No, it won't.
Yeah, well.
All right.
But
it'll take De Zerbi 5 games.
There's a lot of guys shouldn't be playing at fullback.
No, because at least our forward. No, at least. Well, unfortunately for theirs, their forwards, every single one of them has a big injury.
And I
haven't seen the injuries.
You'd think Liverpool would come at the Spence.
Gakpo broke his leg.
And our forwards are shit, Dextrex.
Sorry?
And our forwards are shit.
I don't rate our forwards. I just said I hope we get better forwards.
Okay, but and maybe Liverpool sign some forwards.
Probably.
Right,
no, probably. But I don't think they're gonna do it. If you ask my opinion, I don't think they're gonna buy new forwards.
We're gonna do it, but Liverpool isn't.
I think they're just gonna promote
Arsenal aren't.
The only team in the Premier League that's going to really try and sort things out is Tottenham, and everyone else is just going to stay stale. That's what's.
And they're all going to just step aside and let us win the games too.
Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Daniel Levy came out and he said, because of the new PSR and the new FFP rules, Tottenham's in the best position to strike. And then Sean Butler did a video saying, "My chairman," and I argued with Sean. I said, "Sean, do you not think that every other club doesn't know what rules are coming in and they're not going to find ways to get around it or find ways to deal with it?" And what happened? They all found a way to get around it. If we think that we're the only club that's going to really try and sort our teams out and the rest aren't, I think we're just in la-la land.
Nobody
but
said
if we
that.
can go for top 6, why can't we? If you're expecting minimum, you said minimum of top 6, so that means you've got it in your head that we can get 5 as well. Minimum top 6, you said, or are you changing your mind now?
I think there's a lot of unbalance and disjointed.
So it's only 6th place. So then the most we can go for is 6. If minimum is top 6, then you're saying we could also finish above that. Yes,
I never said we can't finish 5th then.
Right. And that's what was being said earlier. We can finish 5th.
My argument was we will not finish above Arsenal. That was the only argument I made.
But I think we can get 5th. But if we were to finish 6th or 7th and get Europa League, I'd be happy with that because I know we can win it.
It would be significantly better than what we've had. There's nothing to complain about if we do. Forward.
And
let's bloody hope not.
Just to counter Stel worrying about our defence. I mean, if our defence don't improve with Tonali and Fernandez in front of them, then we can all pack up and go home because I tell you
the
what,
defence got better.
They give us bite, pace, legs in midfield, the pair of them, and they've got good forward passes beyond the break. They're not Adam Wharton types. They're not Adam Wharton. They don't play it, make it like that.
Adrian, we just bought the 2 most consistent center backs in the league last year, and Van Hecke and Senesi. The only reason why we struggled last year, as much as I think he's a top class defender, for me, Romero was a big issue of the defense last year. Him specifically.
We've got two centre backs in that have got a forward angle pass on them.
Ball playing defenders.
A ball playing, because before we just had Richie, and who knows, he might stay. I mean, but Atletico with Barcelona want him there as well. Apparently,
Kingsky is the one that scares. Kingsky is the one that scares me. I can't see how anyone can want a goalkeeper that's had 5 good games and about 12 games in the Premier League, and all of a sudden think he's quality enough to be a keeper for the season and our main goalkeeper over 5 bloody good games. That is the one that scares me. When there's literally top class goalkeepers we could get for 35 million.
But they trust him, Dan, don't they? Obviously, so they see it in training. You got Fabianotti. We brought him in.
Okay, right? If he decides to keep Solanke, then if he decides to keep Solanke,
I mean, and so they obviously trust him, and they're not looking for a goalkeeper in this window.
Do you trust
midfielders are rubbish because we know they want 3-4.
Do you trust Kingsky? Do you trust him over 5 games? Over 5 good games? Do you trust Kingsky, or do you remember that every solid team has a solid goalkeeper? Arsenal didn't get it until they got a solid goalkeeper. Look at Chelsea. Half the shit they've had is because their goalkeeper is dog shit. Man U totally fucked up until they got a very good goalkeeper.
Of picking him to play against Real Madrid for his debut in the pouring rain, right, was bad management.
But that wasn't his debut. He played before.
No, he's played before then. It was his debut in the Champions League.
in the Champions
It was his
League,
debut
right?
in the Champions League
Against
Yeah,
a team that got to the final. So that was disastrous.
Got to the final
That
of
was
what?
bad.
Atletico Madrid didn't get to the final.
Unlike Karius at Liverpool, whose career nosedived after that Champions League final, I mean, he's recovered well. I mean,
mentally wise, I agree.
Okay.
I need to see more of him. He's done well. He's done
But
well.
But do you trust him for the season, or would you rather go out and spend 30 million on a goalkeeper that Juventus are desperate to get but can't afford him, so they're going for Vicario because they can't afford the 35 million, who played for Roma, who's had over 30 clean sheets in 2 seasons, including the season where they was bottom for half of it and had 3 new managers? What would you? A goalkeeper for me is every bit as important as a striker. Every good team, reliable team, has a good goalkeeper. The minute he starts fucking up, the fans are going to turn on him in a matter of moments and say, "Why have we got an inexperienced player in goal?" And then he loses contact with the defense, where the defense gets scared of him. Then the whole thing falls to pieces.
Perfect example is Manu last season. They brought Le Mans. They took off what's his name, the other goalkeeper that was at Inter.
Yeah,
Onana, yes, and they finish top 3,
Manu.
top 4. I mean, Manu, perfect example.
I
like Kingsley's ability on the ball, but I'm not sure 5 games is enough to warrant a starter.
Yeah,
it's not enough.
If he on number 2,
for me, the best thing for him, send him on loan, get the game time, but you need that solid goalkeeper, someone that you can just count on and can be a proper. For me, shot stopping is more important than ball playing.
You know what it is, Dextrex? It's another one where a high majority of Spurs fans are, yes, but he done us a couple of good saves and he's a young player. We want to see the young players come through. It's just back down to that point again for a lot of people. Not everybody, but a lot of people.
They obviously like him, Dan. Otherwise,
okay, so if they keep Solanke and Richie, then do we turn around and say that for them?
There's been more than a few decent goalkeepers. I don't know what their form was prior to the World Cup. In this World Cup, I see that Hill or Gill, whatever his name is.
No, you want to go for Miles Sevilla. Miles Sevilla from Roma. Go check his stats. Or you
70% of the job of a modern day goalie is distribution. The way
go check Miles Sevilla.
The way De Zerbi is going to play football is going to be all about playing out from the back and distribution. He is a modern day manager that's going to play the modern day game.
But you need a goalkeeper that can save it.
Kinski plays the modern day goalkeeper role, which is 70% distribution. 30% of his game is going to be shot stopping. And for me, I'm happy with Kinski for 1 season to prove whether he can do it or not. Just like Arsenal when they went with Ramsdale. If further down the line he's not good enough, they brought in Raya, we can bring in a better goalie. I don't think the goalie is the priority in this season.
So if we finish 17th again, you're going to say, oh, it's okay, only 1 year.
If we finish 17th again, it's not because of Kinski. If you think one player determines where you finish in the league.
No, I said last year the big majority why we finished 17 was because of the goalkeepers were inconsistent and the defense.
The reason we finished 17th last year is because Thomas Frank was the wrong manager for this football club.
And the defense.
Can a goalkeeper save you 10 to 15 points in a season?
Hold on a second. Let me answer Dietrich's point, right? The reason we finished 17th last year is because Frank was the wrong manager for Tottenham. The injury crisis got the better of us. We had a shit summer window. And when the manager desperately needed help in the January window, we did fuck all. He needed attackers. There's many reasons why we finished 17th last year. It's not because of Kinski.
I never said it's because of Kinski. I said the big majority. I said the big majority.
And you mentioned 17th.
No, I said if we finish 17th because of Kinski's mistake, like if we 17th is exaggeration. No. Okay, if we finish mid-table next year, and we lost so many points because of Kinski's mistake.
Then you sell the goalie and replace.
Okay, but why would you want to get? Why would you want to get?
Why would you want to take the risk?
Yeah, why would you want to take the risk?
The same reason we're taking the risk in keeping a Dogie who hasn't proven anything.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
A Dogie is not going to cost you 15 points in a season. A fucked up goalkeeper can.
Guys,
a goalkeeper can win you a cup.
We played over 50 games last year.
You haven't heard what I said.
How many games did Kinski play?
7.
For me, I'm
7.
happy giving Kinski
West was in Cup in
one
Europe.
season at the beginning of the project, not when the project gets to that crucial stage in year 3, 4, where you're maybe trying to win something. In the first year of the project, I'm happy for Kinski to be given a season to prove whether he can be the guy going forward or whether, sorry, you're just not good enough.
But you're the
Now,
same
And he
person.
cost
You're
us
the
10
wait,
points.
wait.
That's our Champions League place gone. If he cost
But
us 10 points up until January, that could cost us a Champions League.
Right.
But still, you were the same person that was.
Arsenal finished 8th 2 years in the row in the process. Liverpool finished 7th in the process. This is the beginning of the process.
Yeah, but you're the same. You're the, no,
but you're
Dan,
saying finish top 6, and now you're talking about a bloody process.
exactly.
Yeah, but I believe we can finish 6th with Kinski.
We're not.
Then what are you talking about with a process?
No, you're changing the conversation now. I believe we can finish 6th with Kinski. You don't think we can.
Okay, but you're the same person that doesn't want
Exactly. That's what
project.
We're not
You're the same,
looking
but you're the
to
same person
upgrade.
that doesn't want
We're
project
not
players. You
looking-
want the
James Trafford
ready-made.
was mentioned, right? James Trafford, but we're not.
No,
looking
I don't believe we
to
can get every
upgrade
player we want this
position.
season,
We're
Dextrex.
not
And I
the club.
believe
No,
We're
I
not
never
looking
say
to
every player. But you can
I'm
go.
saying
It's
that. I'm saying that. I'm
But you
saying
can-
we cannot get every player we want this season. And I believe the goalie is one position where he can do it. I believe
You
he
can
I
get-
believe, I believe in Kinski. I believe in Kinski.
you can get the best Italian goalkeeper in Italy right now for 30 million. You tell me we can't do that.
I believe in Kinski.
Roma
Dietrich.
wanted
That's
30.
it. My argument's that.
But
I
when
believe
the
in-
other goalkeeper is blatantly 10 times bloody better, and you can afford it with who we're going to sell, when Juventus offered 20 mil for him because they couldn't,
But
and
we're not
Roma
gonna do it.
blatantly turned round.
We're not gonna
Roma
do it,
turned
Dan.
round and said, we want 35 million euros because he's just turned down the contract at Roma and blatantly said he wants Premier League football. Go and bloody do it for someone
we're
who
not
will
gonna
take
do
you
that.
10 to 15
But we're not
points.
going to do that. The Zerbi's not doing that. The Zerbi's not
Right,
doing
then
that.
that's on deserve. Then if Kinski goes and costs us 10 points, those 10 points stop us out at with 5th or 6th. Then that's on Deserby's head, and then he
Yes.
deserves the bollocking.
Yes, which is
Yeah,
why
right,
I
so
said
this
that.
is what
we're
So
Dan,
then
that's why I
so-
said. That's why I
Right,
said.
so
if you don't
then
get top
you're
six, it's on the
so then
manager.
you're right. So if he doesn't go and get the new bloody goalkeeper, which we should, then it's on his head, and he should get the sack.
Yes, yes, Dan.
Then go
I
and get
agree.
the fucking goalkeeper. Then
No, because he believes in Kinski.
No, but you said you said you believe in Kinski.
I think the Zerbi believes in Kinski. Dean.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking your opinion. I don't care about this. I'm asking your
I've told
opinion.
you 3 times the answer to that. I'm not going to repeat myself.
So no, but you said you want to give Kinski 1 year.
yeah,
You said
Yes.
that. But why the fuck would you want to do that? You want the ready-made players. I don't understand the logic.
Because I believe he's good enough.
How? 5
somewhere
games.
he's
I
got
see.
faith.
I see a player that maybe you don't.
No, but in 5 games. No, but in 5 games is enough. I've seen Archie Gray have good 5 games. I don't think he's good enough.
No, I don't think Archie
Yeah.
Gray is good enough. I
Yeah,
don't think
Archie Gray. Archie
So
Gray
how
had
can
good
you
5
think
games.
Kinski's good enough after 5 good games?
Because I've coached long enough to have an eye for football the way I have an eye, and my eye says he's good enough.
And I've seen Kinski have.
Oh,
fucked up
right, I
too.
get it.
Okay,
I've seen
good.
Kinski fail against Liverpool. I've seen Kinski fail against Atletico Madrid. I've seen more mistakes from him than good things.
Okay,
Well, he's
and that's
going to
what
be
we
our
do.
number one.
Was it
next
Palace last year? He was awful against.
He'll be number 1.
Oh, Palace, yeah, thank you.
Dubka will be number 2, and Austin will be number 3 because he's homegrown.
That's
so
a
he's
terrible
number 1.
goalkeeping group.
Yeah, that's a terrible.
Well,
I agree with
that's-
Scott.
I
That is
just,
where we
I'll
are,
just say,
guys. That's where we
I
are.
thought we were done hoping and praying for players.
Exactly.
I
Thank you,
just,
Scott.
I thought we had moved on from that. But maybe we should.
Well, how
we
many-
don't need new players. We'll
Scott,
just
I
hope
never
we
wanted a
build
new
and
goalie, by the
build.
way. I was. If you go back at the end of last season,
I'm not saying
I
for
was-
you specifically, Stel.
Most
I
fans
thought-
want a new goalie. I don't. I'm happy with Kinski.
For me,
Yeah, but-
I had thought we were past it. But maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe we should hope Tell comes good. Hope Solanke just needs a new manager.
Archie
Hope
Gray,
Burton comes
Bergvall.
Honestly,
You know?
wait. By that logic, if we're saying, oh, we want to give Kinski a year, how about we give Tell and all the other guys 1 year? They might get better on
They're going to
their.
be given a year. They're going to be given a year.
No. How about like we don't buy forwards and we keep them? We're like, oh, you can get
We are
better.
going to keep them.
No, I'm saying they start. They're gonna be starters for us.
Well, they're not going to start, are they?
No, I'm saying we don't buy forwards. We just give
Yeah,
them
but
like,
what you
oh,
want and what De Zerbi wants are 2 different things, Dietrich. Same with me.
No,
what I want and what De
Yeah,
Zerbi
but we're
wants.
here to debate and just
Yeah.
argue or whatever
Yeah,
way you want to
and
put it
I-
about
and I
what we
think-
think we should do.
I think De Zerbi likes Kinski as his starting goalie, but he doesn't like Tell as his starting winger.
So, but do you think, all right, Adrian, do you think that Kinski has proven himself over 5 games? Mentality, excellent, yeah? But over 5 games, and you've seen a lot more football than all of us, do you really trust a goalkeeper that has had about 12 Premier League games in his life,
and he just had a surgery,
actually been good, or would you rather go and spend 30 million euros on one of the best goalkeepers in Europe
and
right now?
Kinski just had a surgery. That's why he didn't go to the World Cup.
At times, when you've got players at a football club that you're not sure about, and it's hard with Spurs with all the bad recruitment we've done in the past, but you have to trust the coaches and the manager at the training ground. Because there's times when they see players. I mean, I don't get why Morgan Rogers was picked for England to play the other day because he hadn't started a match or whatever. So that was bizarre to me. So but it's like at Spurs, you've got Fabianotti there, goalkeeping coach, of good repute. I mean, they would have had chats, you know, what goes on at training grounds. They talk about all things, all aspects of the club, players.
Well, they thought Archie Gray was good, and they thought Bergville was good.
I'm a very
Tell's
big
good.
Archie Gray fan. I'm a massive.
He's crap. He's been terrible.
Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. It's not mine.
That's not actually.
No, it's not my opinion. It's De Zerbi's opinion. That's why he didn't play.
So
towards the end of the season.
But I get if you like
him. At the training ground and all that, they obviously like Kinski to make him number 1. If it fails, it's on De Zerbi's head, isn't it? But we are where we are. We're not going to get a goalkeeper in. You know that. That's why we got Dubravka in as a backup.
But Adrian, the only argument me and Dan are making, why would you want to buy the players we bought right now and trying to take a risk on a position that's pretty important, that can actually save you, that can save you in the game?
Okay.
Sorry, no.
Some fans think it's a risk. Obviously, Deserby and the coaching staff don't think it's a risk. That's why it's number 1.
What? Hold on. The players we brought in, Fernandes is a bloody risk. Relegated twice. What has he done to?
No, but he's shown over the 2 seasons that he doesn't get injured, that he's been a consistent 7 out of 10 in the season.
What has he done? If staying fit is the metric.
I said he's been a consistent deep line playmaker and a 7 out of 10 on a relegation team.
His assists and the goals scored aren't very high. His progressive through passes that create big chances are average. He has done nothing metrically to justify his price tag.
So
the manager thinks it's a risk worth taking, right? So if we're prepared to take a risk on him, then why can't we take a risk on the goalie?
Yeah, but at least it's a known quantity. Kinski is not.
At least it's approved.
Yeah, no, you got relegated twice.
No, he's a known quantity that he's a.
No, his club got relegated, not him. Yeah. His club got relegated.
Yeah,
still.
And he was part of that.
And you said that to Alex the other day. I mean,
no, I talked about goal scorers.
And all
Harry Kane still broke record scoring goals whilst not winning anything. He did his job. Fernandes did not do his job and help those teams in their relegation fights.
But the point is,
I don't mind him being.
He did his job.
If
you talk to West Ham fans, they tell you he wasn't the problem.
Spurs media that hate us want to have a pop are in a tailspin because we've gone out and started spending money, right? But it's not a question of the 100 mil for Tamale or the 85 mil for Fernandes. It's the point is, are they upgrades? Yes, they fucking are. They are massive upgrades. Massive, the pair of them. And that's
is Kinski better than Vicario? A distribution, yes, but a split-second shot stopping, no.
Yeah, but again,
this is another thing that gets me.
A similar level, I would say.
Fans always go, "Oh, he's a good." Goalkeepers, they go, "He's a good shot stopper." That's the first fucking prerequisite of a goalkeeper being a good shot stopper.
Yeah, and a lot of goalkeepers ain't great shot stoppers.
Commanding your penalty area, organising your wall, coming for crosses, kicking, right?
That's not true.
Shouting at your fucking centre backs, right? There's lots involved in goalkeeping.
Adrian, that's not true. That's not true. Go to the Spurs training ground. Every academy goalkeeper, the majority of their training is distribution. I used to go all the time.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it isn't part of it.
But the point I'm making is where you say it's shot stopping, it's moved from that. The priority for the modern day goalie now is to be able to distribute the ball. Shot stopping is 30% of their game now. It's changed. Before, it was 90%.
And why? And why Man City?
Clearing
And why did Man City buy Donnarumma? He's not a good distributor.
Correct. And what a mess that was. They won fuck all.
No,
Sorry,
but they still
didn't win the
They
league.
won
finished.
both domestic cups.
6'5",
They won the domestic.
Cups. They always win domestic cups, but they
No,
didn't
but you
win
just
the
said they
league.
won fuck all.
Oh,
They
right.
won two
I made a
trophies.
mistake. They didn't win the league, is what I was trying to say, and they didn't win the Champions League. Whereas when they had the other goalie, that was the good distributing goalie, the Brazilian guy. Was it Brazilian?
Mhm.
Was it?
But he was
Edson?
also a good shot
I liked
stopper as
him.
well.
He was a
and
good
he
shot
was
Yeah,
stopper.
getting
but
the-
distribution-wise, he was excellent. They won everything with him, and that's what I mean. The modern-day goalie for teams that want to play possession-based football. If you're like Arsenal and you're not going to play possession-based football, then Raya is a better goalie because he's brilliant at shot stopping and he suits the profile.
And he can
of
even
the
start
team,
for Spain.
of the way they want to play.
Stel-
But the way De Zerbi wants to play, we need a goalie that is brilliant at distribution.
But
It's gonna
Stel-
Still,
be
you said the
When-
other day that you don't know
recent
how De
training
Zerbi is
video-
going to play. Same as
The
me.
recent training video.
I know he's going to play possession-based football, Dan. How he sets us up, I don't know, but I know he's going to play possession-based
Fair
football.
enough. Fair enough.
Question for you, Tel. Then the recent training video I was watching at the pre-season, there's lots of shooting practice going on, right? When you're talking about distribution, the only time the goalkeeper can do that is like during a game or during a game. And I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that in any training video at Spurs. No. So they've got to play games to distribute the ball, really. I mean, otherwise, how do you train it? How do you train a goalkeeper, right, in distribution?
How do you train a goalkeeper in distribution?
Hmm.
What, you want me to show you the training drills?
Well, what is the training drill for it? Because if you distribute the ball in a game, don't you? So unless they're playing, and if they're playing, depending on what size pitch they're playing over at training
It's the
ground.
accuracy of the distribution, Adrian. So it's being able to receive the ball under pressure when a striker's shutting you down, not panic and smother the ball, but actually receive it, shift it on the other foot, and quickly play it to the left or to the right on both sides of the body. It's being able to get the ball in your hands quick, launching it long out to the wide player into the pathway of the runner. That's what I mean. It's the speed of the accuracy that makes you good at distribution, and that's what they practice, and they do it when a team's pressing you as well. Because when a team presses you, that's when the space opens up behind. So if you can quickly distribute it into those pockets, that's how you get the overload on the counter. That's
True,
why
to do that.
Yeah, go on.
To do what you're saying, you've got to do it during a game. When I've seen the goalkeepers in the training videos, what they show you anyway, because they don't show the press, everything, tactics and things like that. You see goalkeepers diving to the left, getting up quickly, diving to the right because they're being pressured on lots of shots, being bombarded or whatever, you know. But you don't see any sort of like kicking because that's not what I don't see them actually doing it. That's why I asked the question.
When you watch these training drills on YouTube from Spurs Hotspur way, they show you what they want to show you. They don't.
Yeah, I get that.
They show you snippets, right? I've always said the best practice for a player is the game. Nothing teaches you better to play a game.
I agree.
Which is why I've always said our kids haven't got a chance, because unless you give youth plenty of minutes, they will never develop, because it's the game where you develop more than anything.
Or maybe they just haven't been good enough.
And they'll never be good enough unless they get minutes. And that's the reality of it. Training, you can train as much as you like, but unless you do it on the pitch, what was the point? But you're only going to be good at taking the training onto the pitch if you get to play on that pitch. If you're not playing on the pitch, you can never take training forward with you.
Well, maybe a couple of
That's
people.
why we say the match is the extension of training. The match is the extension of training. That's why I feel sorry for all the youngsters at Spurs, because they're never going to get those minutes. They might as well just fucking leave, all of them.
Well, some might
They're
get
not good enough.
Well, this Wednesday we
They'll
got.
never be good enough. They don't get the minutes, Dextrex. They'll never be good enough.
Rumour was he was going to have a look at. He was going to have a look at Lancashire and Mikey Moore, so maybe they'll get some minutes this Wednesday against Milton Keynes Dons. Right, so
That means nothing because I've seen Vuskovic score a goal and an assist, and he wasn't good enough for us. That's why we sold him.
I was gutted Vuskovic went personally. Watched so much.
We got Van Heck in return, 26, same price,
But
proven, can play the system.
Right.
That's actually a consistent center back and is not unknown quantity. What more do you want?
Softened by who we've been bringing into this football club. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But you traded you would trade a youngster for proven. I would do that any day of the week.
That's what big teams do. Chelsea do it all the time. What
City
we
did
should
it.
really do with what we should do with our youth academy, in my opinion, youth academy is nothing. Throw it under a bus because it never bloody makes it through. But what 0.9% in any club.
Yeah,
do
but
what
you
Chelsea
can't
go
do
and do.
Yeah.
You can because Chelsea bloody do it. Man City go and do it. Go and get them, loan them all out for a season or two, get their price up to 5, 10, 15, some of them 20 million. Go
Put a
lob them
summer
out and
clause.
go get the players that can do it now. And then
let
also
me
put the extra 20% on.
let me explain something to you guys, right? Chelsea, when Abramovich became chairman, I know this because I was in youth football when he was there.
They still do it now.
He tried to shut down the academy, right? He turned around, he said to Ray Wilkins, the late Ray Wilkins, and many
Don't
others.
shut it down.
He said, hear me out. He goes, why do we have an academy? They go, oh, to develop players. He goes, but why? I can just buy them. Shut it down. And they said, mate, we can't shut it down. It's really bad for PR. So they tried to shut it down. And the FA said, if you do this, it will be a disaster in how the world looks at you. So just for that reason, they kept it open and they said, right, well, let's just get all the best kids around the land and then sell them and make money to buy players to the first team. So it became a business model. Now, Spurs...
Why don't we do that?
Because Spurs have got a bit of an issue, which is one of the reasons they got Hotspur Way, that land at Whitewebs, was they had to integrate the community and develop players, bring in the schools. So for Tottenham, they can do it to a degree, but they're committed to contracts with the council. That's how they got the land in the first place. So
I get where you're coming from.
So they could do it. They could, but I think they risk jeopardizing that community agreement they've got with Enfield Council.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think they would risk it. And I'll give you the reason why.
I think Tottenham's got ethics with this, Dan, where maybe Chelsea, they're ruthless. I don't think Tottenham's ruthless. I don't think.
But if you want to be a big club and you want, people keep saying Spurs are this big club. Well, for the first time in like 25 years, 30, 40 years, we're actually acting like a big club. Now, then go and do what the other big clubs do. Who gives a shit about a player that we've never bloody seen before and he's a gamble on whether he becomes good or not when 1% of the time they actually come good? Stuff it. Go and make 10, 20 million out of him. Go and make 5 million out of him. Throw him under a bus. I don't bloody care. And then get the player in that can do us something that can get us that player above.
Spurs Academy was total crap till Paratici came in. When Dean Restrick was in charge.
But it's still crap.
No, before
nothing has changed.
Before 24, we were winning everything. We weren't even in the top tier of the academy leagues.
Okay, wait. If we want to talk about proper academies, if we want to talk about
did, you can shut up for a minute, Dextrex. What Paratici did, Dean Restrick went right because the players we were bringing in, right, they had a fixed pay structure, which didn't work because we weren't attracting the best talent out there. So it all changed. Restrick went, the pay structure was scrapped, and we started, and then there was a massive improvement at the academy, and they started winning trophies. And even the young kids last year won the 17s and 18s, won the League Cup, and like in 24, they won the double and things like that.
And what's that done for us, Adrian?
Name me one of them that succeeded at Spurs.
We are very young. What, we come through the academy?
Other than Kane, like lately, who has succeeded?
The only ones that really got football careers that you had Skip and Winks and
they don't have a football career. They're in the championship for a reason.
Peters and that come through. But
yeah, they're in the championship for a reason because they're not good enough for first team football.
Simple as that.
Yeah. And there's if you want to talk about Adrian, if you want to talk about proper academies, you look at Man City, you look at Barcelona, you look at Real Madrid, you look at what's it called, Ajax. Like they get their
I can look at them all, and where I destroy it is.
I'm not comparing our teams. I'm comparing the academies, the players they bring.
Those clubs are the best clubs on earth,
and that's my point. That's why
we never have.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying our academy is a waste of time.
No, because
you talk about everyone does this. Oh, everyone's academy's better. They bring players through it. No, they fucking don't. Right? They don't. And the reason because about 3% of academy players from elite clubs, from elite football clubs, actually make it to just be a member of a 25-man squad. That's it. It doesn't happen because the elite clubs, as Dan said earlier, they just go out and buy a replacement player. I mean, if they need a position filled, they've got the money, they go and do it. You look at City, Sancho went off to Dortmund, come back to Man United, didn't quite make it. You know, you've seen it with a few of these players, you know. Foden's dropped off the pace, which is a shame, a player I like, right?
Yes, same.
He came through, right? Tell me all these players. We were told Mourinho at Man United, he brings youngsters through. What a load of bullshit. They had so many
but they still went.
so many
Adrian, look at what
Tommy
Chelsea
came into
do.
that team. Otherwise, that was it.
Then why don't we just get our young players, loan them out everywhere until they're worth 5 million, 10 million? Maybe the odd one gets to 15
That's
million.
what it appears we're doing now.
Go and sell that. Look,
yeah, but that's why I would sell Mikey Moore.
Is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking about. We should sell the players like Mikey Moore, DANalyst.
If he's worth 20 million now, then go and do it. Because
if Dortmund is ready to spend 40 million for him, get him out.
Got loads of centre backs, which is a shame. He looks a talent. Lancashire, we've had 20 mil offer for him.
Even Lancashire,
last season, Chelsea offered 20 million for Mikey Moore. We're not selling him.
Sell him.
Now he's got to decide whether he's going to go on loan to Dortmund, because we turned down a loan to Ipswich for Mikey Moore. So we've got to decide whether he goes on loan to Dortmund because they think there's a better fit.
He's not good enough. Just sell him. Who cares? Just sell him.
Oh, guys, is everyone happy he's going? Hopefully to Forest. Why don't we try and get Morgan Gibbs-White in exchange? Right, 50 million down plus. Well,
you look at it. Yeah. We bought him for 10 million. If we can sell him for
because we're
not for any price, we just made a profit.
He's been shit.
It doesn't matter.
Bergville is absolute crap.
What we should do is give 60 million to Bournemouth for Krupi and give them fucking Solanke back.
Yeah, good shout. Good shout. I like that.
That's what we should do. There's your striker. You need a striker. There's one.
I don't think
we don't need another midfielder. Do we've got 9, right? And that's not including.
What do you mean 9? Sar's leaving. We don't have midfielders. We don't have enough midfielders.
We need cover for Fernandez and Tonali.
We've got 9, and that's not including Kudus or Kulusevski if you consider them attacking midfielders.
You were selling Sar. What's his name? Bergval's leaving. Archie Gray's pretty shit. He's a defender right now. We only have Bentancur, Gallagher, Tonali. Madison's always injured.
You need Gray to fill in at fullback. You don't want him in that position, but
Gray would be one that I wouldn't argue with keeping purely for the fact that he's universal.
If you're getting 50 million,
grown and everything else, but if I get an offer of 50 million for him, baked potato, mate. See you later, because I can go abroad or go where I want, and I can get a better player in. People say they want Spurs to act like a big club. People say they want Spurs to win things. Well, if you want to bloody win things, stop relying on bloody little kids and loving teenagers and hoping they come good because it looks pretty for the bloody club. From under a bloody bus for all I care, get the bloody money and get players that are proven that can do it. Not hit and hope all the time. We've tried doing this for God knows how many years, and it has failed epically.
But we haven't, because for me, my argument for the youth is...
Well, it has.
No, we haven't, because my argument for the youth is, if you're going to spend 40 million on Tel, 30 million on Odebert, 40 million on Gray, if you're going to spend this kind of money on young players, don't do that and give the academy kids that chance instead.
Obviously, the academy kids ain't bloody good enough then, are they?
And the players we brought in clearly proved they're not good enough, so you should have given the academy kids that chance.
I agree.
You don't know if the academy
saying they should have, but if they blatantly knew the academy kids weren't, they went and took the other risks. Yeah, because the academy kids weren't good enough.
Tel got the chance. Odebert got the chance. Gray got the chance. And none of them did well. So we might as well have given the academy kids a chance to see what they would have done. But we never did that. And that's my argument.
I get that point. But my argument is if they was good enough to try and even get a chance, we wouldn't have gone and bought those bloody players and half got crippled for it. So why take the chances with the other ones?
No, but we know that. They're not.
You have no youth football knowledge or education. None. You haven't. And it's not disrespectful. You haven't. I understand the player pathway. I understand the bridge from 18 to 21, how that is the most crucial part of any player's journey. And the only way you cross that bridge is if a manager says, here's some minutes. And if you don't give them the minutes, they will never cross that path.
Still, if they were good,
why take the chance?
Tottenham never, ever do it, no matter who we manage. And I know why, because it comes from fucking above. They're not interested.
Because they're not good.
Do you want Tottenham to win? Do you want Tottenham to win?
Dan, as an owner of a football club, why would you have an academy that you pump money into? Why would you do that? Because Tottenham,
I would just have an academy, a normal academy, and just keep putting the players out on loan. If I get 2 million for him, sweet. If I get 5 million for him, sweet. 10 million for him, cushy. That can all go towards a settled player now.
Right.
Why do Spurs have to be so sentimental about youth players? Well, they should do it. We should do it. That is what we're saying.
That's not the
But
question.
they should do it.
That's not the question I asked. Tottenham Hotspur, for the last 30, 40 odd years, have spent a lot of money in pumping into that academy, right? Whether it's coaches, whether it's bringing in players who are 15, 16, 12, whatever, 18. They've spent a lot of money on development, and it costs roughly about, without buying players in, it roughly costs £2.5 to £3 million per year just to run it, okay? Why do that? Why do Tottenham do that? I know why they do it, because they want to develop players for the first team. But the problem is they never do, because the managers they hire never let them have any minutes. But what they do instead is waste money on players that are shit.
But still,
because they obviously think the others are shit then, don't they? They don't rate the youth academy then, do they?
Still, every single one of the
There's no
youngsters.
logic in what you're saying.
Wait, no, but then even the youngsters that we're trying to promote, every single one of them that goes on loan struggles because maybe they're just not that good. It's just reality. No, it's a reality. Maybe Mikey Moore struggled at Rangers and then he got a chance. Maybe they're just not good enough to play men's football right now.
Listen to what you just said. Yeah. Mikey Moore struggled at Rangers and then he got a what?
No, he got a chance to play, but he still wasn't good enough.
That's my point.
And he struggled, but he still struggled.
That's my point. He got a chance to play.
But he struggled.
He did well at Rangers. They've got a song for him. They like him there. Mikey Moore did well at Rangers. Be under no illusion, he didn't do wow. He's Yamal. He's Wayne Rooney.
But those are the players I want from my academy.
Well there. He did better than what Matthias Tell did at Tottenham.
No, he didn't.
But why did we go and get it though? Still, why? Because obviously they don't think the youth is good enough.
Broken at Tottenham, Dan. The player pathway is broken.
Can I ask?
It's disjointed.
Unless
Tottenham,
Parrott's done well in Holland, right? Italian clubs want him. Madueke's playing for England.
Madueke's shit.
Madueke just won the Premier League.
He's shit.
Stel, can I ask you a question?
He just won the Premier League.
Everyone just said he shouldn't have been in the England team because he was crap.
Madueke is better than any winger we have right now other than Kudus.
No, he's not.
He's better than Odegaard. Yes, he is.
I personally don't. I don't rate Madueke.
No, nor do I. But then again, I don't rate Tel or Odegaard
right now other than Kudus.
Wait, who's our wingers again?
You don't even know
Kudus, Odegaard, Tel.
Kudus, actually, yeah. No, take it back. Yeah, he's better than those. Yeah. Yes.
He's not
Stel,
better
can I
than
ask a question?
Yeah.
When you say that we don't give the players chance, are you saying so I'll use Donnelly as an example. Are you saying that when he goes on loan, that's not a good way to develop him? Like Donnelly goes on loan, he sucks, so we know he's not good enough. Are you saying that's not a proper way to develop him? Like we need to give him a chance at Spurs only.
Scott.
Because to me, I'll just say, when Mikey Moore went to Rangers and he did well, to me, what he did show me is he's not a Premier League level player. So you can go and do well. So even though he did well, he didn't do what you would expect somebody who's going to be a Premier League player. So I just want to know if you think that giving them a loan away is a good enough chance, or if they need a chance at Spurs.
All right, Spurs have, I think it's 16 players that come through, 16 to 18 scholars. Let's call them graduates from the academy from the age of 18 upwards. Of that batch, 90% will not be good enough for Premier League football, right? So they've got to be sold or moved on or loaned, whatever. There's one or two that are good enough. I guarantee you, we do not nurture those ones. And what we do is we block the pathway to give them a chance in our team by bringing in young players who are shit.
Yeah.
So loan them out. Loan them out, get their price tag off, and then sell them.
But this is the problem. When you loan them out...
But we hang on to them.
But here's the problem: when you loan those 2 good players out every year, when you loan those out, they're no longer under your development, and they go to clubs where the development and the system is not suited to the way they've been taught at Tottenham. So you're in a situation now where they could regress. What we should do, and I don't understand why we don't do it, all the teams that get promoted, loan it to those teams. So Coventry's come up.
Fair point.
Loan a player to Coventry. Let's see what you can do. But we don't do that. We send them to Orient and Cambridge United. They're not going to fucking develop there.
No, that bit I agree. That bit I agree with. So either way, it doesn't matter whether you.
Right, Dan, that's what I mean by it. The player pathway is broken. That's what I mean by it.
Right, I get where you're going now.
I
get where you're going, but I'm still saying just use them for what they are. Cannon fodder. Simple as that. I'm sorry, I'm not sentimental. It's a shame. My heart bloody bleeds. I should be able to leave my bloody car door open.
Players that aren't good enough. When I know. Listen, I know in our academy that there's 2 things that makes academy players special. Number one, they will live, eat, breathe, die for the club. Because they love Tottenham. They've known from they were a young age to now, they love Tottenham. You can't buy that. You can't buy that love. The second thing is, we have got very good talent in our academy, but it will never blossom into the real deal unless we treat them like they're one of the proper first teamers and give them a season. And I just think at Tottenham, the managers are under too much pressure to get top 4 that they won't give a youngster a chance.
Same as every other.
But look, wait. But look, perfect example. Arsenal. Look at Arsenal. They promoted none of the youngsters they have. They just put them on the bench and they won a Premier League. That's what I want us to do. I don't care about the academy. I don't care about these youngsters. Win me the trophies. Arsenal showed perfectly. You buy the players. I don't care about the academy. I'll win it.
Who played right wing for this championship winning Arsenal team?
No, I'm saying other. I'm saying Arteta promoted none of them.
Dextrex, who played right wing for the Arsenal winning championship?
No, I'm answering you, Saka, but it wasn't Arteta that promoted him. It wasn't Saka. No, it wasn't Arteta.
16-year-old kid gone.
One of their academy prospects. He now plays for England.
No, but it was Emery. It was Emery that promoted him.
Saka,
he got a couple of games for free.
Arsenal, the football club, developed him
because of injury,
and he's into that first team. Whatever the reason is, whatever the opportunity, the only reason Harry Kane got a chance is because Soldado was shit and Adebayor was a mercenary. Otherwise, Harry Kane wouldn't have got a chance. So we've got players at this club that deserve a chance in that first team ahead of some of the shit that's in that squad right now. And we don't give any of them a chance, guys. I'm not saying give all the academy kids a chance. Just give 1 or 2. Guys, we give none of them. Like, none of them.
Stel,
I get what you're saying, Stel. I just have a hard time when I see them go suck everywhere else.
Yeah. But
and I'm just like, they're shit. But you might have a point that they would do better if they stayed here. I can't
rather see more play than tell.
Who is Lampard the manager of, guys?
I haven't seen anything in more than
Coventry.
If we didn't sign Tell or Wilson, we would play more, right? Because with so many injuries, we had to play someone. We'd rather see more start than Wilson or Tell, right?
DANalyst.
About the same.
Lampard, right? Frank Lampard's manager of Coventry. I didn't know that. I just said Coventry because I know they're coming up. Right. He's the manager of Coventry. If there's one thing I'll tell you about Frank Lampard, he develops youth. And I bet you he knows who Mikey Moore is and he knows who Lancashire is. He will know these players, right? Lampard knows his shit about youth football. We should send players to Coventry under Lampard. I'm telling you.
We did. We sent Yang Min Hook there and he didn't get a game.
Huh?
We sent Yang Min Hook there and he didn't get a game.
Yang Min Hook isn't one of our academy players. We signed him in. It was a stupid. I don't know why we even bothered with him.
Why did we sign Tayaki?
I'm talking about the youngsters who were with us from the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, that lot. The Lancashires, the Mikey Moores, the Williams Barnett, who's a talent. Williams Barnett's a real talent. They need to go to Premier League clubs with managers that know what they're doing. I think Coventry would be a great shout for some of our players next season. But are we going to do that? You bet we're not going to fucking do that.
Actually, the only one that we give
we're going to send them to Peterborough. We're going to send them to Timbuktu. And they're going to do shit.
Yeah. So I'm agreeing with what you're saying, yeah? Get them out to Coventry, get them out to bigger clubs that they get games. Right. They have a good season there. All of a sudden, they're worth 10 million. Baked potato. Gone. Cannon fodder so we can feed our first team. Because what every big club does...
But if they do really well...
Only if they are specially good. I am not taking that gamble when that money can go towards me getting a quality striker, quality
But
keeper.
is Savinho
quality
especially
midfielder.
good? He's got no goals. Is he especially good?
Well, he's better than Mikey Moore.
But if Mikey Moore does really well at Coventry, let's say he goes there, does really, really well.
That's like a 1% chance.
Yeah.
Which is why I said if he does. No, you don't. It's not 1% chance. You don't know, right?
No, it's
If
a
he does
1%
really
chance that's going to really do well in the Premier League. Going from Scotland to the Premier League.
Listen, that's what they said about Harry Kane.
These
They
are our
said-
9 midfielders, right? Who's going?
Bergvall's off, Sar's off.
Simmons injured. Madison's always injured. So you only have Tonali, Gallagher, Archie Gray,
But
and
Bergvall's got to
Bentancur
go
and Fernandez.
because Bergvall's been absolute
I
crap.
think Bergvall's the only one that's going to go.
Sorry,
I
shit.
think Sar's going to go as well.
I don't think
Sar's going
Sar's
to
off.
go as well.
I think Sar's off.
I do.
You can
People are
keep
already
8.
looking at him in Italy.
You can keep 8 because if you've got a 25-man squad, 2 players in each position's 22. The third goalkeeper's 23. So
Go get Manu Kone.
you've got 2 spare places to fill. So instead of having 6 midfielders, right, you could have 8 midfielders.
Go get Manu Kone.
Out
Go
your
get
6,
him.
you'd have 4 and 2 10s, right? But you could have 8 midfielders if you want to keep Sar, as Stel said. But the whole point of the academy is to bring in players with potential and develop them in the hope that the 1 in 100 player Harry Kane comes through. I mean, it makes
That's a 1%.
The academy is also a business as well.
Adrian, that's a 0.0001% you're gonna find the
Are
next
you
Harry
saying
Kane
don't
in
have
the
an academy
academy.
at all then?
Because
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
way-
No, I'm saying no.
that.
I'm saying the academy should just be a business. You buy. No,
Yeah,
you
kind
you
of
bring
follow.
the players.
You
It's-
are such a hypocrite. You sat there telling me Man City's academy is great. Ajax's academy is great. All these academies are great. Now you're saying,
Yeah, because look how much money they make out
it
of
could be
it.
a
No.
business now.
No, because-
Spurs academy can listen, Dextrex. The reason those academies are great is because they have a pathway. Ajax depend on their youth because they haven't got the money to spend the way Premier League clubs do. Without the youth, Ajax as a club's fucked. We are unfortunately, because of our riches, the academy gets mugged off. That's
No,
the,
but I
that's,
said
that's
no,
why
but I
Ajax
said
academy is good because
No.
they actually need it. We don't need it. Which
Yeah.
is
no,
what
but I'm
That-
talking
no,
about this
that's
academy.
true.
They know how to, like, for example, I'm just using Barca as example. Barca knew how to get like a Yamal. They know how to progress those, or like the defender that just won best young player in the World Cup.
because Barca
They can
has a
bring
philosophy to bring players into their first
no,
team.
but they know, but they know how to bring those talents. We haven't
But
brought
they
those
sell
talents.
more than what come through.
Barcelona have got a rule in the club that a percentage of the squad must come from the academy. It's a club rule.
And
right?
those are elite players.
That's the pathway. But they have the pathway. We
So
have
still-
no pathway. None.
Are you right? Okay, let me ask you this then. Are you talking about sentimentality on what we should do, like as good people as such and a good club? Or are you actually thinking it from the business side of, right, there's a 0.9% chance, whatever it is, that the player comes through. So, okay, we put them out on loan. And if someone does very well, they go on loan again. And if they do very well, fine, give them a chance. The others that just go okay, that we could say get 2 million, 5 million, 10 million for, burn them off, mate, because they just ain't worth your time. Or are you
Why
being
not?
sentimental saying we should give them a chance?
You could have a rule change. You could have a rule change to improve things, couldn't you? In Europe, games you've known, we're allowed 12 substitutes. In the Premier League, we're allowed 9. Why not make it 12 and say that 2 of those have got to be academy players at all times? Why not enforce a rule? I think this is why
what clubs are going to agree to that, Adrian?
Dan, if it was down to me, I would shut down the whole entire academy because I am sick of having to try and defend our youth on every YouTube show I go. Every channel I go on, I'm just trying to defend. And do you know what? It's pointless because I don't think anyone actually gives a shit anymore. I actually don't believe anyone actually gives a shit about our youth. So you know what? Shut it down. But I know it would be such a tragedy if we did that because there is talent there and it just gets mugged off.
Why don't we ever produce enough, though? Why don't we ever produce enough top talent from our academy over the years? Why? Why is that?
Dan, I just
because of the
spent half
pathway.
I just
Because there's no
explained it.
pathway.
There's no
No
pathway.
pathway. Yeah, I won't. So that's it in a nutshell.
When you do youth
like that,
football,
no pathway.
Dan, there's 4 phases. You've got junior, grassroots, junior, youth, and then you've got that bridge, 18 to 21. Every step of the way, Spurs have got it locked down. The last piece, we haven't got a fucking clue what we're doing as a club. We are shambolic at that bit. Grassroots, we get it. 6, 7, 8, 9s, we know exactly what we're doing.
Right.
11 to 14, we're brilliant. We're brilliant. That next bit, those later teenage years, we've improved massively. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've won League Cups, Youth FA Cups, titles. We're doing really well. That final bit, 18 to 21, I honestly think we are one of the worst
Stel,
around.
can I ask you a question?
So who is doing well? What team is doing well in the Premier League with their youth?
City.
Huh?
City. Who else? Anyone else?
Name the players.
Liverpool.
players.
Liverpool.
Name the players.
City.
Liverpool, Arsenal. I mean, Lewis Skelly and Nwaneri.
Yeah. Curtis Jones came through at
Max
Liverpool.
Diamond.
Saka's done brilliantly. You know, they've done like I said, guys. It's not about every year 16 players come through. It's 1 or 2. If you can get 1 or 2 every year, or at least 1 or 2 every 3, 4 years, you're doing really, really well. We do nothing, guys. We have nothing. Only Ledley King and Harry Kane in the last 25 years. It's awful.
Still, can I ask you a question? Who do you feel in the academy that you've seen that you feel like, oh, he's the next, like, for example, Bukayo Saka, like the next big talent in our academy?
Listen, you're going to laugh at me, but Mikey Moore...
Juno Byfield looks a fantastic talent as a centre-back. He did come on in a European game, didn't he, for a bit?
Yeah.
No, but can you put your hand on heart and say, yeah, he's going to be the next big stake?
William Barnett
looks outstanding.
He's a quality football.
No, but you feel like he can translate in men's football.
Yes.
We've got Mason Melia and Oliver Boast as strikers. We've got Boast off the Leeds. Mason Melia come from St Pat's in Ireland.
There's one player.
If we get offered 5 or 10 million for these when they go out on loan a couple of times, should we take it or take the risk?
Yeah.
Well, you make a good point, Dan.
The
importance of academies is
most of them you should sell.
But the importance of one of the biggest importance of academies throughout the country as me is because it supports the whole structure of football throughout this country.
I agree.
These players
I'm not saying don't have academies.
Division, second division, third division, and some go and end up playing non-league football. So academies are very important.
I'm not saying don't have academies. I'm saying use them as cannon fodder, and we don't. Other clubs get rid of the player as soon as he looks good. They take the money for it. Whereas us, like Stel says, we hang on to it and then end up can't even give the thing away.
Perfect example. Look at City. They sold Rodgers, they sold Palmer, they sold all their academy players, and they make good money for them.
So let me tell you a story.
Our academy wasn't top notch 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
But they still produce.
It was absolute crap.
No,
but it still produced Phil Foden. It still produced Phil Foden and all these guys.
It wasn't. It's just we didn't attract good players from the age of 16 upwards, and that was the problem because of the way. Let me tell you something. There's a player at Tottenham I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe less, called Tom Carroll. Right?
Yeah, I remember.
Tom Carroll.
Now Tom Carroll,
right,
he was a cracking football player.
Yeah.
And Ajax wanted him. We had a chance to loan him to Ajax. Had he have gone there, I honestly think he would have become dynamite because he was going to play football there.
He was so bad.
He went to Swansea, right? Was it Swansea?
Dextrex, you're talking shit, right?
No, I said he was so bad at Spurs.
What happened was, though, Tottenham said to him, if you don't go there and you stay here, you know, we'll develop you here. What happened? He stayed at Tottenham, didn't get a fucking look in. But had him and his family had known that was going to happen, they would have gone Ajax. Instead, he didn't go Ajax, stayed at Tottenham, and we wrecked him. And then he went to all the other clubs too late. So this is the problem at Tottenham. There's many stories like that at Tottenham where kids have got a chance to do something, but then Tottenham are also promising the world to them, and then it all goes wrong. Like, I think if you're a young football player, you should stay at Tottenham until you're 18, get that free education, have Tottenham on your CV, and then if Tottenham don't give you a first team squad place, just go.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, this is someone mentioned Tynan Thompson here, the left winger we got in, who looks a fantastic talent. But the problem we have, and we do it to other clubs when we cherry pick their youngsters, when you're 16, you can sign a 2-year scholarship with a 1-year professional contract, right? After that, then you're up for grabs. That's why we go and thieve other clubs' players, and looks like Tynan Thompson will go to Man United. Another good kid there I like the look of, Stel, I don't know if you've seen, is Tyrese Hall. I think he's a fucking baller. Like, on his day, he's a ball-carrying, cracking midfielder who was on loan at Notts County. So he's, but I don't know if they're going to make it because the odds are against them. We know, like, you know,
they're not going to make it at Tottenham. Like, Adrian.
So if you get offered the money from Adrian through going on loan to others, you then don't take the gamble, you take the money.
Well, we're going to sell. Divine's going, aren't we? Donnelly will go.
Yeah,
Right.
Divine's already gone.
Sell them. Donnelly will be sold.
None of the
Ashley Phillips will be sold.
Yeah, good. Sell them.
No academy player at Tottenham is going to... The best example, Vuskovic. Brought him into the academy. He's going to be the next best thing. Do you know what? Sell him. Fine, you make great money.
50 million.
Dan, great money. I just said it. But that proves there is no future for youngsters at our football club.
But that's not a bad thing.
But I don't think that's what anyone's arguing, like, from me and Dextrex. I agree with the youth thing, totally. There has to be a youth thing. I agree with that. But like I said, use them as bloody cannon fodder properly. Not keep them till they're 16, 17, 18, and then just run them under a bus. Keep them till they're 16, 17. Start loaning them out here, there, and where, like a Mikey Moore, get the experience, get 2-3 years on them experience. All of a sudden, their price might go up to 10 million, or it might just not be worth a wank. And then you sit there and you say, right, there's 10, 15 million. Baked potato, mate. Start chucking them and selling them.
Legally, you can't loan a player out until he's 18 anyway.
Yeah,
okay, then loan them. Okay, hang on. Mikey Moore, how old was Mikey Moore when he went Rangers? He weren't.
He was 18 in August last year. He's 19 this August. 18.
Is it what he's actually?
And another silly rule is as well. Another silly rule is until you're 18, if you are a young Lamau coming at 17, you can't change in the men's changing room with the lads. As bizarre as it sounds, and I'm for that. All that,
yeah, because your class as a minor, a youth until 21 in youth football. By the way, Sonny, with all due respect, you never saw Carroll play in the academy or in youth football or against all the other pro clubs in youth football. You never saw that. So I get you're just going to make these comments, but Tom Carroll was a cracking football player.
I thought Pritchard was good. He was there at the same time. I thought he was decent as well, but he didn't. I think he went to Huddersfield or something like that.
Carroll had a lot to his game. But
honestly, I'll be so happy if we keep signing those youngsters and we buy like 100 million tonales every summer. I don't mind it.
That's what
I really don't mind.
I think every Spurs fan will like that too.
Guys, can we finish off?
The youngsters got is like this pre-season. If Mikey Moore and Lancashire get a run out, I hope they do. Because Zerbi knows what other players can do in his squad. So you know the ones he can trust anyway. So then he can play. He can play a couple of these youngsters. I want to see these two. I really want it, and I think Lancashire might have a better chance than Moore.
I don't think De Zerbi plays academy during his career. He never played academy players, especially at Brighton and Marseille. He doesn't care.
Doesn't care. He just wants to get Spurs in the Champions League up that table. You know, he thinks I don't know what he's telling the players, but you hear all sorts challenging for the title.
Well, we've got a lot of games coming up. We've got 2 against Hoffenheim. We're playing Getafe. We're playing Chelsea out in fucking Australia and New Zealand and all that. And we're coming back. Like we're putting a lot of games, so that's all down.
Yeah, but Adrian, you know what's going to happen? We're going to play a lot of kids.
I know what I think's going to happen.
And as soon as the first game of the season,
can I just come in? I've got to say bye to Dan. Dan, mate, appreciate you coming on, mate.
Cheers for having us on, Dan. Great show. Always love a debate with a lot of you. Always fun and games. Take care.
You know that, mate. Senesi, Romero, and Porro now get 3 weeks off, right, after the World Cup. So they won't be back for pre-season until 2 weeks. I did the maths. 2 weeks before the season actually starts. But you know what these players can do. So they're not an issue with having a full pre-season. They've been in the World Cup, aren't they? So they'll be okay. So, and
I really, really wish that every Spurs fan could just go and do youth level 1 and youth level 2, like the basic youth football coaching badges. And then you'd see how everyone's conversation would change massively.
Yeah. It's a lack of knowledge, isn't it, Stel? Lack of knowledge.
It's a lack of understanding what player development looks like and what the player pathway, a successful pathway, should be shaped. It's just that. That's the only thing. Forget developing, coaching, skills, drills, psychology, technical. Forget all that. That's advanced. Just the pathway, man. You know, it's just people don't. Because you know, like in life, you go to nursery school, you don't know you're at nursery school. You go to primary school, you don't know you're there. You kind of realize, when you go to secondary school, you begin to realize, I'm at school. You know, now you know where you're at. Then after that, maybe you go college or sixth form, and then you either get a job or you go uni, or maybe you get a job or you go. There's a pathway set out for you in life. It's the same in football. There's a pathway, but that last bit, it's not set out for you. And that's the problem. It's down to you, the people that you listen to, and the club that you're at. And if that's not right, you can go from being a wonderful prospect to being someone that everyone calls shit. That's the fucking problem. And no one really understands that. And, you know, I bang on about this, Dan, all the time. And, you know, all I ever get is, they're shit. They're shit. They're fucking shit. It's just, okay.
Well, but I say they're shit because that's what they show me still. Like I can understand, which is why I asked you the question. Like, all I'm saying is when I see Donnelly go and he's shit, and people say, well, he should come in play for Spurs. I'm like, but he can't hack it at Stoke, and I don't want him to see there. But that's why I asked you. So if you think there's 2 players every year, or maybe one play a year, fair enough. Scott. But I just. I call them shit because they go out to championship and suck. So I don't want to see them.
Listen, you're right. If you go by what you see, you've got every evidence in the world to say, but still, look at them. They can't even do it at Stoke. But again, this is why I go back to the pathway. 90% of our scholars should be sold. They're not going to cut it. But there's 1 or 2 players every year that should either be in the Spurs squad or at least loaned out to other Premier League clubs, and we don't do that. That's the bit that we don't do, and it pisses me off.
Guys, I've got a jump in still. Sonny in the chat. Stop it. Honestly, don't stay comments like that about Scott, man. That's too far.
Sonny's going to say what he wants. He's one of those.
I mean,
Sonny,
a good question to ask yourself is
he's not.
What a good question to ask yourself is, if you take the English players in the English squad, where did they come from? How did they get to where they are now?
Yeah, they're all academy players.
Exactly.
They're all academy. Every player is.
Why academies are important, and especially for the lower leagues.
That's when never wins.
These non-league clubs and stuff like that, they can't afford to have academies and pay wages and stuff. You know, they can't do it. Someone has to do it for the long-term security of football. And so all them England players, they all came through.
Guys, I want to finish the show off. Just want to hear where everyone is, and then we're going to shut down. About if there's a situation next season where Spurs are doing all right in the league, kind of in and around Champions League, and we got like an FA Cup semi-final, final, whatever, and De Zerbi's got to make a decision. You know, maybe we have some injuries as well. We always going to have injuries. What would you rather the club do? Go all out in for the FA Cup, or rest the players for the Champions League? I know what the club will do, what they want, but what would you all want to do in that scenario? Because I don't really give 2 shits about qualifying for the Champions League next season. We're not good enough. Not good enough yet to play in that competition anyway. If we make it, we make it. We'll see. But guys, where would you stand with that? Because we've seen it with, I don't know, past managers resting players in the cups, to try and get Champions League. I don't know. I'd rather win a cup next season.
I always want.
I would hope next season that we're not in a situation like I truly think that for most part we should be able to go strong in both those games. I guess if you're saying the injuries were so bad we had to, and it's a semi-final, then I would say go for the semi-final. And I think top 4 is very important, but I would think that next year should be a year where we don't have to make those kind of decisions, where we can go strong in both games. But if it was a case, like you said, because of injuries and guys are overworked, I would say semi-final. Go for the semi-final.
I think we've made some serious upgrades in this squad already, and there's more to come in. I don't think there's going to be a problem for going strong with just one game a week and the domestic cups. I think we'll be able to field strong teams than we've done in the past, stronger teams in the past. And we'll see where we are. And then remember that clubs in Europe will start getting the congested fixtures after January, and we won't. We'll be fresh. So I think we've got a good chance. I think that will give us a good, because the FA Cup starts in the first week of Jan. So I think depends on who you draw. I mean, you get Man City away or Liverpool away or Arsenal away or Chelsea away. But if the draw's a bit kind to us, I think we can go a long way in both cups, possibly win one of them. Don't you want it? It's only 6 games to win the FA Cup, 7 to win the League Cup. Well, they've still got
But if there's a situation where he can't do both, he can't play the strongest team in both league and the cup, what do you think he will do? Yeah, to put it like that as well. What do you think De Zerbi will do? What target has he been given? Obviously, there's so much pressure, right? He's been given loads of money. It's the most money we've seen any manager have at Spurs, right, in one transfer window. So there's going to be expectation from the board. What do you think his goal is for the setting for the club? We don't know, do we? Because they haven't said it.
He'll want to win a trophy. And he's a very ambitious manager, isn't he? He's going to want to win a trophy and finish as high in the league as he can.
Yeah, but what if it's a dilemma?
I don't think we're in a situation where before we played a weakened team because the squad wasn't good enough, and we virtually let ourselves drop out of cups. I don't see that happening this season. I just don't see that happening, Dan.
Yeah, but
I think he'll go for the league.
Situation.
He'll go for the league.
De
Zerbi will go for the league because that brings in the money, and he needs the money.
So you think he will choose the Champions League spot over an FA Cup?
Yeah, because that's what managers do at Spurs.
Yeah, well,
That's
interesting.
That's what they are doing.
Dextrex, where are you standing on this, mate? What would you want to do here?
If it was me, of course, I always prioritize trophies over everything. But if I look at De Zerbi's eyes, he's not a winner. Basically, has never won anything prestigious in his life. So I think he's going to take the league seriously. So Champions League spot.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to
know where you stand. Yeah, cheers, Dextrex. Yeah, I'll get you. Stel, I know where you stand. You'll go for the trophy, right? Oh, he's gone. Can't answer that one. Yeah, look, for me, I was supposed to say it probably about an hour and a half ago. I'll let Stel bring it back in. Stel, what's your answer on that one, mate, about trophy or Champions League?
I'd always take trophies over anything. I'm one of these fans that's happy to win the FA Cup for 10 years in a row and finish 10th. I'll take it. I don't care. Honestly, when you're at a cup final and you see your team beat the opposition, it's the best feeling. There's no better feeling than seeing your team beat in a cup final. It's the best. I've never experienced winning a league, so I don't know what that's like, but trophies for me, man. Like, people can say what they want. Bilbao was an incredible experience, and the parade afterwards was unbelievable.
I was going to come to the parade,
unbelievable, right? And for me, that's what it's about. So I couldn't give a shit where we finish in the league as long as we win trophies. If we win the league, that'll be the best. If we come first in the league, that'll be unbelievable. I mean, I don't know what I'd do.
What do you think De Zerbi will do, though, Stel, if put in that scenario? Do you think he will prioritise the cup or the Champions League?
De Zerbi got Brighton within a whisker away from an FA Cup final. They outplayed Man United in the semi-final, and they just lost, didn't they? Just lost to Man United. So I think he will go for the trophies. I think he'll do it all. I think he'll go for the league, like as high as he can finish.
But he doesn't have a CV of winning trophies. That's my issue with him.
He doesn't. But
Yeah,
nor did Arteta before he got the job at Arsenal.
yeah, but at least you see, at least Arda won the FA Cup.
Yeah, but before he got the job, he'd won nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
And you have to look at the resources he had at whatever football club he managed as well.
Well, you had more than enough to win a small trophy.
I don't think De Zerbi. Listen, I don't think De Zerbi is necessarily going to win trophies at Tottenham. By the way, because you're right, he's not. He's never done it, but
he's never had this position with this amount of money ever, though, has he, at a club?
You're asking me about this season. I think he's going to try and finish in Europe, and he's going to try and win a trophy. I think he'll do. I think he'll try and do both.
That's what we should be doing, I think.
I think we'll get Europe easy. It's just a question which competition.
Yeah,
I just don't know how you can watch this team for 2 years and say we're getting Europe easy.
Because because Scott, we've been awful the last 2 seasons in the league, right? But we only won 3 home games last season.
If we get the
4, right? 4 more wins, we'd have got Europe. 12 points, we'd have got Europe.
If we get
we
the
didn't look
forwards,
like we were getting 4 more wins anyway. Like I didn't see 4 more wins.
Scott, if we don't have,
I'll back us to get 4 more wins at home this season.
Scott, if we don't get the injuries, then possibly. If we don't get the injuries and the forwards.
Watching Solanke and Tell up front, I don't think.
No. If I see these guys, then I'm telling you, we're gonna finish 16th at best.
Can I just say to Waffles, the whole purpose of elite sport is to win. That is the whole purpose of elite sport. Otherwise, do amateur, do it as a hobby, go down the park. Elite sport is all about winning. That's why there's trophies and medals in those sports that are recognized globally. So, you know, if you're not trying to win trophies, then what are you?
Did Man City have a successful season?
Yes.
By their standards, no, but their standards are beyond.
No, forget about their standard. Forget about their standards in general in football terms.
It was a success. They won trophies. Yeah.
Even in a poor season,
even by Man City, I know their stupid fans will say no. You finished 2nd in the league. You won 2 domestic trophies. I'm sorry if they want to pretend that isn't a successful season, then they're idiots. It's not a perfect season, but you can't. Man City can't say the only successful season.
For us, it would be a perfect season.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
two domestic trophies in 2nd place in the league, and they got out of the group stage in Champions League. They had a successful season. Wasn't amazing, but it was successful.
Okay, who had a better season, them or Arsenal?
Arsenal.
Even though City won 2 trophies.
Yeah, because the Premier League and Champions League final. That's.
No, I'm saying successful in terms of like trophies.
Guys,
I think the Premier League
is the best trophy you can win in England.
So even if you win 2 and the other one.
Dextrex, if I said to you this season Tottenham can win the Premier League or the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup, what would you pick?
I'll take Carabao Cup and FA Cup because I want to see 2. So I count more trophies than one.
Just to clarify, you would take winning the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup over winning the Premier League.
Yeah, 2 trophies. Yes.
All right.
I count trophies more than Prem. I don't care about the Prem. I want to see more trophies.
Your opinion's allowed. I'm just done with the show tonight.
It's just Banana's opinion. Quantity over quality. No.
Yeah, for me, quantity. I'll be honest. For me, it's just quantity.
There's a lot of trophies we need.
Yeah.
This guy
so if you win the Carabao Cup and the Europa Conference League, you win 2 trophies. That's better than.
There's no way you guys actually believe that I'm being serious. Of course not. I would take the Premier League.
Well, you come in here.
I'm fucking with you guys. Of course,
Arsenal's the first thing you say.
No, I'm
fucking with you. On this stream.
You realize how stupid you look.
No, I swear to God, I'm fucking with you guys. But wait. But I'll say one thing. But I'll say one thing. If I had a choice between FA Cup, Carabao Cup, or the Europa League, I'm taking FA Cup and Carabao Cup.
100%. Every time.
Europa League gets you in the Champions League. I'm taking Europa League.
Well, guys, I'd love to have your guys' confidences about finishing top 5 next season. I really would, but after the last 2 seasons, not Scott.
Well,
not
I'm
Scott.
top 6.
I'd love to have your confidence, but I don't. I don't have it. 17th finishes, this squad, new manager, new team, new players. Yeah, Spurs' injury record. It's not going to go away, is it?
Mate,
The treble's on, Dan. The treble's on.
Treble's on. Yeah, it's optimism. It's optimism. It's hope.
The
It's more
treble
hope than anything.
17th, maybe.
You've got people in your chat saying the
What?
FA Cup isn't elite trophy, right? The FA Cup final is the most watched domestic club trophy final in world football. Over 600 million people tune in to watch the FA Cup final. 600 million people tune to watch this.
Mate.
So,
But you realize
don't knock
even
the FA Cup, man. Don't knock
But you realize even Man City versus Man U, people watch it more than the cup final for other leagues. Not just like England in general.
But the FA Cup's always been the most watched global domestic cup.
If the
No,
FA Cup doesn't matter, why does City try so hard to win it? Why does Liverpool?
No, I don't
try
say it
so
doesn't
hard to
matter.
win
It doesn't matter.
Not
I
you
would lo-
in the chat, like.
Scott, did you hate the winning the Europa League?
Oh,
Rob
Scott
is
M
another-
Scott M
Yeah.
hates everything.
Yeah, I hated it because this moron says I do. Robin is just a guy who comes to lie, right? Like,
Rob, he's giving it back, mate.
I mean,
He's
Yeah.
giving it
it'd
back.
be nice to win a 9th FA Cup, wouldn't it? We've won 8. So it'd be nice to win 9.
yeah, I think it would. I
Even
just
the League Cup, we won 4 of them as well. 3
We've
Europa
got-
it would be
League,
nice to win the
one
Carabao Cup.
Guys.
That would be wonderful.
Dan,
Winning the
last
Carabao
question.
Cup this
League
year
Cup.
would
Go
be
on,
a
for it,
successful
DJ.
season.
If you had a choice,
Four.
Premier League or Champions
Wait,
League, which one would you take?
No, 1 minute. We've won 6 of them. What are you talking about?
No, the League Cup started in 1970. We won it in 71 and 73. We won it with George Graham against Leicester, didn't we? And we won it with one day Wonders Ramos. That's it, 4, I think.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We've won 4. You're right. Yeah.
Three,
That's
Euro,
quite-
three Europa Leagues, well, 2 are UEFA Cups then. 1 Cup Winners' Cup.
My last question: which one would you take, the Premier League or the Champions League?
Premier League.
Champions League.
Well,
Dan, Adrian.
And we won it. We're the only non-league club to win the FA Cup. We were in the Southern League in 1901. When we drew, the funny thing was, the year before, we won the Southern League.
Yeah.
We won the Southern League and got a buy-in for the FA Cup because we weren't in a football league. And Sheffield United were the holders. So the 2 teams met in the cup final at Crystal Palace in front of £100,000. And
Adrian, that wasn't my question.
That was
Adrian,
a
you're a
draw.
legend. He asked you what trophy would you win, and you're like, in 1956.
And then the replay was Bolton Bernards Park. We won the replay 3-1.
Adrian,
3-1.
Adrian.
The only
Oh.
non-league club to win the FA Cup.
DANalyst, which one would you take?
Oh God, honestly,
Yeah,
over a
so tough.
season and the kind of the tension and the pressure to win the Premier League, man. Honestly, with that, no one can say nothing then, isn't it? Once we've won that Premier League, we've what? How many trophies have we won? What titles? 2, isn't it? 2
Yeah, but
titles.
Dan,
Gotta be
if
Premier.
we win the Champions League,
Yeah.
we will be the only North London club to have won it all.
Well, there is that. There is that as well, of course.
And
It's
players.
that sort of question is like
We
you
won
take
2 First
either,
Division
wouldn't you?
titles.
You take either. But the
Because
question is the question.
Champions League is the elite of the elite.
But it's harder to win a league title than the Champions League, right?
You
Well,
say
our-
that. You say
Arsenal
that
struggle.
Arsenal couldn't win the Champions League.
And the Europa League.
Do you know what it is?
I just think watching the club over 38 games, I have more rivalry with Premier League other fans. I don't know many fans from the other clubs. That's why for me, I just feel like, no, don't get me wrong. Not like I don't care about Champions League would be amazing. Just for me, I just think the Premier League, watching the club.
But we
over
wouldn't get
38
rated.
games
We'll get told we're lucky if we win the Champions League. Oh, Spurs fluked it. If you win the Premier League, there's no fluke.
The closest was Leicester,
To
and
be
even
fair,
then,
Arsenal got told it's because of VAR they won the league, so they got it as well.
Banter.
if we win the Champions League, it'll be because of a fluke. If anybody, right? Anytime somebody wins that we don't like,
And you're
there's
one
a
of them that would say that.
I mean, I just spent the whole World Cup saying if Argentina won, it's only because of FIFA. So anytime you don't like somebody, you're going to find a reason why they didn't deserve to win it.
Scott, we spend a bit of money and our rivals go into a tailspin. Agba Honlog has a meltdown and seems to forget that Leicester won the league without spending an absolute fortune, saying it's so unfair and all that. It hasn't been unfair all these years that Chelsea bought all these players, Man City bought all these players, and Bentley, and crookedly. We know it's crooked, right? And won all these trophies. There was no complaints then. Spurs start a change of tack.
Hold on. There was lots of complaints. What are we saying? People always complained about Chelsea and City spending. It's all we did.
Adrian.
When
Roman came in, we said Roman is destroying football. City, we don't want oil money. Don't even go to the racist comments people said about the Middle East owners. Like, they complained about City and Chelsea all the time.
I had this Arsenal fan, right? Have a pop at me saying, it's unfair that you can spend all the money. How the fuck can you spend money when you finished 17th and nearly got relegated? You're making a mockery of the league. I turned around to him. You know, last season when you spent the whole year laughing at me, saying that we spent just as much as Arsenal over the last 6 years, but you're going to win the league and we're going to get relegated. Do you remember that conversation? I was like, yeah. So when we waste £900 million, you got no complaints. You got no complaints when we blow 900 million. But when we spend it wisely, we're a disgrace. Mate, they're full of shit, these people.
Yeah, they are.
They hate us because for the first time, we're actually trying to be a big club. That's all it is.
Well, on the Arsenal thing as well, I mean, they finished below us for so many years under Poch, right? And like Spurs lose a game, we go for a shit period. You get the Spursy tag come up. It's some of it's banter, some of it's really snidey and meant to hit harder than it does because we're just bored with it, basically. And then you get wankers like Adrian Durham on Talk Shite Radio mention the Spursy tag when you might have two teams playing that are not Spurs and things like that and carry on. And you get others do it as well. Now, I ain't got a problem with that, banter and all that. But when Arsenal are bad, why won't Arsenal Farsenal? Because that's what I call them, Farsenal, when they lose, right? If you can call Spurs Spursy, you see, but it goes deep. There has to be one club in London that happens to be the most hated club. It happens to be us, not Millwall anymore. Everyone hates us, which is good because we stick together, right? And we just deflect it. But it's just a habit for them. They're obsessed with Tottenham. They're obsessed with the fact that we're unsuccessful. That's what gets me. You're obsessed with like lack of success. And then when we win something, the Europa League, you won't give us credit. When we won the Europa League, it was brilliant. Go back and compare the noise when West Ham won the Conference League, right? They were wanking over West Ham, the media. Absolutely wanking over them, right? Spurs, we got some kudos, not much, as usual. But, that's not going to change.
It was an easy one, that Europa League, wasn't it? But it doesn't matter. It's a trophy. No. We were so desperate, weren't we, for a trophy? It was crazy to get it off our back. It's been so long. Ridiculous. This club, man, it needs to get back to winning. It needs to start winning, build some mentality, get rid of that Spursy tag. I don't know if they ever will. Let's be honest here.
We shook it off with Ange for that one trophy, right? The problem is, what we should have done then is built on that. But instead, we sabotaged it. We brought in a worse manager. We had a shit window. We should have gone and got Jurgen Klopp or De Zerbi then. And then said, right, let's back him. And we could have done something maybe better last year. Instead, we
went backwards after Poch. Poch raised the bar. He was on his way out until we got that winning goal from Kane free kick at Villa away.
Criminal
if
thing.
You could back De Zerbi, why couldn't you back Poch? And then you get and now people have been praising Daniel Levy because we're in a position we can spend. Hang about. But we've had to suffer seasons of shit because you wouldn't spend beforehand, right? So don't praise Levy for where we are now. I mean, I'm glad we are where we are now. And Enoch takes some of that as well, don't they? Because, they should have moved earlier. And they seem to have had a change of heart, which is looking good for us at the moment. We'll see where it takes us.
Yeah, man. We've been embarrassing, man. Spurs. We just get so much shit, don't we? And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it will ever get better. Really, lots of proof. The ENIC, this new lot, ownership, whatever. Not ownership, but you know what I mean. There's changes of board members. I don't know who really calls the shots anymore. I don't really know. We'll see. Guys, I'm going to wrap it up, but just answer this question quickly. FPL, which 3 players should I have in my FPL team? Anyone want to give it? I know, Scott, you've answered it.
Yeah, I said Madison, Porro, and then whichever new striker or left wing we get in, I think one of them. I wouldn't necessarily go with Savio when we get him in because we'll have to see, but Madison's pretty good. Porro's good for a right back. I think he'll have a good season, and then whoever's our new striker. You can't put any attacker in that we currently have. Even Kudos I wouldn't put in.
Yeah, I wouldn't put any defenders in because I think we'll concede quite a few goals. Forwards, I don't know who's scoring the goals. So Maddison is a safe bet. He gets goals and assists if he can stay fit. I don't know. Maybe Kudos. I don't know. Struggling really with that answer, to be honest. I don't have a lot of confidence in this team. We'll have to see what it looks like next season. Anyone else want to have a go on that? Stel, Adrian?
Kulusevski, because he scores goals. I'm looking at goal scorers. Madison, because he scores goals.
Kulusevski's he's finished. Madison's going to be injured for most of the season.
You don't know that, right?
I just think he's off. Madison, I wouldn't put him in. He's too injury prone. He's going
to be captain, though. He'll be captain. Mark my words. Him and VDV.
We're going to be the only club with a captain that's in the medical room.
You don't know that.
Do you know in the last 6 years, Madison has played maximum 40% of the season?
Well, do you know the last 5 seasons?
6 years.
Right? In the last 5 seasons, Romero is supposed to be injury and only fit for Argentina, which is a ridiculous statement to make. Has averaged 31 games in each of his 5 seasons at Spurs, right? In all countries.
Romero's gone though.
People love VDV. I like him as well. VDV in his 3 seasons has averaged 31 games in each of his 3 seasons. Virtually exactly the same. Right. Do you remember Darren Anderton?
Yeah.
He got tagged with a sick note, right? He's always injured. Really?
But when Romero was in Italy, that wasn't the case. And when Van der Ven was in Werder Bremen, that wasn't the case. Madison, his entire career, he's just been injured.
In Italy, Romero played in a back 3, right?
But he was available, though, wasn't he?
And Darren Anderton, who was classed as a sick note by Spurs fans, said, "There's myth. Oh, he's sick notes." He played over 400 games for Spurs. Sick notes don't play over 400 games for their club. That's virtually legendary status. He gets a 300. So,
Dan, I don't think you should put any player in your FPL from Spurs.
I just don't know. Like, honestly, I know there's a lot of optimism next season, and I get it. A lot of money being thrown at it. Deserby. The football will be better, but I just got to wait and see what it looks like. I support this club for too long to kind of get too excited over a season. We'll see. I hope it'll be better, but there's a lot of work to do with that forward line. We haven't signed anyone yet. We've still got players to shift.
It will be better. It'll be a lot better.
We will be better, but how better? How much? I'm really concerned about the goals and who's going to get them goals. Yeah, it seems not an easy job, isn't it? Because pre-season's starting right soon, isn't it? When's the first pre-season game? It's coming up, isn't it?
This Wednesday.
Wednesday.
MK Dons at Hotspur Way.
Yeah. So you want to get the players in, right? The strikers and the winger in ASAP.
Well, I think Savio will be in this week. I think
Spurs are going to be one of the best teams to watch next season. Mark my words, we're going to be a cracking team to watch. Whether we win games a lot, I don't know, but we're going to be good on the eye.
And it's like that thing, isn't it? Like defense better, midfield better, but without the finishers, without the goals, it could fall
But the
flat.
football's going to be good though. We're gonna pop the ball around nice. We're gonna be a nice team to watch.
And the midfield,
I agree with that.
That midfield too we brought in, they'll make the defence better because the defence won't be under so much pressure. Right. They've got legs in them too. They get about the pitch and they're quick. They're fast as well. So the forward line is the biggest problem. I would take a risk on Krupi though. Just get him. Go and give him 90 mil and just get him. Everyone can scream about the price, but get him in. Of what other options you got? Barcelona want to offload Ferran Torres. Do you fancy him? Vlahovic has got a good strike record. I like Vlahovic. I get pelters for liking him. I'm bad. But I would have took Garassi, but he's at Frankfurt now. I would have took him 2 years ago when he was at
He makes sense, Garassi, because he scores goals. Anyone that we're linked to scores goals, got a good record, I'll go with.
Yeah. The issue with that is that he's 30 and Frankfurt will want a fortune for him at his age and we wouldn't pay it. So not for his age. I don't we wouldn't pay it. If we got Leo in as well, I'd be happy as long as it's a loan to buy because of his history of his background.
Yeah.
Right, so,
but guys, let me just finish off my expectations for the season, right? Whatever forwards we sign, better football, right? Winning games, losing less. Yeah, not getting so embarrassed like we've had the last couple of seasons. That's the start. Obviously finish higher in the table, look like something's coming together, working on something, win some fucking derbies. Do you know what I mean? Not get battered in the derbies. These are the things I'll be looking at next season, pushing up that table, being competitive, try and get a European place and win a cup. That's what I'm looking at. Do we have to finish in the Champions League spot? For me, no, we don't, because this is about building something, right? And then going again the season after and doing better. Keep this level of signings up, right? Keep the level of spending up. It won't be like another 200 million on 2 players again. I doubt it. Maybe one.
It depends who you sell then. Once you upgrade your squad, then you shouldn't need to bring in half a dozen players, should you? It should be the 1 or 2 to freshen it up.
It's going to take time. This is what I mean. Everybody's getting overexcited about we're going to make the Champions League and blah, blah, blah. It's not that straightforward, I don't think.
Top 6, I think, is a fair target with 1 game a week.
Yeah,
I think top 6 is fair. If we finish 7th or 8th, no one's gonna lose their mind over it. They're gonna just say, "Do you know what? We should have done better, man. Why did we fall short?" If we get top 6, everyone will say, "Do you know what? Good season." Anything above that, it'll be a bonus. But I think if we finish like 10th or below, I think it's a disaster.
Yeah, that's not
no Europe again.
Yeah.
No, there's got to be some kind of European football, isn't it? And we've got to see the team performing well and something working. So you can see the philosophy, the identity. You can see it coming together. Enjoyable watching our team play. Do you know what I mean? And if we miss out, why? Obviously, it will be scrutinised to death. It's what we do, isn't it? As fans, scrutinise everything. Signings, pressure on the signings, big money spent. So, yeah, it's a lot to put together next season. Maddison, we don't know if he'll keep fit. Xavi's not coming back until the 2027. Kulusevski, who knows what state he's going to be in. So, look, there's a lot of question marks still. So, I just need to see what this looks like next season. And, enjoy the ride.
See how it goes.
Yeah, all fun and games, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be it'll be a revealing pre-season one. It's getting an insight into De Zerbi's mind.
I don't read much into pre-season, to be honest. Remember that amazing season we had under Rando? Was it one day Ramos when we were smashing teams? And then, was it him or was it another manager? I can't remember.
We had a good pre-season under Frank, didn't we? We beat, was it
Arsenal?
Arsenal, Newcastle.
Yeah.
Super
But
Cup.
I'm talking more about team selection, who he's going for. Time we play like the last 2 games.
Yeah.
You'll have an idea who's going to pick. I always look at that. I look at the bench, the 9 on the bench, right? You got 11 on the pitch, 20. Who's the 5 he's leaving out? Why is he leaving those 5 out? Are they injured or what? Are they out of favour or what? you know. And like then during games, I look at like, right, what subs has he used more than other subs? Why? You know, and you sort of picture develops in your mind after half a dozen games, you know, when we're sitting top of the league, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think we've got a bad start at all, actually, in the league fixtures.
I'm going to shut down, guys. I better get to bed. Big up to everyone who's watched the show tonight. Smash the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Much appreciated. Big up to Dan coming on earlier, mate, and Box Office and Scott and Dextrex. Have I missed anyone else? Oh, Cookie as well. Adrian, Stel, thank you so much, guys. Big ups to you both. Hope you have a good week. And yeah, appreciate you coming on. Big up, chat. Take care of yourselves. Good night. Take care. Bye-bye.